It's day 2 of Super Week. Welcome back, everybody, to the NAL as we are one step closer to playoffs. Another day of 5 best-of-1s coming up where teams are going to be fighting for the top 6 slot because that's the place where you want to be if you want to head into playoffs. Not next week, but the week after that. I'm Ginny, joined with Foxay and Lax. So far, it's been pretty good. Can't complain.
No, definitely can't complain. I think yesterday delivered in many of the other games. And then even coming in today, I mean, we're getting one step closer to playoffs. And we talk about those points and standings. Everything matters still.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really coming down to the wire when it comes to who's going to be in the top 6 because, yeah, we have some teams already up there, but they got some pretty difficult matchups coming up. There's teams at the bottom have some of the freebies coming up. So obviously yesterday we started out with Wildcard and Cruelty. We expected it to be a cleanup for Wildcard, but it was a little too close for comfort if you are a Wildcard fan. Cruelty put their best foot forward and Wildcard ended up out with the win. That being said, not as clean as we like to see.
Definitely shaky from Wildcard. But this game, I was hoping that Standby was going to be able to come alive, similar to what Cruelty did. But I mean, Oxygen has just been on an absolute tear with the change of Forrest being able to more focus on his IGL and also just the dynamic of their entry. It's unstoppable.
Yeah, unstoppable is the name of the game for M80, though. They are still undefeated. They looked so amazing in the matchup. It looked like Cloud9 could have ran away with some of those rounds, but M80's problem-solving skills, them pulling it back when they are at a man-down deficit, was too good.
This was interesting for me because I felt like Envy had this game in the bag versus Shopify. They just let those let those defenses just fall, and then once they switched to their attacks is where they were really struggling, but a good bring back from Shopify to be able to close it out and end that series with a good 3 points at the end.
And we ended the day off with such an anticipated matchup. DarkZero versus SSG really went down to the wire. Amazing play, specifically from Fault, really back and forth, but SSG really had a fire lit under them. They came to play, and obviously for that, they jumped into the top 6 off of that win.
Yeah, it's really great to look at the standings so far because I feel like last time around it was a little bit more split up in between the teams. But this time, Lax, you're looking at the top 1 slot having 19 points, and then you glance all the way to the bottom. Both Cruelty and LFO are sitting on 0 points. This basically means there's no way they're going to make it to
Yeah, I mean, no chance for Cruelty or Standby to get in, but we already knew that coming into Super Week. But as for the top, I mean, 1 and 2, they're locked in. No one can pass them. Sure, they can maybe drop to 6th, 5th, but no one can pass those 2. It's the 4th. It's those 4 that still have the opportunity to be passed over and drop into that bottom 6 or at least bottom 7 to say the least. So again, we're talking about points. Everything matters coming into this week.
Yeah, and it's also crazy to see that at the moment, the way things stand, DZ isn't even in contention for playoffs, which would be crazy, but we still have 2 more play days starting today as well. Something to look at. Hopefully they can get a couple of points under their belts because they are very much needed. Today they are going to be playing Wildcard, which should be for DZ specifically a little bit more of an easier feat. But what I'm really looking forward to here is SR SSG, because SSG also, when we're looking at this, Foxay, there's a timeline where they don't even make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, SSG has to go up against SR and M80, so obviously they're really low on the points right now, so they need to be able to win 2 of their hardest games to secure themselves in that top 6. But for me, I'm excited for Cruelty Standby. I mean, I was waiting for the bottom of the barrel teams to play, both 0 points. One of them is going to finally get points today. I'm so excited to see what they can bring out.
What if it goes max OT and both of them get a point?
I mean,
they both walk away with the points. I mean,
yeah.
at least they both keep it competitive, I mean, compared to what we've seen throughout the stage. But I'm personally looking forward to see what Envy is going to do against M80, because what we saw against the Shopify Rebellion squad is they just struggled in small areas. And as Fox said yesterday, sometimes you got to lose in those scenarios to really grow as a team and understand those positions a lot better in the future. So I am curious to see what they will do against M80.
Well, you'll get your wish granted because it is the first game of today, Envy against M80. And we're looking at Envy. This is a team that we've continuously praised throughout this stage because of how much they have actually improved during the stage, the fact that they've been able to do so. And M80, I mean, they are undefeated kings.
Yeah, I mean, M80, this is, you know, for me, I feel like it's really going to be a cakewalk for them, given how we saw them dismantle Cloud9 when we were giving them all the praise. As for Envy, like I said, it was a very close game versus Shopify Rebellion, but they were just, those small stakes were eating them alive, and you can't have these small stakes against a team like M80 that is hot on the trail.
Yes, Envy, though, we got to look at those guys because they've made that one roster change, which seemingly has really, really paid off. It's not just the fact, though, that the roster change has impacted them positively, but in general, the whole philosophy that we're seeing from their end of things has been great.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. The Envy really highlighted the fact that this stage, they were really taking it seriously. They all are dedicating way more time to it. Since the pickup of the Aiden, they've looked really well-rounded. And in their match against Shopify, it looked like they could have won it despite a couple rounds going in their favor. They constantly had the opening kills. Yeah, their defenses were a little shaky to go 3-3, but their attacks were so good. But when it came down to the end of the attacks, that's where they made their issues. I mean, consistently getting the opening kill and not being able to transition it, that's a big issue for growing teams. But still, if you're Envy, you have to be proud of that growth. You have to be proud of all of the improvements that they've made, and it's natural growing pains for a team trying to reach the top.
Yeah, but it wasn't just necessarily the lack of being able to translate some of those opening kills. I felt like there was also a little bit more of a disjointed and just not being locked in the way that they should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think round 10 was a prime example of that. It was a 5-2 man advantage, a round that you should never lose. You have the Monty, you have the site to go for a plant. 2 people die on the backside. Maybe they're in a bad position, whatever the case may be, but there's no reason for you to be peeking in a situation like this, especially when you have the Monty on board. You can just plan and play it safe, and that's why I think this is a natural growing pain. You have to lose rounds like this to be put in a perspective of understanding what not to do. Yes, in this situation, it seemed unlosable for Envy, so every individual player felt, oh, I could go for a peek. It's not going to be the end of the world. I still have 4 teammates, but if everybody on the team thinks that way and everybody on the team gets shut down by a player like Spoit, that's unfortunate, and you're going to lose a round like that, but you need to be able to lose it, to experience and to grow from it. And obviously, I mean, yeah, it's a team like Shopify, so you learn not to make mistakes against a team like that. But besides that, opening kills, all the hard stuff, they're doing great.
Yeah, you're talking about the fact that they went up against a team like Shopify yesterday. Today they have M80. So in general, when we're looking at the games that they have to play and the outlook or the chances of them realistically making playoffs with the opponents that are left, it is not looking that good.
It's stressful because if you look at the matchups coming up, M80, OXG, if we want to assume that Envy does not win out any of those games, they are stuck at 12 points. And there's 4 potential teams that could all leapfrog above them because not many of them play within each other. So all it takes is for 3 of those 4 teams to win 1 game, and assuming Envy loses both their games, Envy will lose out and get knocked out.
I think it is a realistic area where, the scenario is that they could lose because they did beat up on the weaker team, statistically speaking. And then, you bring in the pressure side of things. That's also something that they also have to experience that they didn't get to experience last stage because they were at the bottom. The only pressure they had was just beating Cruelty and getting on the board.
Yeah, and if you talk about pressure, I mean, you got to talk about M80, right? Because this is the roster that so far this stage, no one has been able to take a point off of them. They are undefeated, and that is such a scary opponent to be going up against.
Yeah, it's a very scary opponent. And, we talk about those little mistakes. You have to be flawless because when you watch M80 and what they do, it is beautiful and it's flawless. I mean, this round in particular, round 5, this setup into Jim, and I've really never ever seen this in my career. I think it was more of a blunder of Cloud9 not being able to break that hatch, but it was a good call from M80 to realize this is an opportunity to seize the moment. And Fox has touched up on during the stage of, they're very utility-based now. They're more focused on team-oriented plays, and you could clearly see through there they understood what they needed to be done. But then we fast forward into the last round, the win condition here. They understood that the round was going to be collapsed upon. The site was going to be constricted. Someone had to make a play, and it was a big play that came out of killing the player on server bout, Kino being able to control 2 players on bottom red, then the player coming back from construction, swinging into server, grabbing the guy trying to jump through the wall, and then the player putting the pressure on the Monty, not allowing them to get overzealous, taking space into Raptors and clearing that, which all in all, it really feeds into how well and how flawless M80 is currently playing.
Yeah, you're talking about the flawless, but this team is full of threats. Every single one of these individual players can just switch it on, and then you're going to be stuck in a position where, what am I going to do?
Yeah, I mean, you have the triple threat coming out from Hot and Cold, Gavini, and Gunner. I mean, triple kills coming out of this game left and right, round after round after round. We had round 4, Gunner gets a 3K. We have round 5, Gunner again gets another 3K. Then we go into round 6. It was another 3K from Gavini. I mean, I think they said the G-Wagon with Gavini and Gunner, but then you got to add Hot and Cold in there. I mean, he comes in round 8, then with another 3K. I mean, everyone on this roster, there's a reason why they're performing so well. There's a reason why they're undefeated, and every single one of these players can hand the torch off to one another at any given moment, at any given single game. And we talked about their comfortability at the beginning of the stage and where it's now. Clearly, everybody is comfortable on their roles in the positions that they're playing, and even throughout the executes that we're seeing displayed.
Yeah, we've seen them struggle a little bit when it came to transitioning to this new utility-based style of Siege. We talked about wanting to see Gunner and Gavin show up more, but I think now everyone is really feeling comfortable, specifically with Hot and Cold being in that driver's seat, being able to have so much utility at his fingertips to pinpoint where they're going. That hatch play specifically, seeing the hatch and being able to just call, let's plan on it, let's open it up with the glass. that was very smart. That's something that you only think of in the moment when you have the ability, when you have the tangibles to be able to pinpoint move your teammates around.
It's also the experience as well from the side of M80, which is going to be a little bit of a downside for Envy because they don't necessarily have, they just don't have that experience under their belt at all, regardless of the fact that they have been doing so well. But the map veto as well, yesterday I think we saw a couple of question marks when it came to how some of these teams where they wanted to go and how they approach the map vetoes. But this time around, it's going to be Skyscraper.
Oh, I mean, I think if you're given Envy an easy opportunity, go to Skyscraper for sure. I mean, Envy's played it all throughout last stage. I believe they played... No, I don't know if they played at this stage, but they did
play this stage. They beat Cruelty.
They beat Cruelty. That's what I thought it was. I thought that was stage 1. But they do like Skyscraper. I mean, they do look pretty decent on it when it comes to a map like that's an even playing ground, like something like a Clubhouse. Skyscraper is definitely one of those maps. The only issue is you're giving M80 that defense. We know how strong defense can be, especially with big individual players that we just highlighted from M80.
And that's, for me, it's kind of a false sense of reality for them to feel comfortable going to Skyscraper, because where we saw them excel last stage was they beat Cloud9, but that was solely on their defenses. Then where we saw them beat Cruelty, again, on their defenses. Cruelty started an attack, terrible performance. They only had to win 1 attack. So they haven't really been tested on their attacks. Granted, they have looked like a new improved team as a whole, but Skyscraper is still a very hard map to attack, and I understand Envy's feeling comfortable on it, but I also think it's a bit of a false sense of reality that M80 can really punish and get in their heads in the early game, knowing that Skyscraper is so defender-sided. And we talk about how well and cohesive M80 has been looking. I can't only imagine it's going to be stressed even more in this match for Envy to try to get a hold and grasp of.
So in that regards, and of course, I'm assuming the predictions are going to be very heavily swayed in the favor of M80. That just makes sense. It's a team that is yet to lose anything. You're going up against Envy, who is kind of like sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But maybe we can dive a little bit further in regards to some of the rounds that Envy could potentially be taking away from M80.
I think with Envy starting on attack, obviously, you at least need 2 rounds. I've seen Skyscrapers won with 1, but I feel like the mentality is a big thing, keeping it in check for Envy. So obviously, if they can get at least 2, if they can get 3, wow, then we're really going to have a ball game once the sides swap. But I think it comes down to that entry ability, not getting caught off guard when it comes to M80. And especially in a map like this, it's very easy for you to lose rounds, even if you have a man advantage. So that's one of Envy's faults. If they can just get those opening kills, maintain it through, try to isolate the M80 players, because we know M80 is going to be going for those 1v1s. Don't give any free picks up. Then once Envy's on defense, all the better.
I think the biggest thing for me, especially starting on attack with Envy, is just being able to get into that building and establishing control at least on one side of the map, depending where that bomb is, and then being able to play that trade game and not stall out. Because given how condensed this map is and how constricted it is, you can lose time very quickly by not being able to gain access to where you need to eventually set up for an execute. So we talked about that stylistic matchups that JJ has mentioned in his interview. He's really going to need to be on his feet here to be moving his pieces around, whether that's people switching off operators, whether that's bringing shields, whether that's bringing some sort of denial to push M80 back if they are fighting for these heavily contested, controlled areas. That really is going to fall a lot on JJ's performance in that IGL role here, starting on their attacks.
Yeah, well, let's see whether or not Envy has learned a lesson from their game yesterday and whether or not they'll be able to implement that today against M80, the undefeated team here in the NAL, as we're going to be heading over to Sky with our casters, Ollie and Jesse.
Thank you very much, Ginny. We are going to be covering today's action, and what a jam-packed day we have. We are getting toward the end of NAL Stage 2. Jesse, I can't believe that we are already here. It always seems to blink by, and this stage has gone quicker than most, it certainly feels. But because we're getting to the end of the stage, it means that these games have a heck of a lot more weight into them now, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Ollie. This is a critical match for Envy in particular. For M80, they're obviously in a good spot. One of only 2 teams currently locked in for playoffs. If they get a victory here, either 3 points with regulation win, or even if it goes to overtime for 2 points, they should be locking in their top 2 spot, which means they won't have to play in the first round of playoffs. So could be a big day for M80 if they can secure that today, and they won't have to worry about it at all tomorrow. For Envy, they're on paper in a good spot here, 4th place in the standings, but it is neck and neck, so close all the way from 3rd to 8th. No matter where you look at it, Envy are likely going to want more points going into the final play day. So it's critical that they start to get some of those, even if it's just an overtime loss. That could make all the difference for Envy. Getting something on the board is critical. Won't be easy going against North America's best team this stage, but it's the job they have to do. And I think especially with this side start. Attacking on Skyscraper, the most defender-sided map that we have in Siege, is not going to be simple. The Des touched on it. Envy do like Skyscraper, right? This is not a bad map for them. They got their 7-0 victory over Cruelty, of course. It's not a very great map for M80 either. I know that they got 7-2'd by SSG last stage. That's the last time that they played it. So they've had their stumbles, but it's still M80 and it's still Skyscraper. I do worry for them in this first half.
It's a great position that M80 find themselves in. Obviously, they were successful during the first round of playoffs last time. It wasn't that was the big problem for them. It was that second round. But to see where they've been able to correct some of the mistakes that we saw them making inside of stage one, I think there's been a lot of talk and a lot of chatter about, you know, the up-and-coming teams, which Envy has been one of them this stage. But M80 have definitely got the heads down and put in the hard yards during stage two. And this is kind of coming up to be the culmination of it all, whether they can maintain that top spot. Not that it's going to matter in terms of them getting into the playoffs, as you mentioned, Jesse, but I think just for the mental, you know, winning is a great mentality to be in. And I think Envy have certainly got their work cut out for them here tonight, starting on the attack. I think what Lax was talking about with maybe a little bit of false confidence, the numbers maybe being a little bit skewed coming into this, given that Envy are, on the face of it, a very successful team on Skyscraper, but a lot of that success has come on that defensive side, and they're going to be starting on the attack tonight. Already, we have JJ knocking at the top of these black stairs.
Yeah, and if these drones are sharp, they will hopefully be able to find Gunnar, who's playing just inside of Geisha on his most played defending operator this stage, the Vigil being rocked with that Boss G as well. He's got a ridiculous 89% win rate with this operator this stage. Gunnar has been phenomenal playing with this Boss G. I would say it was the turning point for that game against Shopify Rebellion that we played last week, where M80 were down 6-1. Then we finally started to see some cool Vigil plays from Gunnar, and it got the momentum back on track for this team. So very eager to see what he can do with this Boss G. He's facing a lot of pressure so far, shooting a lot of drones, but hasn't gotten into a gunfight.
Doing a good job of wasting a little bit of time there. Snake's getting in, trying to open up that floor, so Envy are gathering this information. But M80 aren't giving them anything away, and nor should they really. The longer that Gunnar can stay tucked to their inside of Geisha, the better. Rival going to be prowling on the floor below, but it's Diffuser to start things off with the kill over onto Aiden. A horrible Azami setup on those main stairs as well. A quick nade will deal with that, but Deimos, are you sharp enough? No, Rival taken out, and that position remains. Emilio will find one back onto Gunnar, but a lot of damage has been done here. Finally a pinch onto the main stairs, and Envy, whilst the initial clear wasn't fantastic, they've done a very good job here in stabilizing the mid round, and they've still got plenty of time.
Yeah, huge recovery from Envy. Snake coming down from below and managing to find those last two kills. Hot and Cold was moving up to try to support Diffuser on that roam game once the players started dropping, but ends up just dying for it. At least Kino and Diffuser alone in the 2v3. Time is on their side. There won't be a lot to push in here, and there really hasn't been any work done on the site. So this is doable, but it will be tough for M80.
Kino's just taken up a really nice off position there. The drone stopping at the mute jammer. Diffuser with a really good long angle as well. With the Monty, this should be fairly straightforward. If you can find one of these defenders and then look to get the plant down, but a pre-place from Diffuser doesn't even need a call of boom. He can just visually check that one himself. With JJ falling, that's likely the end of this attack. That, unless Snake and Emilio can pull off something beautiful, but the off position that Kino had taken up, saved by his own mute jammer there from the drones. Bit of a shame to not see Envy able to capitalize on that ending, because they had a man advantage, they had a minute, but they just didn't have the information.
It's honestly such a smart nitro from Diffuser, though. I mean, he had to think of that play right as his teammates started to die in the 2v3. They were very much aware of where that push was coming from. They knew there was going to be a Monty. They knew it was man disadvantage. There was really no other way to stop that Monty from walking in and getting a plant. I mean, he had two different players to cover him. He was in a really good, safe spot to get some objective play down. So what does Diffuser do? At 45 seconds, he rotates down the VIP, the house stairs, puts that nitro cell down below, holds it with the DMR. That was such a smart play to come through from him. Massive round from both Diffuser and Kino, locking things down in the end. Early game was strong too, but I think that little bit of collapse midway through that first push was something that caught M80 off guard and something they're going to have to watch out for, I think, for the rest of this game.
Brilliant team play from Envy, really, you know, to be able to very quickly deal with those problems. The player in main stairs, the player inside of Geisha. There wasn't much messing around there, really. You know, they'd made the mistake of going maybe 1 by 1 or thinking they had an advantage. But as soon as that mistake was made, the recovery was fantastic. And they still did it with a tidy amount of time left. In an ideal world, you'd maybe like to see them get the office breach open as well, so they've got a bit more of an option for later on into the round. But it's a skyscraper attack, and there's a heck of a lot to do. I do wonder how they will fare once that Monty gets removed at the halfway point of this first phase, which I'm sure M80 will have that in their sights as something that they potentially want to ban. But Diffuser, again, on this opening pick, bit of a menace right now.
Yeah, another early death from Rival. Tough to see that from the entry fragger of Envy. He's had a good stage so far. I've been really impressed with Rival, but not the start he's been looking for. Back-to-back entries from Diffuser, as you've been saying, so feeling quite confident here. Rival caught off guard by however he ended up dying. I have to go check that one out in the replays.
I was going to say, I'd like a replay of that if possible, because if Rival's saying it's a new one, we need to see it. Because I'm sure he's seen plenty of them. Oh, look at Kino go! Brilliant bit of team play there. The Grismont Mine from Ella, forcing the shield away from JJ's face. And Kino, a real crispy shot. Snake, I just feel like you're, I don't know, 30 seconds, a minute too late to try and capitalize on this player. How is Kino not dead? He's allowed to throw a Toxic Babe canister back down Blackstairs, eventually taken out. Look at the value you've seen out of Kino, and now the C4 from Gunnar. This is getting picked apart.
JJ's just been having a rough time with the Monty now. Second round in a row, the Utils completely countered him. Leaves Aiden and Emilio all alone to try to save this. They're not really together. Emilio's been on rappel the entire round, hasn't been able to find much value. Swings in, the angle's being watched, but Gunnar was distracted for just a moment. He managed to sneak up past Gunnar and regroup with his teammates. So a bit of hope perhaps, but so many bodies to find.
A little bit too much to do, isn't there, here for the two remaining Envy players? They've got 45 seconds, but it looks like we've got good information on the side of M80. No C4s, no real utility to speak of, but a double man advantage should be more than enough. Emilio trying to find something on the vert here, going to send a few Bs up, see if he can force a player out to move, but there ain't nobody home, I'm afraid. M80, they are defending this from deep. Aiden does have the kit. But, you know, as soon as that plant starts to go down, it's going to be a horrible time. Diffuser picking up his second on the round, and it's Gunnar to finish. The attack never really getting past those Blackstairs. It's a horrible attack to try and pull off, to be honest with you. I think the solo, you know, the one-dimensional Blackstairs take, even if you've got the Monty, as demonstrated there, M80 never really under any pressure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Black Stairs push can work if you've got a little bit better util clear, right? M80 had so much stacked up on that door. They had a Goyo canister. They had the Elamine, of course. Here's the new one, by the way, just from inside a bathroom. Nice little shot trying to enter in from down below. But all of that util was on the black door, right? Including the Ella in particular. And Envy didn't have any real way to clear it out. There was no Twitch drone. There was no Flores coming through. They didn't even have nades. The only person bringing frag grenades in that round was Snake. And Snake entered down below. He ended up walking up the black stairs from the other side. By the time he was involved, that util was already cleared out. The damage had been done. So tough that Envy weren't able to really get past that. I feel like with a little bit better util, maybe that gets the job done. But just playing kind of their default ops, didn't really have it in their kit that time around. And that kind of comes down to a little bit of inexperience, maybe, not recognizing the hold that's going to come out from M80. One of the disadvantages about bringing a team to a map that they don't play very often is you don't have very good footage as to what they're going to do.
Yeah, M80 haven't played Skyscraper in 70 days. So that is very much old footage right now. And you're not going to be too sure on how they will approach it, so you've got to spend a few more drones in the prep phase maybe than you would like to. Means you've got a bit less information for later on. I love the Brava pick from Snake. That does something to combat both of these things. More information in that you get more drones. And of course, an ability to hack pieces of utility. Ooh, Aiden. Just with a small attempt there, Gavini. A couple of gentle tap fires. It's critical for Envy that they don't lose this opening pick, and if they do, it is even more critical that it's traded, because that has been a real big disadvantage that they've had in all of these rounds so far, going in a man down.
And it's again happening. Diffuser for the third time finds the opening frag. He's been perfect, and Gunnar is there too. Shotgun finds Aiden. Rival falls to Gavin. The entry to the building has gone absolutely sideways, Ollie. Everything falling apart, trying to enter the top floor. Leaves just JJ Blast and Snake left alive in a 2v5 now, as the top floor players just did not let them get any space at all.
I don't know if I've cursed this or not. I'm saying it needs to be better, and it's been worse. It's been worse than it ever has been. And this is the bomb site where you're expected to find a bit of advantage on Skyscraper as an attacker. Kitchen Barbecue, this is your time to pick up a round. M80, they don't really need to do too much now. 5 versus 2. They can try and burn this clock. Kino's probably going to get one here, at least puts a good pump into Snake. JJ's starting to open up that gold wall as well. But they're going to need some pretty nice timing and a few things to line up if this is going to come off. Capital Firebolt can be sent in. Might be able to burn Gaveni out of his position here. Brilliant util use, but still not enough. And because you've got a lack of bodies, you've got no one there to catch him as he rotates. You can't place the utility and catch and watch the angle all at the same time. So even with that good bit of damage in, it's still likely to be impactless. Great aggression there from Gaveni, recognizing, hey, guys, I'm 1 HP. I'm just going to go for a quick one. We'll gather a bit of information off the back of it. We now know exactly where JJ is, and Hot and Cold can sit on those main stairs, cool as a cucumber. M80, 3 rounds in a row right now, and they are showing no signs of slowing down.
It's been great seeing Diffuser getting so active on the defensive side here for M80. I felt he's been playing a little bit more reserved this stage than what we've seen from him previously. Out of everybody on this team, he has the fewest number of engagements, only after Kino, so second fewest on the team. Particularly on the defense, he's got an entry participation of just 17%. Very active in those attacking entries, taking the lion's share on the team, but defensively, Diffuser is not usually the first one to get active. Generally, that's going to be Gunnar or Gavin, but Diffuser today absolutely showing how he can be so strong in those aggressive roles on defense. He's been loving this Aruni all stage long. It's been his most played operator. Just kind of an odd op to have as your most played, but Diffuser's been loving it. Brought it out in that third round for Barbecue Kitchen as well, and just looks so good with that DMR.
I think he just likes the DMR, doesn't he?
Yeah, 100%.
It's, you know, the laser gates are a nice little bonus, but if he's going to be making impact like that with kills, and particularly opening kills, you can have whatever weapon you like. Just make the kit work. Use the kit as best you can. But aside from that, take that DMR and let those heads pop. Envy taking a tactical timeout here. It has become very fashionable and very common to take a tactical timeout after the second set of bans during a half of Siege now. We've just seen those bans come out as an Azami and a Grim, and it makes sense that Envy use that time, a little bit of extra time that they will get to try and recompose themselves. Because if anything, they've maybe gone a little bit downhill from what we saw in round 1. I think round 1 was fantastic.
Yeah.
Round 2, a little less good. Round 3, a lot less good. So we need to hit that reset button for Envy. There's a round in them here for sure. They just need to navigate it. And a lot of it is coming down to that opening pick. And then the rest is, you know, the rest will follow. Once they've got that man count advantage, they are a team that know how to work it and how to use it, as are many. But at the moment, they are fighting a difficult opponent on a difficult map, on a difficult side, with a man disadvantage every single round. It's not going to end well.
I don't think we're going to see the same roam clear happen over towards T and T side, T karaoke. Gunner's still going to be roaming over towards that side. I assume we will still see some M80 players set up, but I'm looking at Envy's op lineup. They've got the Roar on JJ, which is likely going to try to close off that door to Drum to make sure that you can get into Shrine. They've got Aiden, who's playing on the Zofia, which can be very good to stop a bandit trick that's likely going to be on the VIP wall. They've got a lot of resources that are kind of good for direct to sight hits, right? I don't expect them to see for a clear, and they are going to be here on this part of the map. I expected JJ towards Shrine. He actually looks like he's going to go Exhibition Door instead. So that's that first one up, and I don't believe it's a rush. will get destroyed. Can always throw a second one up later, I guess. Waste some of that defender util or even attacker util in this round.
Not ideal.
Nope.
Next Roar door can be placed out, though. Aiden, you're asking a lot for someone to challenge that angle because they know that you're going to be there. Smoke canisters go out. That's going to provide a little bit of cover. C4 from Kino swings and misses, but he does activate the goggles. Diffuser. The man to watch so far. He's just playing in and around the bomb chassis on A. Hot and Cold in support with the mirror window, looking out onto the open breach. Envy have kind of showed their hand a little bit here and given M80 a lot of time to react and to figure out how they are going to deal with it, even as much as to set up a little bit more of the site. Some shotgun work going on there from Kino. Another drone being sent in. Slow whittle of this attacker utility, and with them seeing no advantage and really no ground for it, finally we have a player in below. Snake can start to try and work this vert a little bit. They know roughly where a lot of these M80 players are, but there isn't too much that they're going to be able to do about it. The mirror window from Hot and Cold is keeping that breach really secure. Another magnet can go out now as well. That's basically going to guarantee Diffuser's position because burn isn't something that we have in spades right now. M80 really just holding firm.
Yeah, and I mean, the util, as you said, really starting to lack. The buck down below kind of needs to get something. JJ's been on the same window the whole round. They'll finally smoke it and jump in, but we'll see what it works for.
No, it's not going to come to much, is it? Kino there with the shotgun at close range. You're going up against a Warden right now. Not ideal. Pump with a shotgun, double for Kino. May find another on the stairs. No, Snake stops it from being a flawless round, but likely doesn't stop the end result. As Gaveni collects that final kill, and M80 take it 4 rounds in a row on Skyscraper. And if we thought that round 3 didn't look great, round 4 looked even worse there. Envy didn't really make it inside of the building. We only had Snake in below.
Yeah.
Going for that much more direct approach. And it's a shame because what had worked for them so well in round 1 was that roam clear.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of wanted to see that, right? We didn't get it immediately. We saw the ops come out and we knew it wasn't going to be a roam clear, but it just felt like this whole round, they spent 2.5 minutes in the same position, standing still, telegraphing essentially what their push was going to be. JJ shot 3 separate Rora gates at the same doorway into Exhibition. He tossed a 4th out at some point. It genuinely might have been the same doorway. It wasn't caught on the cam, so could have been somewhere else as well, but JJ was really trying to close off that door to Exhibition, and even when the push came through, the door's open, right? It's been destroyed at that point. Kino's there with a shotgun. Your whole push just falls flat. And that's because you gave M80 2.5 minutes to figure out what that push was going to be. Kino was, of course, going to play close there. They're going to have answers to keep that door open, and yeah, the smoking in there just really does not go their way at all because Warden is on the board, so a little bit telegraphed maybe from Envy. They will have another opportunity. Fox on the desk said they needed at least 2 attacking rounds to have a good chance here. That makes these next 2 do or die if they want to win this game or at least get some points.
Again, slightly different lineup from Envy this time. But JJ going for the very self-sufficient striker role, able to EMP and open his own walls. It is going to be more of an office side clear, but this time without the Monty. The Monty is available. It was Grim that was banned. This is an active choice. They have got some nice tools to try and make this happen. Of course, they've got Snake on the Deimos. Yet to see big impact from Deimos this game, I would say, from Envy. ROU projectors. Emilio trying to bait somebody out there as Hot and Cold. They'll just take a little dip out of the building, but it is all a little bit of a bait, as we can see M80 making quite a rapid rotate now. After that they've burnt a minute, have still got kit to bolster and reinforce the actual site. It maybe feels as though Envy are sort of left chasing shadows. I mean, look at the flexibility that M80 have got right now. They're able to replace mute jammers. They're able to entirely switch this push around and go, yep, it's an office across. Now we just need to support Gunner and Drum.
It's a crazy adaptation going so far as to move the mute jammer over to the side where they're going to be pushing from. Mez. Cool stuff coming out from M80, recognizing that, hey, when they go for direct sight hits 5v5, it does not go very well for them. We learned that last round, so let's just force them to do it again. Don't want to risk it on that roam game, and I can absolutely respect it. Aiden's kind of solo here towards Geisha. It feels like he's going to be the linchpin, right? If he can get in, get some frags all by himself, he's 0-4 to start this game. He's 0-5 to start this game. That would have made a huge difference, but not going to happen. Nice little shot from Gunnar, and almost a second.
That's the Ying as well. That's the entire basis of this push. As Envy, that's what you're looking forward to as your real spearhead to propel you into the site. A chance at a kill downstairs and a very late trade on that opening pick, but Diffuser will fall. He's been on a tear. That's the first time he's died this entire game. But it may not even matter as Gunnar picks up his second onto Emilio. So the other half of that beachhead, the Sense ROU projector, no longer a factor and still allowed to play in Geisha. Everybody knows that he's here right now. Kino, Toxic Babe just to cut off that main stair as well. He's already got the Dragon Door sorted. He can just lay prone with the shotgun, tuck himself in, a little bit of an off-ratty sort of an angle. And it's going to be a freebie to close it out. Everybody else performing as well. Gunnar picked up another kill and hot and cold with one for himself as well. Not wanting to be left out of the action. Could be a clean sweep right now on this defense for M80. Envy, they haven't got the answers. And to be honest with you, they've not really got the gunfights either, Jesse.
No, I mean, the only person showing up right now statistically has been Snake. And I mean, Snake has a lot of familiarity with Skyscraper. The last time they played this map, Snake went 13-2 in that 7-0 over Cruelty. We know how effective he can be on this map and with this team, but I feel like even in this game, right, he's got 5 kills. A lot of them just haven't been super helpful to his team. They've been trading out players who have died to maybe regain that advantage. That's kind of what we saw back in round 1 when he got his 2K. That was absolutely an impactful couple of kills that he got. But since then, it's been a lot of solo kills down below, getting space that isn't quite the bomb site, and that can often be helpful. But every time Snake's gone below, he hasn't really been able to do much from that position. Whether it's been him on that bottom floor site, whether that's been Rival as well. I mean, it just feels like that vertical pressure isn't adding anything to these Envy pushes. Yes, you're getting control below the bomb site, but that's not really amounting to much. The brunt of your push with JJ and with Rival and with everybody else that's kind of pushing with the core is falling over and over again. So we need something to work with this brunt of the push, with this real spearhead. JJ's going to try the Monty one more time. This was actually the only bomb site in the first quarter where he did not bring the Monty, so maybe third time's the charm.
Oh dear. We've seen 30 seconds of play.
Stay close to me.
Every single attacking round.
I think that must
really doesn't make things easy.
Just the kitchen window, I imagine, hey? That's a tough one to lose early on. Your Twitch goes down. Those mirror windows looking way stronger now. They're going to try to push in through black once again. There's no Elo this time, so you've got to imagine JJ is feeling a little bit safer. And the Goyus have been burnt at this point, so once they stall out these Toxic Babes, they might have a strong push.
Ooh, good frag onto Kino. That removes the Blackstairs player. Gunnar's got a difficult decision to make now. He's not necessarily trapped, but that transition over to Blackstairs isn't guaranteed at all, so he maybe will choose to just play inside of Karaoke for a little bit longer. JJ is going to push him, but is very solo right now, so it is purely an information gathering exercise. Aiden just giving JJ a little bit of surety with some of these air jabs. Can look to hold a bit of a longer angle through Karaoke in toward Geisha. Hot and Cold and Gunnar still with C4s, and I imagine Hot and Cold is just waiting for a good ping. But JJ has transitioned to the bottom of these black stairs. It's looking a lot more site-focused this time for Envy. It feels like this could be the closest that they're going to get to a plant, but they haven't done a great deal of work. Don't forget, they haven't necessarily taken top floor control here. They've just taken enough to give themselves black stairs, and that's where the big risk is, and it puts a lot of pressure onto players like Aiden right now, as he's kind of left fighting shadows up here.
Really worried about the site pressure too, all the utility. There's going to be bulletproof cams, there's mirror windows, there's Goyos, there's Nitros. A Twitch would have been huge to clear this out, but somehow JJ is unaffected by the Nitro, and he starts his plants perfectly safe. He'll get it down.
Brilliant cover from Emilio there. Gunnar Gets the kill, but it's too late. Gaveni, 1 onto Snake. 2 versus 3, but Emilio falls. It's all on Aiden. He's above. 35 seconds. Diffuser and Gaveni very low. Gunner full HP. It's likely going to be a rotate up while somebody deals with the diffuser, but there's just too many angles to watch. Gaveni, he shuts Aiden down. And M80 perform a successful retake. Plenty of time to disable that diffuser and confirm 6 clean rounds on their skyscraper defense.
Really nice job from M80. Looking like a clean game so far. Not overcommitting to the top floor in that round. I fear a lot of younger teams might have really aggressed into pushing Aiden. You're starting to aggress into a Nomad. That's a scary spot to be in. Your vert control probably doesn't even help you because it's a Monty planting, and it's really hard to find those spots to shoot his feet. So I like that they focused on the main floor there. They won the retake by just swinging out, finding some of those players that were lurking around the map. Snake inside a bar, a big one. Emilio, another one back hallways. So getting a couple of massive picks there whilst the kit was going down, not panicking. And then honestly, I thought Aiden was in a decent spot to win that 1v3. He had good air jab set up around Black. He had really good vert control of the kit, but in the end, it did not seem to matter. The step up of the main stairs was something that he just didn't expect from Gavin. Means Envy have an impossible task now. They cannot get 3 full points, but 1 or 2 is still technically possible. It's going to be absolutely critical that they do not get in their own heads about this game. It's a defender-sided map. Winning 6 defenses in a row is doable, but you need to stay strong mentally.
And that's going to be difficult to do when M80 have had the upper hand in what feels like every single engagement.
Yeah.
The first round and the last round, the bookends to that first phase were the only rounds where Envy looked capable of winning the round. And even then, a 1 versus 3 post plan is not a winnable, or shouldn't be a winnable situation, especially with the amount of time that M80 had and the experience that this roster can draw on. A very difficult task for Envy then. As I enjoyed Kino, just a little bit of mental game there during the ban phase. Like, oh, you better ban the glass, you better ban the glass. And Envy not getting baited into it, sticking to their strategy of a Blitz and a Blackbeard ban. But Kino is, he's taught the talk, now he's going to walk the walk. I'm expecting big things out of this class.
He did play it last time they had to attack this bomb site. That was July 18th. I believe that was the game up against SSG. We'll have to see how it goes for him. He is absolutely a great Glass player. I said at one point that I thought Kino was the best sniper in North America. I think that still holds true. There's not a lot of competition in the role, but Kino can absolutely click heads when it's required of him. Loves the Collie back on Bank. I know he loves the Glass on a multitude of different maps as well, so this will be a comfortable spot for him. On the side of Envy, they haven't done anything too crazy on this defense. I like the castle barricades being brought. There's a 4-man hold to the top floor, just like what M80 were running. It looks like M80 themselves are trying to exploit that by a fast mid-floor hit.
M80 are moving quickly right now. Something that hasn't changed, though, is that opening pick and who's getting it. Diffuser, he was deadly on the defense. And he's even more punishing on the attack. Emilio downed in this round, sent to the cameras. Fortunately, there are quite a few cameras to flick. There's a Valkyrie in play and a Bulletproof. With no IQ, it may be that some of those cameras do remain throughout the course of the round. Aiden's in a bit of a tough spot, though, as Diffuser. He's not finished. I don't know what this player has had for breakfast today, but he is on one. 8-1 at the moment, matching Gunner, kill for kill. Some huge impact. A really tough task now for Envy to try and hold on, as it just feels like a matter of time here. M80, loads of time to hop into the drone now. Can even try and play a little bit of a baiting game there on those main stairs. Envy aren't exactly buddied up at the moment. Toxic Babe Canister should stop anyone from aggressing through that black door, but JJ can only rotate into T, and with the site being downstairs, I feel like Aiden's the only one defending this right now.
Yeah, there's a huge gap if they're able to get in through kitchen. I mean, Snake's got a vert angle, but the hatch was reinforced, so he can't even drop. He's going to have to get this on the vert. Plant starts from hot and cold, and he hears it, Snake, but he can't drop. He has to make the vert angles himself, and there's no time for that.
Why is the vert not made? That is a crucial error if you're going to try and play upstairs. Hot and cold, a plant and a kill. Don't mind if I do. JJ and Aiden left to try and retake. There's no one up here, JJ. They've planted. They're already on the site. Gaveni, 3 kills on the round. And it's all down to the captain. Oh, he's even droned. 5 versus 1 and you're droning. You've got the plant down, for goodness sake. A tough day at the office for JJ and co. And it's Kino to finish things off on that very glass. M80, a 7-0 lead on Skyscraper. And they cement 3 points, even further confirming their spot at the top.
Yeah, with that, we will see M80 lock in top 2 and a guaranteed bye through the first round of playoffs, so they don't have anything to worry about when it comes to that last place, except maybe confirming a first place victory in groups. As far as Envy are concerned, this is going to be one to forget. Maybe the worst game Envy have played all stage. Tomorrow will be do or die for them, but plenty of time to think on that, and plenty of time for our desk to break this game down. We'll go over to them right after this break.
Yeah, he's here.
It's Mez, bro.
3 drops, I got him.
Yeah, no.
GG.
Okay.
Good fucking game, boys.
Bye.
I mean, come
Nice.
on, bro. Good job.
I gotta go shit.
Well
I
done,
can't wait.
guys.
Come for the outclass.
29 minutes, a 7-0 from M80 against Envy. We kind of said that there could be a world where Envy gets like a round or two, but that also like
You were
is
wrong. He was wrong.
okay. You know, I just bring over hot and cold because I honestly at this point, like every single play they were talking to you guys, every single time we're asking you questions. I don't really know at this point what other questions to ask you. You guys are doing great. You're winning. Everything's under lock and key. I guess playoffs then, best ofs. Is there anything
They're
you want to
locked in.
do?
Top 2 now.
Yeah. Shut up. Anything you guys want to do differently for playoffs, best ofs? You know, different beast.
I mean, no, I don't really think there's anything different other than, you know, the prep work that goes into playoffs. I think our mindset's already been good. We just got to keep it where it is right now, or, you know, constantly improve it, and I think playoffs will be just as easy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys with that win lock yourselves in the top 2, which means ideally you only have to win 1 game to make it to the major. That being said, is there a specific team that you would hope to play against in that bracket to have the chance to make it to Munich?
I mean, just give us the easiest team. I guess that would be Envy. Give us Envy, give us C9, one of those.
All right.
I was going to say, everyone seems pretty easy, obviously, if we're not looking at round counts, since your record's going pretty strong here. I want to talk about that matchup. Were you kind of surprised that they would go back to Skyscraper? I mean, I was talking about this on the desk. I viewed it more as like a false sense of reality, because when they played when they played Cloud9 last stage, they won solely off defense. Their attacks were piss poor. Then we saw going into this stage, once again, 1 off defenses, 1 attack, 1 against Cruelty. So to bring you guys to it made me question why. And then even for you, I mean, were you kind of surprised that they allowed Skyscraper to go through?
I mean, I wasn't surprised that they allowed it to go through. I mean, we were kind of expecting it, but to be honest, I don't really know if the map mattered too much. I mean, them picking Sky and, you know, us getting defense is just, I mean, I'll take that any day of the week.
Exactly.
I mean, I'll start I'll start Sky defense literally against any team. Don't care.
Yeah, that's why I was perplexed once I saw it go to Skyscraper. I was like, you're gonna let M80 start on defense on the most defender-sided map, where the one time you like had it successful as attack was against Cruelty. So I mean, I didn't really didn't make too much sense to me. I was just curious what your thoughts were on it. But I mean, you guys just are looking absolutely dominant with each and every single game that goes by.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you for once again joining us for the interview. We'll probably see you again tomorrow, or one of your teammates, either way. But again, congrats on definitely locking in that top 2. Looking forward to seeing how you guys are going to be performing in playoffs.
Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, you too. It's great that they keep winning, but it gets to a point where you're like, okay, well, we've asked you all the questions. Everything that's changed. We know what you're doing at this point.
Yeah.
Great.
It's not a bad thing, though.
It's not a
No,
bad thing.
absolutely not.
I just thought of a question too, but it's too late. I was gonna ask if he was if they were looking forward to gatekeeping SSG from making top 6 essentially, because SSG obviously they're not in the top 6 currently. They have to play Shopify and then M80, so there could be a world where M80's the gatekeepers and stops them out. I don't know. Would have been interesting. But another nail in the coffin for Envy, though. You know, they might not make the top 6 after that matchup, and M80 looked amazing, essentially. I mean, their defenses, obviously, it goes without saying. Defender-sided map, you have some of the most aggressive defender-sided players on the team, and I think it showed it. Every single round just looked like M80, you know, each individual player was just playing like gun game. They were just walking around, just getting their picks. It didn't really look like Envy could do what you wanted them to do, which was get into the map and have some type of ground focus.
I was going to say, it was the one round where they did actually find good placing and a good setup was the karaoke bar. I mean, the bar and barbecue. But, I mean, for me, I just don't know why you go to this map. You know that it's so defender-sided. You had success really only on your defenses, and to give such a strong team, like you were saying, you got very strong defender-sided players on the likes of M80, and you can't enter the building. You find one success to get into the building on round 5 or round 6, and then everything continues to fall apart. No opening kills win in their favor. I mean, again, this goes on JJ's Blast when he's talking about stylistic matchups. They just really had nothing.
Yeah, this was a stylistic matchup that they just overcalculated. I think their thought process was, let's get 1 or 2 attacks, and we can go to defense and maybe have some of that lockdown D that they had against Cloud9, that they had against Cruelty. But I think it's just the system. I mean, when you look at a team like M80, all those guys are demons individually on defense. So you're giving them the best situation, and that's what I was saying in the pre-desk, is they needed at least 2 rounds, because if they go 5-1, their mental would not be in it. You're going 6-0 into your defenses, your mental is not. You're not, as a newer team like Envy, you're not bringing it back.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate for Envy, but they still have 1 game tomorrow to potentially get a couple of points. If I do get it right, it will be OXG. So, again, that's not necessarily the easiest matchup for them, but it's still possible. We do have another 4 best-of-1s coming today, and the next one is going to be DarkZero Wildcard, which DarkZero, by the way, is also not in the top 6 right now. So this is a win that they really do need, especially after they lost against SSG yesterday, which makes it just that much more interesting. So if you want to stick around and find out whether or not DZ can push themselves into the top 6, then make sure you stay here, because we're going to have a little break, and we'll be back with our second game of the day.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
Who is hot and cold? A normal dude that grew up playing video games and somehow fell into playing professional Siege. I've never been a leader growing up. I never planned to play professionally or anything. I've technically never really had like a real job other than Siege.
A lot of people are saying like the toughest player of all time.
I mean, looking back, I would want my legacy in Siege to... I got my name from playing World of Warcraft back in the day. Icy Fire is taken, so I tried hot and cold, but that was taken, so I just said hot and cold. I'm from Vegas, I live in Vegas, but M80 will basically get us all in a house in Austin, so just being together is really cool, makes it a lot more fun. I think on my like 7th or 8th birthday, my dad ended up giving me a computer to play. I was already basically competing to become pro in Rainbow Six when I was 17, like in high school. I ended up getting thrown out of my dad's house when I was 18 because he wanted me to go to college and I said no. So I kind of just appeased him by getting a job at some fast food hot dog place. I think I worked there for max 5 days. Like, I had no patience to be there. I've technically never really had like a real job other than Siege. Starting Siege, I was not good. The main thing I did was just watch the competitive tournaments every week. Going to Beast Coast was very interesting for me because none of us ever teamed together. It was just a team of misfits, basically, that all got cut from their old teams. Winning the major with Beast Coast, obviously it wasn't really expected. It wasn't expected by us, by anyone really. It felt amazing. After Beast Coast, I just woke up one day, the M80 bought the whole team out. Eventually ended up on Unwanted for the 6th Invitational. We had, I think, like a week or two to get 2 new players, try to do as best as we can going into Invite. I've never been a leader growing up, so learning how to IGL, it's very hard, very stressful, but it's the most fulfilling role in Siege, in my opinion, because when all the little parts of your plan work, it just feels so good.
Hot and Cold's a great leader, fun person to be around, a great player. Honestly, like seeing him with like 15 kills in the lobby makes everybody around him put in some extra effort.
A lot of what I do is yell at them, honestly, but I feel like I have such good trust with these guys. They have such good trust with me that, you know, even if I say it in a bad way, like they'll take what's needed out of it and not hold grudges at the end of the day. I mean, looking back, I would want my legacy in Siege to, you know, be one of the best IGLs the game's ever seen.
Hot and cold rushing up in the midst of the smoke.
I'm on my team. I'm gonna worry about myself, my teammates, and as long as we're just getting better every tournament, then that's the main goal. I'm gonna show what we can do.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Another day here at the NAL with a 7-0. It feels like every single play day we try to break this record by having at least one of those. But next up, DarkZero Wildcard, which hopefully is not going to be another 7-0. Welcome back to the NAL, where we have DZ, who is a team that last stage was doing really, really well. And then they go to an international and they come back and I don't know what happened. And then we're looking at Wildcard. Inconsistency.
I think both teams are just in a little bit of an identity crisis. DZ obviously has reached the top of the NAL, the top of events. You know, they've been there before, and I think they're just in a situation where they're overcomplicating it, trying to find the basics, but they also don't want to forget all of the new things that they learned. A little bit too much overcomplication. As for Wildcard, it just looks like they don't really have anywhere to go to. They're just stuck in, you know, old ways, don't really know how to adapt from there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at DZ's roster, I feel like we're like on the opposite spectrum now, when it's like last time we were like saying, oh, they're so good, they're so great, everyone can like pop off, and it's like the Swiss Army knife, and now it's like, what's going on?
Well, I mean, yesterday, you know, I was convinced that they were going to win that matchup, and especially starting on defense on border, I thought we were going to find some success. They only managed to get 2 defenses out of there. I mean, granted, SSG came very prepared in that matchup, but it definitely left me in a lot of situations pretty perplexed on how they were playing some situations.
Yeah, they had a lot of missed opportunities that we were seeing from them yesterday when it came down to some of these fights, and that's just not the situation that you would expect a roster like DZ.
Yeah, I mean, round 1, this is where I definitely think they overcomplicated. Bomb is inside bathroom and tellers, and why are you trying to fight for CC? That's not the main position that needs to be fought for. Instead, they start losing numbers all across the board and getting picked apart by SSG, and that's not typically the typical DZ that we see. They're usually very good at understanding win conditions and site control, and then going into round 5, sure, you know, this was a great play from Space Station, but why Nafe is, one, needing to reload, not sure if he was pre-firing, what he was doing, but getting caught off guard from there, and then no one able to follow up, losing that out. But then we get into round 7. Fultz should have never clutched this, and given how structured DZ plays on defense, they knew where Fultz was from the beginning, top metal, once he takes the first engagement. So why we have a player swinging from 90, why we have these two not being able to play this 2v1 proper, the player just, I mean, there was many scenarios that could have outplayed that spot for Fultz not to be able to get that clutch, but they just double up, play it improperly, and then just leave all of SSG to clutch. But in all 3 of those scenarios that I'm talking about, that's not typically the standard DZ that we're used to seeing, that is very tight and very structured and methodical in how they approach these defenses.
Yeah, and there was also 2 players individually that we wanted to highlight where it comes to like both sides of the coin, that they're doing really well, but then also having like a little bit of a mishap here and there, and those were Citizen as well as Spirits.
Yeah, you know, for me, when I look at this roster, I think everyone can step up in their own department. But for me, the biggest 2 that I think carries DZ through and through really comes down to Spirits and Citizen. They're kind of the yin and the yang in this situation here, whereas one day both are doing really well, and then the other kind of has a little bit of a fall off. But for me, it comes down to their survivability. Where it gets to that end to late round, where we were seeing that a lot last stage, their survivability isn't looking too great. Obviously, this does contribute to the entire team not having that success. But for me, if both of these 2 can just get on the exact same page, whether that's on defense, whether that's on attack, and just coming together and being able to both be alive in that late round, that's where I feel I'll start to see DZ come alive again. I think that's kind of where they lost their touch. But it's not to discredit anyone else on the team. Everyone else does need to step it up. I just need these 2 in particular to find that rhythm, find more life in these rounds than what they're doing in the early rounds, because what they're doing in the early rounds is great. I just need to see it in the later bits of the rounds, of them all coming together cohesively and closing out, whether that's defense or attack round.
Yeah, talking about coming together and finding rhythm, I think that's also pretty much true for the likes of Wildcard, because this roster, I mean, it's been ups and downs ever since, and it gets to a point during the whole year where you need to find consistency.
Yeah, and I don't think they found it. If anything, their insecurities have come out, specifically going to a map like Border against Cruelty was just a situation where it felt very underwhelming why they would even pick the map or let the map slide through when there was so many better options they could have went to.
Yeah, specifically the performance that they had yesterday against Cruelty was so underwhelming. We expected a lot more from that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the opening kills, I mean, they didn't really get much. They got it 4 out of the 10 rounds. You can see it in a lot of their plays. Very aggressive, very individualized plays. It doesn't really look like Wildcard respected Cruelty, but at the same time, it looks like they were just trying to play with a chip on their shoulder. They were just trying to focus on their own game, playing individualized Siege, knowing that they could beat it. But that just means that you're building bad habits if you're Wildcard, because when you play against a good team, you can't hope for them to just throw that opening pick advantage. And even though Wildcard's playing super aggressive, good teams are not going to lose those rounds when they get the opening. So it just doesn't look like Wildcard had necessarily the best strats that were grouped up. It was very individualized, and they would just try to bring it back just by being the better players.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily going to work, especially when you're going up against a roster like DZ, which neither one of these teams are too unfamiliar with each other, because the history that they two share, I mean, it's always going in DZ's favor, which brings up the heat even that much more for Wildcard.
Yeah, Wildcard has faced DZ 3 times during stage 1 and has lost all 3 times. And it does go down to the wire, but obviously, I mean, they played Clubhouse during the regular stage. That was a 7-4, and then in the playoffs, DZ was the one to knock them out. And obviously, yes, it does go the distance, but it just goes to show that DarkZero's consistency in those late rounds, having the understanding of how we're going to close out rounds, the win condition has always been there. But that's something that we don't even see anymore from DarkZero. It looks like they have their own insecurities as well, with having Nafe and Spirits being the ones to get those picks. If they don't do it, no one else does it on the team.
It's like the theme is existential crisis this time around for both of these rosters, but you have to do it today. You have to get it together, because we've already touched upon it a little bit for DZ. They are currently sitting on 8th. The difference between them and Wildcard is 2 points in total. So you want to make sure that when it comes to this map, Vito Lax, that you're setting yourself up for success, whichever roster that is.
Yeah, I mean, border coming out for both these teams. Neither team clearly looked too strong, and I will say Wildcard looked far stronger their first time around when they played against Shopify Rebellion. But as for yesterday, yeah, I thought it was very underwhelming. And then even for DarkZero, I thought starting on that defensive half, given how structured they typically play, that it was going to be a lot better of a result. Obviously, that was poor. So if I was to look at this matchup and with it ending on border, it makes sense. As for DarkZero, I'm sure they're going to come in and correct their mistakes from what happened yesterday coming into that loss. Whereas for Wildcard, versus a weaker opponent, keeping it close, losing a lot of those opening engagements, I'm not too comfortable for Wildcard regardless of starting on that defensive side.
I feel like Wildcard has the basics. My issue with DarkZero is it looks like they have 2 different teams of ideology. They have Spirits and Citizen that are able to go get the kills and make the plays. Then they have NJR, Pamba, and Nafe, who are also very passive players. And I think we've found themselves in a position where they've lost confidence in their own abilities to go for those aggressive picks. They need to be set up in positions. So if they let Spirits and Citizens try to do it, which is why their survivability is so poor, because they're constantly doing it on their own. And if it works, okay, maybe they'll be able to close that around. But if it doesn't work, DZ has no response, because those 3 passive players feels like their own insecurities are coming out and they're not confident in going for those plays.
Yeah, but as much as we're kind of bashing this way on DZ in terms of them not necessarily being the team that we saw last stage and them having a lot of insecurities come out, it is against Wildcard. So this is a roster that, oh, whoa, wait.
What were you going to say?
I thought you guys were going to go for DZ. Explain.
I think we just explained it.
Yeah, I mean, I still am going to stick with Wildcard just because of the inconsistencies on DZ's end. I think I need to see a lot more improvement, given from where they were stage 1, where they are currently now. Whereas Wildcard, I'd say they're exactly in the exact same spot where they did ramp up in playoffs, where Wildcard, I mean, where DZ didn't necessarily have to. So just given statistics and history, I'm just going to stick with Wildcard because they've been the most consistent in terms of their problems, where DZ's still kind of facing that crisis.
Wildcard's issue is discipline, in my opinion, on border. DarkZero's issue.
I would say discipline too, given their match versus SSG.
Who, for DarkZero? Yeah. I just think DarkZero just looks completely lost. Like they don't believe in each other's strategies, or they don't believe in trading off each other anymore. They look like a completely different team.
Well, we'll see whether or not the casters agree with that point as well, because we're ready to head into our second game of today with Border. We have Wildcard against DZ, but actually I would really, really like our casters to let me know whether or not they agree with the prediction from the desk, because what?
I think what you got to remember about being lost is that not all those that are lost wish to be found. That's something to ponder, at least as we head into our second game of the night here. Both of these 2 teams, Jesse, played Border yesterday, and it was 2 very different results. Wildcard, they were able to get a 7-3 win over Cruelty. DarkZero, they lost 7-4 to SSG. Now, in the context of things, a game against Cruelty isn't the same thing as a game against SSG. However, what I will agree with the desk on is that DarkZero have lost a little bit of that identity, and it's now that they need to show it, because they are not guaranteed for playoffs, and they need 6 points across the next 2 days to give themselves even a chance.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ollie. This is a critical game for DarkZero, but I would also argue it's a critical game for Wildcard. I mean, Yesterday's game against Cruelty, did they win it? Absolutely. But they did not look very powerful. I mean, there were some rounds in there that Cruelty absolutely should have won. Wildcard, especially in the early game, were really struggling to get things underway, and they had to rely on some big clutches from Cans and some big plays to go their way. And on the other side, I mean, DarkZero got clutched on quite a bit. There was that crazy 1v4 from Faults that we got to see yesterday. So it did just feel to me like Wildcard were playing, honestly, a little bit worse Siege on that map. The analyst desk has gotten far more into it than I will. And I never feel good betting against both of our analysts. But for me, I really need to see something more from Wildcard today to be confident in them beating a team like DarkZero. Are DZ a little bit discoordinated? Are they maybe not on the same page? I think those are all absolutely fair criticisms, and I don't disagree with anything the desk said, but I also just feel like Wildcard have been on a bit of a downward trend, and so I'm really hoping we can see that get reversed today. Everything is on the line. It is a critical moment in the stage for both of these teams. If they're going to show up and show us their best Siege, now is the time to do it.
There's definitely levels to it, isn't there?
Yes.
And I think that stats are great, but especially in NA for stage 2, where some games and some teams have lacked a long way behind the rest of the pack, it just distorts the stats for everybody, because everyone's got to play them. I've never been too much of a stats fan myself. I do like to just believe in my gut, and my gut says that DZ will do it today. Now, my gut on SAL is second to none. Like, if you want to use your channel points, just hit me up before the game. I'll tell you what it's going to be. You just let me know.
This is not SAL though, Ollie.
Well, yeah, I'm saying I'm developing my gut for NAL. It's been refined over years. That you've got to remember this. The NAL one's still it's purely in its infancy. We're still just getting used to. Oh, is that a twinge? Is that like a good twinge or a bad twinge? And
You're cultivating the right.
Surely we'll find out.
Cultivating the right gut bacteria, right? I mean, it's a complicated system in the gut.
It's important. It's really important.
It's a ambitious on that smoke. Yeah.
Good opener though. Amber. Gonna fall. Oh, he gets a second as well. Nath, you've just been done. Spiker drop into the deck. We're in double shotgun, by the way. Initial point of pressure and the attempt to take over East Stairs. It's fallen flat on its face.
Yeah, that's a great defensive play coming through from Spiker, playing the sentry on East Stairs. I know something that FaZe Clan and a lot of the Brazilians like to do quite a bit is play that sentry over there. Spiker playing it absolutely perfectly, despite all the smokes and the glass play that was coming his way. DarkZero, they're timed together, but they don't get anything for that push, and so now they're in a 2v5. They still haven't cleared out security. Bay's hitting his shots today. Citizen hits the deck, and there goes Kansan for the final. It's an easy cleanup of the last two DarkZero players. I said Wildcard have to play better if they're going to beat DarkZero today, and man, it doesn't get much better than a flawless start.
Looks like Wildcard are playing in a hospital ward tonight.
This is where they usually play, right?
It's like those screens that you erect around like a hospital bed.
They've got their secret strats behind those, eh?
Yeah, whatever works for them.
Honestly, just so well played by Spiker. I felt he was able to correctly identify where he needed to swing and when. He was really the rock of that hold for Wildcard, the youngest captain in the North America League once again, and so it's really important that he gets the team motivated, he gets the team energized. I believe it was last week in the interview where he kind of talked about how this week was all about the energy. It's all about keeping them up the pace. That game versus Envy last week, I believe Spiker said was the worst game he thought Wildcard had ever played, at least with this roster. Bouncing back from that is absolutely critical to making this playoff run a success, and once more, this will be the test for that.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Because of course tonight Wildcard are playing for more than just the end of stage 2. They're playing for the regional finals as well.
Yep.
So whilst this game means something for both of these teams for the end of stage games, it means a bit more for Wildcard due to their performance inside of stage 1. They are neck and neck at the moment with Cloud9. So it really does add on the pressure somewhat. DZ will be aware of that and a game's a game. Both teams need to win it, just for different reasons. It shouldn't matter how badly you want it. The want should be the same. I just hope that DZ are able to get a little bit more of a handle on these opening picks and those sort of opening 3-2-1s, because to see one of those go sort of drastically sideways, it's fine for the odd round, but we need some consistency for them tonight. Because the opening pick, again, for DZ, it's been something that's really, really been struggling with them, and it's so much so Nate's even spoken about it in interviews.
Bit of a slow start for DarkZero. They kind of went for a rush round one, and so now reining things in a little bit. Spirits has got a lot of free space. They're worried about one inside of offices, and they're correct. And Spirits does get that frag, takes down Kansan, traded out. Pamba dies to Dash. 4v4 now in this top floor. There are still wildcard players lurking up here. There's one of them. Bay with the run out finds Citizen. Now he's in a really strong spot. Nobody else really in a position to find him, but Nath gets Dash instead.
Serious disrespect from Bay there, running out under the cover of the smoke. On the Oryx, does have the option to rotate over. I think Bay's going to be more than happy just to play his life right now, depending on what his team can do on the site. If he picks up another here, it could be wraps. DZ only just the other side of the corner. Stuns come out, full white, and cleaned up by Nath. Usually Spirit's on the glass, but Nath has taken the reins here in round number 2. A minute to find these last two players, full health attackers, both defenders chipped down. Should be fairly straightforward for DarkZero right now, but drones aren't their friend. They've got a lack of information and no real ability to make any verts in these floors. They're kind of left scrapping with what's already there. As you can see now, NJR just checking if there's any angles to be found. But it is time to hop into those drones, figure out where these final couple of players are, make the drop, make it successful. NJR, great kill onto Spiker. Baby Shark, he was watching the bottom of those main stairs, wasn't anticipating the 3-man hatch drop, as DZ have been allowed to set up in sight. Plank goes down, and final kill secured.
Nice little finish from DarkZero. It was the roam clear that really got them that advantage, and it was honestly kind of a strange round, a little bit scrappy. Nath can hear the breath of Bay inside security, but Nath is on the glass. Bay, no clue that he's there. Nath ends up getting flashed by his teammate in the midst of that as well. I believe NJR flashes him as he's inches away from Bay, but there's no harm, there's no foul. They trade out with correct numbers, and honestly, even though the positioning was a bit odd, Nath did hit some really nice shots. His positioning was good enough to get 2 really strong kills there, so not trying to disparage him at all. It was a really strong round from DarkZero, and I think we got to see a little bit of the lack of discipline in Wildcard that both Foxay and Laxing were talking about before this game began. You know, it's those early opening picks that don't always go their way when you've got to rely on some of those top floor players like Kansan, like Dash, like Bay to survive in the early round. Sometimes they do get a bit over eager. Sometimes they do take fights where it's not so advantageous for them. And we got to see Spiker succeed on the aggressive position in round number 1. Unlikely to be a common spot for him. He's going to be playing East once again on the smoke this time around. So reining in some of those early deaths is really important for Wildcard going forward in this match.
Winks and I have a little bit of a bit that we do about East Stairs being called NJR, just because that's basically where he plays.
Yes.
It's bold of Spiker to assume NJR's position in a game against him.
That's so funny.
You would hope that it's very quickly dealt with, because you play it a lot, you know all the vulnerabilities and the weaknesses of it. NJR will be looking to get in through Passport, at least opening up that Passport door. Playing on the ace this time, so he's going to be looking for something to open, conscious that there will be an East Stairs player. And we'll want to try and take a bit of advantage of that, but he's going to need something to happen above to really force that player out of position. Baby Shark, no one's accounted for him right now. Some great aggression, catches NJR in the drone and disappears like a thief in the night.
That's a crazy play from the French rookie on Wildcard. Makes that run out, gets the down onto NJR. Diffuse kit falls to the floor as he does that. And all of the momentum for DZ has just been shattered. Wildcard in a really powerful position in this round now. Border not a map where hard breach is necessarily that critical, but to break open some of these positions, especially for Bathroom, if the Passport wall is closed, that could be big. Spirits is trying to take matters into his own hands and finds Dash, but it's not an easy kill. Gets it anyways.
Eventually secures it, but pays for it with a lot of HP. Nath the same. Kansan, he's low, but he's still in the fight right now. Desperately trying to find something inside a fountain. Got a good line in toward Archives. Good position from Spiker as well, able to rotate, but Baby Shark might be low HP, but he is certainly not out of the fight. Goes head-to-head with Pamba there and secures himself another. Spirits and Nath left to try and deal with this top floor, and the Roamers are retaking for a time. Then they drop the hatch into Archives, recognizing there's 50 seconds left. These guys haven't got all too much. Spirits is going to take him a lot of swings of the hammer to really open up any of that flooring, and even then there's going to be nobody there for the catch on the basement level. The hatch is reinforced as well. The diffuser being outside a passport, you can see now, is becoming an urgent focus from DarkZero. Spirits is left to try and make a little bit of it and see what he can find. The only likely avenue for the two remaining players is to force something in through passport. But back upstairs, they rotate, 20 seconds. Hatch now open. Vulcan packs, they can start to be detonated. Nath tempted for a bit of a drop in a plan, but with the wall open, it's going to be very difficult. His team can try and watch, but Kansan on the retake collects 2. And Nath inside of showers. There's nothing for him to do. Might find an exit frag here, but that's all it'll be.
We go back and forth on border, just as we'd like to see with these two Titans. Really good round once again from Baby Shark, getting aggressive and taking matters into his own hands. I know it hasn't been the best stage for Wildcard, and I think you could very well look at stage 1, look at stage 2, and say this is maybe a bit of a worse performance for them, at least so far through the stage. But I think Baby Shark as an individual has really stepped his game up since stage 1. There's been a lot of individual growth from him. His KDR is up 1.25, up to a 1.25 from a 0.97 in stage 1. I think he's dying way less. He's got really smart timings at this stage that we weren't seeing as much in stage 1. Just feels like a real renewal of confidence for him. And of course, being a rookie last stage and still a rookie now, but having that extra experience, I think, has made all the difference. He gets this first kill on a run out. His second kill, I don't know if we caught it on cam, but it's onto a Raptors position. He's inside Tellers, and he just peeks the Tellers window to get the kill onto Raptors. Again, kind of an aggressive play, not an expected move that you'd see from a defender, but Baby Shark's not most defenders. Then he takes those types of risks, often paying off for him. Really good start for the Shark.
It felt nice and calculated onto NJR, though. It felt like he knew that that was a bit of a player tendency. Obviously, both of these two teams playing this map yesterday, it gives great opportunity for prep work and very recent prep work at that. If Wildcard have put the time in, very likely that that was a almost pre-decided and, as I mentioned, calculated play. It certainly paid off.
5 seconds left.
5-man 6-pick from DarkZero right now. Their plans have changed. Spirits going to be rocking the Amaru. You've got a couple of options for the Amaru when attacking into Armory and Archives. Option 1, sandwich window. Option 2 is the small hatch, both of which tend to work quite well. Sandwich window involves a little bit more setup, and it involves a lot more pressure from the rest of the team, whereas just popping up inside of the hatch in the room where Dash is playing right now can just be a little bit more devastating as you get immediately into the center of the site. So he's certainly a player to watch. And don't forget, just because it's an Amaru doesn't mean it has to happen in the first 30 seconds. These can be plays that brew over the course of the round. But something that won't be brewing this time is Nath on the sense, as he's taken out again as DarkZero suffer that opening death.
Yeah, and that's back-to-back rounds where Baby Shark is downing the defuse kit outside the building very early on in this game. It's difficult to state just how important that is going to be for DarkZero. Even if they rush through the site and have a massive play here, they won't be able to plant.
Ooh, alternate angle right now as it was a hop up in through CCTV. Still a very good means of gaining quick control, but it isn't going to do anything. Wildcard are in position to very handsomely deal with that. Kind of looked like a bit of an overreaction from DZ, like, oh crap, we lose Nath, we've just got to try and make something happen.
Yeah, it was tough because NJR then goes down to a Nitro right afterwards, too. He's in the midst of throwing a flash, I believe, on the south side of the map and then just gets eaten by a Nitro cell. Spiker ended up tossing that one out from the hallway. So really strong start from Wildcard, not letting DZ get set up with that. I like that you were talking about how recently these teams have played Border because there is a lot of footage. DarkZero didn't run that strat at all yesterday against Space Station Gaming. The Sens coming out from Nafe was brand new. The Amaru coming out from Spirits was brand new. These are not operators that DarkZero have ever really brought going back over the last couple of months, at least since the summer. So a new strategy from DZ. Wildcard were not phased by it. That was meant to catch them off guard. And it's really looking like our analysts were right on the money in terms of the problems with these two teams. Border is historically an attacker-sided map. I know that yesterday the teams did tend to choose to start on attack when they got that choice. Wildcard actually got side choice here, and they did choose defense, but for overtime side choice, DarkZero chose attack. So you have to imagine that for both teams, they feel that they're on their stronger side.
Which makes sense. I think DarkZero's attacks this stage have been, they've left us wanting fairly often at times. Amber, a player that's really gone missing this stage for me, Jesse. I mean, someone that can have such an incredible impact on the roster. Citizen as well, in this game in particular, 0 and 4. Like, these aren't numbers that we're used to seeing from these sort of players, especially not Citizen, who he needs to be that impact player, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Citizen, even when DZ have been having problems, has always been the rock that has been showing up. One of the most talented entry fraggers in the world, I would make the argue for, but this game against Wildcard, I think it's just been so crazy, so unpredictable, and maybe with DZ going for so many little pocket strategies, it's been hard for him to really find his place. He's going to be here near Pambazoo at this point, trying to help them out on the security clear, but Baby Shark, he's done this 2 rounds in a row now. Will he again make an aggressive swing out? No, Spirits is in.
Spirits is in, nearly finds himself a kill. I thought Dash had his back to him, but Spirits is going to fall, traded out by Citizen. Welcome to the scoreboard, Ben. It's nice to have you here. Is this going to be the start of a better round to come from DarkZero? ROU projector, if that gets dropped right now, it could be critical. No, just behind the desk, the outlines baiting me into thinking that Kansan was just on the wrong side of things there, but of course he knows better than that. Nathan with a good bit of information onto the site as well. It was a dangerous thing when the IGL's on a drone in sight and has the diffuser. You do start to worry, is there going to be an immediate call to sight? But it looks like a bit of a stall out at the moment, and Wildcard happy to take that. Bay and Kansan have got a brilliant cross at the moment.
Love this control so far from DarkZero. Very clinical, but that's not what you were hoping for. The drone's not strong enough. The rat spots are better. He does get traded out, but then will we see anything else? No, Kansan drops too. NJR eventually cleans up Bay. That'll be a 3v3. Really strong trades coming out from Wildcard. Some rat positions and some good gunfights go their way. This could have been really bad for them, but DarkZero will have to push this now 3v3 and without their captain.
I think that's a brilliant play from Kansan to drop the hatch when all that starts to happen as well. There's an argument to say that he leaves Bay out to dry a little bit, but it's so much more important that he's there to keep it 3 versus 3 than risk getting another kill. DZ going to try for this hatch drop once again. The cover being provided again by NJR as Pamba desperately trying to get that kit down. He hasn't got a lot of HP, but fortunately for him, the smoke has kind of been misplaced. Kansan on a bit of an attempted retake here, but punished by Citizen. We mentioned that he hadn't got a kill until the start of this round, and so far he's found 3. 2 versus 2 now as Baby Shark, he gets taken out by NJR. Spiker just looks like he's windmilling with the shotgun right now, desperate to find anything. But with a player above and a player below, it's going to be almost impossible for him to retake this. Can emerge through the smoke, send one of his own up through the hatch. Another nade comes down, forcing him out of position straight into NJR's lap.
Another tough one for Wildcard and Spiker. I mean, he's the best player on his team statistically at the moment through this game, but even still, coming through with a round like that, struggling a little bit to find impact in the late round as a smoke. It's the exact same plant DarkZero went for back in the second round. It's the exact same spot where they go down, but the smoke doesn't really do a whole lot to deny that. It might have been a call for a post plant. It definitely felt like their positioning was getting ready to really lock down the post plant instead, but as soon as Kansan loses his one top floor, I mean, that rotate up metal is absolutely predicted by DarkZero. They do a really good job of setting themselves up in the post plant instead so that Wildcard cannot thrive in that situation. DZ very much still in this game. Wildcard, I liked their early game there, trading out quite nicely, but in the end, they just didn't seem to have a great strategy for the late round.
It's great to see that DZ have been able to stabilize this game without taking the tactical timeout as well.
Yeah.
So now they've got that for a little bit deeper on. Still able to salvage a 3-3 split at the half, which should be more than fair. I do think that this round is fairly critical, mainly for the mental on the side of DZ, honestly, because they've won one site twice. If they can break that mold now and get an advantage somewhere else, I think they'll feel like they have better control. It's nice that Citizen got himself a little 3K in the previous round. That's now him off the mark and hopefully activated for the rest of the game. Really on Wildcard. Doing a very good job of deciding where to defend and very quick to react as to where DZ are pushing. That's been something that's been noticeable. Think back to the Amaru round, and they were very quick to almost spin on a dime and immediately be in position to affect and assist that defense. Nice value out of the shock drone there as the FNATs will be removed. NJR rolling the dice once again on this rappel. I think it's fairly safe to assume that Baby Shark won't do the same thing again, but you never know.
Inside bathroom at the moment, maybe going for a different aggressive play. We'll have to wait and see. Teller's window is always an appealing option for him, but I think this is going to be a very classic East Stairs attempted clear. Spiker's playing that with the smoke, one of the most common operators we see in this position. It's got backup that we can see from behind. Scans in on the Aruni, does get droned out, but at least trades the information. What can they do to protect each other, and how much time can they waste? Spiker's actually moved down the stairs to waiting. He's still holding around East, so that's still going to be his primary objective. The push will start top floor.
Citizen falls again. The information not good enough. Kansan just able to sneak around. And the target may have been Bay, but he looks fairly safe here as well. He's got himself a nice little angle. Maybe that pre-fire onto the window gives him away. There's not much to root him out of this position. Yeah, you've got Dokubi calls, you've got Lion scans, you can know where he is, but you can't make him move. Pamba tempted for a walk in East, but you know there's always the risk that someone's going to be below. Spiker, fortunately for him, is kind of in the middle of main lobby and really should just be dead, immediately taken out there by Pamba. Kansan again in with a trade, though. He's been the player of the moment so far. Bay just fluffs his shots. As last round, it was Citizen to get 3 kills after not getting any. This time, Pamba on for 2. Could be about to pick up a 3K of his own as NJR starts to get that plan down. And I don't think that Wildcard are in position to do anything about this. Kansan, he's still up there on the roam and was leaving a lot of hope and wishes on Dash's shoulders. Kansan good for 1. But realistically, shouldn't get any more. Drop. DZ maybe will hear this. There are a couple of drones kicking around as well. Some nice shots on through the wall. Just let him know you're there. Kansan, he's one shot to any gun right now. And needs to hit 2 headshots pretty much back to back if he's going to hope to pick this round up. But Nath, the very skinny angle, not leaving anything to chance there, secures the 3-3 half.
And after Kansan started that round so strong for a wild card, it was absolutely critical that somebody like Pambazoo steps up and starts to bring things back for DarkZero. This is his first kill of the game in that round, by the way. Pamba was 0-5 heading into the 6th round, and this has unfortunately been a trend for Pamba. He was the lowest rated player on DarkZero in both games last week, going particularly 2-11 in that 7-5 loss to OXG, where it really felt like with a little extra push, DarkZero could have gotten the victory in that game. Pamba had a fine day yesterday. He went 8-8 against Space Station, but he's a player who has had a couple of really rough games so far this stage, and it was looking like this might be one of them. Turns it around, though. It's a bit of a solo play East Stairs that starts to turn things back in his favor. The first vert pick onto Spiker, and then it's another pick later as well in the hallway to clean up Dash, or to clean up the other player that was roaming up above with him. So I think that's really good individual play from Pambazoo. It's not necessarily super well coordinated, but I mean, it isn't. He doesn't have anybody with him, but it is timed well with the push that's going on towards break room, right? He's still moving at the same time as his teammates. So saying it's not well coordinated isn't correct, but I do hope that we can continue that trend on the defensive side, because Pamba is an extremely talented player. Once upon a time, I would argue the best player in North America, but it just hasn't been his stage in stage 2.
I think it speaks more to how DZ are playing at the moment, right? Because Pamba makes a good play, There isn't a lot of fail safes in place for if he loses one of those gunfights. Like, there's no one immediately there to like pick up the slack or get the trade. It's a must-win gunfight, and it's just one of the times where we're seeing him win him, because he's, I think, quite often, and I think a lot of DZ are being put in must-win gunfights where there isn't necessarily a backup plan, and it's been one of the problems that we've seen them have throughout the stage. So when you see them pull it off, it's like, yeah, it's great, but for the other 70% of the time, those plays haven't really been working for them, and that's why they find themselves where they are right now in the standings. It feels like a shame for DZ to be down there at, what are they at the moment, 8th?
Yeah, it's tough where DarkZero are currently at. I mean, they know this is must win, right? This game's gotten a little bit closer than I think they would have liked. But on the defensive side, they have a good chance, I think, to start turning the momentum back in their favor. 60% defensive win rate throughout this stage. It's been their stronger side, so this might be their opportunity to turn things around. We do have NJR playing in the spot that he is oh so famous for. I was casting with Parker yesterday, and I actually made the claim that he was the best East Stairs player in North America. So I'm glad that Yumi and
we've
Lynx
made that claim as well. Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah.
You're in good company. I love this clash play from Spirits. So aggressive. Citizen, opening pick there over onto Dash. Baby Shark has burst through into CCTV. Surely is able to find at least one. He gets 2! We talk about Amaru being able to thrust themselves into the heart of the action, and that's exactly what Baby Shark's been able to do. Dismantling 2 defenders and nearly got the clash as well. Spirits, fortunately, still alive and somehow has managed to rotate himself in towards Armory. But look at the amount of time now that Wildcard have to work with.
Brilliant
what a shot from Nath. They're the kind of plays that we need to be making. He might find himself another here as well. Just needs to bank on. Baby Shark being a little bit too aggressive once again can just further open himself up an angle. Wildcard have really missed out on an opportunity right now. Spirits finds one. He's peeking from behind that clash shield. Nath only down at the moment. Bay starting to get dangerous. It's 1 versus 1 with Spirits. You're 1v1 with a clash. And you've got 39 seconds to figure it all out. If you give too much space, maybe he rotates over and picks up Nath. Instead, Bay is going to be moving quickly. Caught out on the default cam. That will give the game away. Spirits now knows that reviving Nath is not an option. The diffuser, that's not going to be a part here in round number 7. This is just a battle of nerve. Spirits playing the clash exceptionally well, maintaining distance, not letting Bay get too close and not overextending. You've got to be careful though, Spirits. The push has to come here from Bay. Great shot from Spirits to secure the round for DarkZero.
Spirits, his first clutch of the season. I guess it won't technically be counted as a clutch in the stat books, but definitely felt like one with the down player not being able to impact anything in that game. Played so perfectly from behind that clash shield. Bay really wanted to find some way in there, but there was nothing he could have done. He didn't have the utility. He was out of nades to try to pressure that clash shield, force Spirits to pick it back up. It was a crazy round start to finish. I thought I was going to be praising Baby Shark in this post round as he had been absolutely the star entry player, making that play up in with the Amaru for 2 deep frags in onto that aggressive kind of security and hallway hold from DarkZero. But in the end, it's that, I think, constant pressure from the clash. It's a brilliant shot from Citizen to get the numbers traded back out into the favor of DZ. And in the end, it's nerves of steel from Spirits. I don't know how he hit that head. Such a tight little shot, but he risks nothing in that round and he plays it so perfectly. So good to see Spirits thriving on a shield, something we come to expect from a guy like him, and DarkZero will take the lead in the second half.
Spirits has been that player so far for DarkZero this stage who has stepped up when it has really mattered the most. You know, when the likes of Pambazoo or Citizen have been struggling, it feels like Spirits has been there to not quite fill that gap, but do his best to fill it. I mean, it would have been a dying shame if DZ had lost that, by the way. It would have been, what?
Yeah.
3 versus 2. So very good job on being able to clutch that one up. I do believe we are going to go to a short break while we sort the rehost out, so please bear with us. We will be back as soon as the game is ready. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us while we got everything ready and set up. We haven't missed any of the action. We still have DarkZero, and we still have Wildcard in our second game of the night here in the North America League. It is crunch time, and DarkZero have a very narrow lead of 1 round in what so far, Jesse, has been a very back and forth game.
It absolutely has, Ollie, and this is a critical one for both these teams. If you're just joining us now, both teams are in a brutal fight for playoffs, currently sitting outside the top 6, which is where they need to be. DarkZero in particular, 8th place at the moment, would be desperate for 3 points up against Wildcard. It is so ridiculously tight down at the bottom that there's no telling how things are going to end out. Both teams will need the final play day regardless, but today is still critical. Go down to Ventilation Workshop for our second round on DZ's defense. The first time DarkZero went for their defensive split, they did walk away with the victory. It was a 3-3 first half, and then DZ really stepping up, I think, in that first offensive round where we saw Spirits with some really great clash play, clutching out the 1v1. He's going to run back to that same operator, and he's playing a similar position up on the top floor with most of his team.
Dash going to be on his trademark Monty for round 8 here. Shield is often where Dash will find himself on the attack to varying levels of success.
Yep.
It isn't always a guarantee with Dash when he picks the shield, but sometimes it can work. At the moment, very quickly droning out the site, and Citizen is going to be here all alone. Of course, on the mute, not the more ideal smoke for this situation. And that pressure that comes in vertically, well, NJR is going to be there to deal with it. Great kill onto Bay. What feels like the first time that DZ are going to get this opening pick, and Dash needs to be cautious on this Monty. This is one of the reasons he has so many problems. Unshielding there and trying to take advantage and find an angle onto Citizen, but Citizen has found himself in a corner right now.
He's retreating to the mute jammer to silence the phones. Here comes the smoke walking in through vents. This is going to be the plan. Get it done from up above, but watch out for Nafe. He's playing the Solus from up above.
Ooh, provides the ping. Pamba should just be able to depth charge the C4, but no! The plant's allowed to go down. That's not how this is meant to work. Spirits will find one, but Spiker immediately there for a trade. DZ do still have an advantage right now, and with Monty being eliminated, it's doable. But it's a very difficult post plant to try and retake onto, especially if those players are allowed to get outside. A great kill from NJR. Takes Spiker down as Nath drops down to this level as well. Spirits needs to do something on this clash now. He needs to get on that window and provide that cover. Baby Shark narrowly missing out there on the C4. People already trying to disable that diffuser, but a great shot from NJR. Kansan, are you able to thread the needle? Are you able to find the shot? No, he picks up an impactless frag. DZ able to throw bodies in the way. And Spirits on that disable. Maybe the clash shield itself on his back coming to save him just a little bit there.
What a crazy round to come through from these two teams. Wildcard completely ignore the roam game top floor. They say, screw it, we're going to go for a smoke Monty plant. Looked like their first inclination was to go into Workshop, but seeing how powerful Citizen was in that spot, they instead changed their mind. They go over towards Vents, and then it's a brilliant idea to stop the plants. You've got the Solus pinging out from above. You can drop down a Nitro Cell. If this was real life, that's a free kill, easy peasy, but sometimes in Siege, those Nitros, they get stuck on the bars. You get lied to by the preview of the toss, and I think Pambazoo just getting a little bit tripped up there. What was critical, though, is they didn't flounder after that mistake, right? After they failed to deny the plants, it is an immediate reaction to the plant going down. We didn't catch it on stream, but Spirits on the clash was inside of jail, and he runs out the jail wall to get the first pick in that round, in the post plan, I should say, giving the advantage back over to DarkZero, killing Dash with that run out. Absolutely vital kill for him to grab. And then NJR inside the site, able to go for a big push out and kill Spiker as well. So it just felt like top to bottom, everybody on DarkZero was reacting really nicely. Here's that run out from Spirits. You can kind of see it on the outlines as he was headed over towards jail. So cool little play from Spirits on the clash, then using the shield to protect him on the disable as well. Super well done by him. You have to imagine, after what we saw in round 7 and 8, that Wildcard will be beelining to a clash ban after round 9.
got to be the way to go, hasn't it? Spirits. The thing is, what do you do? Because he knows he's got capability of playing more than just the Clash on that defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they just put him onto another problem operator. Looks like, unfortunately, we are going to be hitting another rehost right now. I'm not sure what's going on between these two teams tonight. Typically, we get very lucky with the amount of rehosts that we need to rock on any given evening. But once again, we'll be cutting to a very short break. But as soon as the game is back and up and running, we will be back. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for bearing with us. We hope that this is going to be the last rehost we have of the evening, because this has been a great game so far, Jesse.
10 seconds left.
It has, Ollie, and we're really hoping that we can get through the rest of it without any problems. Wildcard may be hoping that there are some more problems, at least for DarkZero, because the second half has not gone their way at all. DZ 2-0 on their defensive half after splitting the first 6 rounds 3-3. DZ only 2 rounds away from getting a critical 3 points, and most importantly, denying those points over towards Wildcard. Both of these squads in desperate battles to make it into playoffs, as the race is incredibly tight this stage. Spirits on the Clash has probably been MVP in both rounds 7 and 8. He will bring out the operator for a 3rd time in a row, and likely the last time before it gets banned. Starting with a little bit of extra information gathering, playing outside the building, no risk as he is on that shield operator. Meanwhile, Wildcard aren't so concerned about it. They are once again focused on the horizontal. They're not as concerned about what's going on up above. Good Twitch work from Bay will start things off, and an entrance and through jail will begin this custom side push.
Dash, where we've seen him play the Monty before, is instead going to be on the Dokubi this time. The Monty not really working out for them previously when attempted. Wildcard so far struggling to find any success here on this attack, which kind of leads us into why we've ended up on border anyway, because of course both of these two teams played this map yesterday. And there was a bit of a question as to who that may favor the most. At least so far, it looks as though it's favoring DarkZero. Kansan will be inside of servers though, and can look to try and start getting open that triple wall. You'd like to think that DZ are ready and waiting for it though, because I feel like it's a very bold and early position to go for. But now the top floor push comes in, and look at this, they're chasing them down like dogs on this top floor. Dash may be good for another, but the cover is there from Kansan. NJR and Citizen now left. A very quick execute, not a quick round, as we're into the almost final minute right now with Citizen alive in the 1 versus 5. But it's certain that Wildcard have brought a lot of pace here into round number 9.
Surely no hope, right? No. Okay, cleaned up in the 1v5. No hope for Citizen there, and a flawless answer from Wildcard, and a desperate one that they needed to stave off match point for DarkZero. A really cool push. We've seen this a couple of times throughout the stage, throughout the year, where a team will start off horizontal. They'll fake like they're just going to ignore the top floor. They'll get control of custom, maybe pressure towards workshop a little bit. But then as soon as you start, as soon as that one timing gets hit, right? The logic bombs go out, you rush up metal, you go get your kills, and that was executed perfectly from Wildcard, completely catching off guard DarkZero. Dash really the spearhead of that push, getting the first kill on the top floor, helping his teammates get that space to clean up everybody after too. It was a weird little kill on the Spirits that we saw from Baby Shark down with the melee inside a Passport. Not sure how that ends up going down. Spirits has been a little bit solo on this Clash throughout the third quarter, but it does get banned out now, so we won't see any more of those Clash shenanigans. He'll go over to the Smoke, which is the operator that he most commonly plays on this map on the defense. So back to normality if you are DarkZero. But I think it's really promising that Wildcard are finally able to get on the board, especially after some real stop-and-go siege over the last 15 minutes.
Testament to Wildcard that they're able to maintain that, or regain that composure, should I say. Some of the plays that they were making on the defense were fantastic. And see that same sort of flair on the attack now as well when it matters the most. Keeping the game nice and tight. Still only 1 round in it so far. DZ going for quite a denial-focused lineup with the Chanka and the Smoke. Spirit's actually rocking the FMG instead of the shotgun as well, in a map that's been pretty dominated by shotgun so far, particularly on Wildcard's defenses. They were putting them to fantastic work, favoring a little bit more fire rate this time. We've got a hell of a lineup to go against though in Wildcard. Trinker and a Blitz.
Could be an explosive push. He stares, it's the mayor himself in his favorite position. He's gonna have to face some pressure as they start to toss nades his direction. This is of course a new look for DarkZero. This is different from the op lineup they played back in round number 7, and also not something that we saw from them yesterday. So I've honestly been really impressed by DZ's ability to switch up their lineups in this game against Wildcard. They've looked like a completely different team, and that's critical when you play the same map on back-to-back days. Having a deep strat book is absolutely vital, and DarkZero certainly seem to have that today. It means that Wildcard will have to problem solve each and every round, and right now that means looking towards Tellers, hoping to get a pick earlier on. Really not sure where Dash wants to bring the defuse kit still at this point. No work's really been done security side, so you have to imagine it's going to be in through offices and in through archives.
It looks like a very uncertain round from Wildcard, doesn't it? And I'm wondering if the problem solving has just been caused to be stretched a little bit too far. Citizen, opening pick. It's been a rarity so far for DarkZero, but they've done well off it when they have gotten it. Kansan trying to bear down on the players inside of Fountain right now. But for a slow round and this much denial, it isn't a good look at the moment for Wildcard. A hell of an engagement here, but one. Oh no, Citizen comes in with the assist! Oh, it was beautiful to save his teammate's life right there where it matters the most. Dash, down, Bay, one shot, Spiker finds NJR. There's a whole minute left in this. Dash is almost certainly going to get collected. The default cam will give that information away, and it only adds more weight into those Shumika launchers in the hands of Nath. A couple of well-placed Shumikas, and both Bay and Dash will be out of the action right now. Citizen still inside a CCTV as well. Gets a great pick there, finishes off onto Dash. He can peek outside and collect the rest. It's an ace for Citizen. For a player that has struggled a little bit during stage 2, but oh boy, what a time to pull it out of the bag.
Wasn't that long ago though, where you were just asking for more from this guy, and now we're finally getting it. Hey, what a brilliant round to come through from Ben. Massively stepping up when his teammates needed him, and that was really the time where he had to shine. A discoordinated push, you could argue, coming through from Wildcard. You said it, they didn't seem to know where they wanted to go. Pressure towards archives that didn't amount to anything. The opening death happened to break room door by Baby Shark. Eventually, it's a commitment on east side, but it's a complete mess. Kansan, his first round on Blitz all stage long. It almost goes his way, but Citizen finds the head anyways. And then late round, look at this. 2 drones left alive, according to the HUD in the top right. Both of them were in pocket for Wildcard. No information at all in that late round, along with the fact that they just didn't really have the utility in the late round either. In the 3v3, maybe it was even numbers, but they had used all of their flashes at that point except for 2 on Dash. They'd used all of their nades. They really were not in a good spot in terms of the util. And it seems like we will have to have another short break here just to get this game continuing. It's been a very stop and go game for these two teams, but that doesn't mean that it's not been ridiculously close.
It's been a very close game so far. Wildcard have done well off the back of these breaks, but DarkZero managing to find that little bit of momentum there, a bit of secret sauce. If one player is going to hit an ace, I mean, what are you going to do about it? The thing for me that was most impressive was where he saves NJR. Usually as soon as a player gets downed by a shield, that's just game over. It's a wraps for that player on the floor. And I'm sure NJR saw his life flash before his eyes there in that final round. Hopefully, for one last time, we will be hitting a rehost. We will be cutting to a very short break while we get everything up and running. And I do once again thank you so much for bearing with us while we suffer with these technical problems, but we are doing our best to sort them out. We'll be back in just a few.
defenders. Protect your bomb.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Hopefully, that is the end of the tech tonight. I mean, if DarkZero get it done here, then it certainly is, isn't it? Because they will have won the game. But for a game that has been so back and forth, it will be very nice to see Wildcard have a little bit of a resurgence here when they need it the most.
Absolutely. I mean, this is maybe a blessing in disguise for a wild card. It's obviously never great to have your momentum halted like this and to have to stall out a game, but some opportunities for sure to talk about what's been going wrong on this attacking side. They are currently 1-3. It was 3-3 at the half, and DarkZero have definitely looked like the better team since that side swap. They won rounds 7, 8, and 10, so getting to repeat the same bomb site once again, going down to Ventilation Workshop. Last time that they won this, it was a retake strategy. Tried to use this the Solus to stop the plant from up above, wasn't so successful. Thankfully, there were some really smart, active plays from Spirits that was able to get them the advantage in the retake and win it out in the end, disabling behind a Clash shield. Now Clash is banned, of course, and Wildcard aren't really going for the same strategy anyways. We've got Bay here with Aurora. It might just be a rush straight into the vents window.
It could be looking to do something quick again. The think of the blitz. All of this speaks to something that's a little bit pacey. And don't forget, pacey plays don't have to come in the first minute. It can be quick when the execute happens. And that sometimes is all that it takes. Question is, are DZ going to be ready and waiting for it? Pamba certainly was with the great C4 dash, chewing his way through just about every PC utility on his way to this top floor. Finds himself in small office, but he's just getting chipped down further and further. Eventually finds one, and Bay right up behind him, able to pick one onto Pamba. Kansan with an opportunity now on the glass, an equal 3 versus 3, despite the burst and despite how good that looked for Wildcard. They're not in the best of states. Yeah, it's 3v3, but Bay and Dash are both super low right now, and DZ have been allowed to slip around a little bit here. A good shot there from Spirits. Brilliant tracing through the door there, but a visual through the software. It had been opened up a little bit and just knew where the head was. That's a kill that is not going to go traded. Default camera shot there from Dash. A little bit of drone work happening upstairs as well. But Kansan is asking for a lot to try and work this vert for a whole minute and find something.
There's one smoke still in the pocket of Dash. If they can use that to try to get something with the glass, it could be massive. Still some Roar utility, but I mean, this drop is surely a death sentence with NJR holding it from down below, TCSG in hand. If this is the strategy, they have to get NJR out of here first.
NJR did a brilliant job himself of winning these engagements when he was on the attack. He will let the blitz fall and misses the shots twice, but not a third time. Hits the head. And Kansan left with the sidearm in hand. Citizen throwing everything he had, it just further chipping him down. The diffuser cold on the floor, the Roarador punishing him, not allowing him that direct access into sight. DZ successful on border. A game that, I mean, shouldn't have gone that long based on tech hosts, but really Wildcard fought very well in that first half, but on the attack, they just fell short.
And for the first time in a while, DarkZero will jump up into a playoff spot and Wildcard will fall out. The race for top 6 does continue, but a critical game for DZ goes their way. Might have taken a little longer than they had hoped, but the full 3 points is all that matters. DarkZero looking back in it here in Super Week. We've got 3 more games to get through, as well as a desk. We'll be interviewing our winners, so we'll go straight to that after a break.
Saw her.
Oh, fuck. I'm with you, Nick. I'm doubled up.
Good. 30 seconds.
Cave down here.
No! Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go! Oh, that's where all the marbles are made. Let's go! Great fucking in.
That definitely is the win that DZ needed today to be able to solidify themselves, or at least get a little bit closer to qualifying to the playoffs that are happening in 2 weeks' time. Let's bring over Citizen to give us a bit more of an insight as to what's been happening with DZ. I mean, first of all, congratulations. This is very much the win that you guys needed. I would really actually like to start talking about yesterday specifically and what happened in that game against SSG.
Yep. Thank you for that we won. And I don't know, yesterday they just had a better game plan and beat us with it. Nothing much to say, really.
Yeah, what was the mindset with going to Border yesterday and today, essentially? Like, is it a new map that you guys have been, obviously you guys have played it, you're comfortable on it, but is there a reason as to why you guys are going to Border, as aside from, you know, one of the more slower paced maps?
I actually don't know. I'm not really involved in map bans. That's a question for Nath or Phil, the coach, Ryan.
Fair enough.
For sure.
But I think because yesterday was kind of like a quote-unquote bad day, but better game plan. I think we had the better game plan today against Wildcard. Like, I think we knew what they were going to do and just thought we'd do better than them, basically.
Well, you definitely executed and got a very much needed 3 points out of this game. I kind of want to just talk about, obviously, the performance so far. We haven't been able to talk to you guys, well, you specifically. I'm curious, you know, needing one more game to get underneath your belt, pushing to playoffs. What are you guys going to do differently that you haven't done throughout this stage than if you make playoffs?
I don't really want to give away our secrets.
Okay,
but,
so you're the same as Nate. He said he didn't want to give anything away. I'll see if I can get something out of you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens in playoffs if we need to change. But obviously, like as Nate said before, we know the problems. We just need to work on them and fix them and find a way.
All right.
Well, when it comes to then an individual level for you specifically, as you've stated, as a team, you guys know the problems, you know the issues, you're working on those. What is it that you are doing individually, or that maybe you have noticed that could maybe be changed up heading into playoffs?
Run around more. I don't know, have some fun. Could be simple answer.
Are you not having fun?
Border, I'm playing Cade and Mute, and I'm just locking it down when I need to and hoping that the team kills the people around me, you know, and yeah, that's why it's not really that fun, but gotta do stuff for the team when, you know.
You gotta do what you gotta do, but tomorrow as well, you guys are playing LFO, I guess a little bit of a different team when it comes to the opponents that you've faced so far. Anything you're taking differently when you're going up against that team?
They have 0 wins, I'm not asked.
All right, well, either way, thank you so much for your insight. Congrats once again on the win today. Looking forward to tomorrow
Thank you very much.
as well. See you around. Bye.
I was hoping that I was going to be able to get something from him that Nath wasn't going to give us, but I mean, he gave the concrete answer that Nath gave. You know, they know their issues. They aren't going to expose what those issues are, which makes sense. Just unfortunate for us here and you guys watching, because I think we want a little more in depth. But
they run a tight ship.
I mean, he got to when it's do or die in this situation that they found themselves in.
I also think they're a little disappointed in themselves just because, yeah, they did get the win today. It wasn't as clean as we would have liked from DarkZero, and obviously they'll most likely win against LFO tomorrow. But I think for them, the fact that they're in this position where they need to beat Wildcard and LFO to secure playoffs, I think that's something that they can't be too happy about. Obviously, we know the caliber of team DarkZero can be.
I mean, you're saying that's not what we expected from them today, but let's be completely honest here. Both yourself and Lox heading into this game said actually Wildcard look more consistent. They look more confident. So what about that?
I mean, I didn't really know what to expect given, you know, how many times we're seeing DZ fumble some of these rounds, or not even in this game, just throughout the stage so far. So it was hard for me to put, you know, all my eggs in the basket on them going into this. Just watching their matchup the other day in comparison to Wildcard, sure, it was against Cruelty, but Wildcard has been very consistent with their issues where we've seen DZ in the beginning of the stage. They said they're looking at everything, they're changing everything, and we've been seeing it be a huge proprietor as to why they weren't finding success or looking like themselves. But today was definitely a brand new day. They came in with a far better strategy. They got that 3-3 half, which I think was the most important thing, was ending that on a 3-3 half and then being able to shut it down once they switch back to their defenses.
I think something that I think something that Citizen said stuck out to me is he was saying, it's not really, I want to move around more. It's not really exciting to play mute Cade. I just hold a position down. I feel like that's the case for a lot of DZ strats as we see NJR, Panba, Nafe, Citizen. Everyone's just sitting still, holding a position, and they don't really make moves or adaptations like we're used to seeing until it's the late round, and they're focusing on the win condition of how we're going to stop plant or how we're going to get the plant down. And that's something that I feel like DarkZero's confidence, again, has slowly been lacking because it's not something that they're used to doing, is just sitting there doing nothing.
But that's even where they struggled yesterday. You know, when we talk about that discipline of even going into this matchup, that's where they failed against SSG. Whereas had they played more structure, sure, had they maybe played a more boring game against SSG and just sitting still and playing their positions, especially on that defensive half, they maybe win that game or at least keep it significantly closer and push an OT with SSG.
I mean, he said he wasn't having fun, but at least, he managed to get an ace under his belt, which is, nothing to snuff your nose up at.
No, not by any means. I mean, I don't know what it is with Citizen on Border in particular where he just pulls out these aces out of nowhere, but he managed to do it last stage, I believe, with the Deimos, had a huge clutch, and then to be able to do it here in CC with Ella. I mean, let me tell you, trying to push into CCTV going against Ella, that is a scary gun to be going up against. It's high fire rate, and with Citizen behind it, I believe Jesse said, he's one of the best entry fraggers in all of Siege, and arguably still one of the best, to say the least, in the scene. So to go against him with a high fire rate gun and a very small choke point of CCTV, it's no surprise that he gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, that was their game today. Yesterday they played against SSG, and SSG is going up against Shopify, who's also in a little bit of a peculiar position because Shopify, not really, they've at this point more or less locked it. But SSG, when we're looking at their performance this stage so far, it has been a little lackluster, and they need to win every single one of the games that they have coming ahead if they want to stay in playoffs contention. So can they do that? We're going to find out after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Hey, get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then the hate comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
our first 2 games of today are done and dusted, and with that, we find ourselves in Shopify against SSG territory. This one being incredibly important for SSG to be able to make sure that they at least qualify for the playoffs after a stage that has been quite lackluster. And considering that they were the Stage 1 NAL champions, this is probably not the position that anyone thought that they would be in.
No, not at all. I mean, SSG obviously needs a good amount of help essentially to be able to make it and lock themselves into playoffs. Obviously, they got to run through the gauntlet. Shopify Rebellion, they're a little bit closer, but at the end of the day, both teams are having their issues. Both teams are struggling on their entry a little bit, and they need to make sure that they tighten up because playoffs is a different story.
Yes, that is an absolute different beast, and Shopify, as we already touched upon, is the fact it's just that this roster started off really good, but now they're kind of finding their stumbling blocks here.
Yeah, they're definitely stumbling quite a bit, and it's really on their attacking half where the defensive half has been, the proprietor as to why they look good. But again, when we look at what there was last stage, their attacks is really what was significantly leading that charge.
Yeah, looking at the Stage 1 and Stage 2 when it comes to Shopify specifically, it's just a bit of an night and day difference.
Yeah, and this is an important head-to-head when you're looking at this because, yes, in the entry conversion, Shopify's doing significantly better than what Space Station is, but when we're looking at the attacks in particular, that is where Shopify Rebellion is struggling the most. So when you're looking at this matchup, you're going to be, one, looking at those entries, and then you're going to be seeing if either one of these teams is walking away and turning that into a round 1, where again, Shopify Rebellion is doing that better, but they are lacking in terms of those entry kills because they're lacking so hard on those attacking engagements and getting those wins underneath their belt. And there's 2 players that really stick out to me the most that if we can see these players start to ramp up, we then will start to see those performances change significantly for Shopify Rebellion's success. And those 2 players are going to be Ambi and Rexon in particular, because what we saw from Ambi in the beginning of the first Playday versus Wildcard was a tremendous performance from him. He absolutely carried that game, kept them alive. And then even for Rexon throughout Stage 1, like both those 2 were constantly the MVPs throughout the entire stage. This stage, they started out, being 1-3 last stage. Sorry, last stage they were 1-3 in the standings. Now they're currently sitting 18th and 19th rated player. That is a big drop off in terms of their performance. Now, when you look at them, it's not screaming anything like, oh, these guys are playing bad, but they clearly aren't playing to the same expectations that they were their previous stage, and that's due to many factors. One, they aren't, the undefeated team anymore. They obviously have hit some hurdles along the way, so of course they aren't going to be at that same level, but it's not to say that they can't be putting in a little more work, and that's where I was questioning it yesterday, is we saw Surf's resurgence in terms of his performance and being able to pop up, but that's due to the fact that players like Ambi, players like Rexon aren't in that spotlight anymore, aren't finding that success on those attacking rounds. And if we want to get Shopify Rebellion back to the state where we need them, especially going into playoffs, that is going to come off those 2, and that is going to be the key of success if we're going to see this matchup go in the favor of Shopify Rebellion versus SSG.
No pressure, though, because at the end of the day, still, it is Shopify, and it's still a roster where everyone can really pop off at any given moment. But again, we would like to see these 2 individual players specifically, just come alive, because this is what we're used to from Stage 1. But SSG was also very much alive in Stage 1, and they're kind of like a fish dead in the water.
Yeah, I mean, during Stage 1, they only really finished, I believe it was within the top 4 going into playoffs. Playoffs is where they solidified that #1 standing, and that's where they turned into a completely new beast. So obviously, it's not too much of a situation to worry, but getting to the playoffs, you have to be able to shake off the mistakes that they're making throughout this regular stage.
Yeah, and we saw quite a few of those yesterday against Cloud9, where there was just a lot of individual aggression rather than them playing together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, we know SSG, when things get rough, they fall back into playing very over-aggressive, and it can be a double-edged sword. Right off the rip in round 1, they played against DarkZero. They're up 4-1 in man advantage, and obviously, here's the over-aggression, but they do it individualized. Each player just giving a fight one after the other to NJR, and NJR almost ends up bringing it back and clutching it. He brings it down to a 1v1. Thankfully, Newers is able to close it out. He gets the pick, but this is a situation where should never even have gotten this close. You just play together, play aggressive together, play safe together, whatever you want to do, that's the right response. But immediately after, they understand, okay, that was a wake-up call. We can't make mistakes like that, so let's get a lot more aggressive aggressive, but do it together. And round 5, they had an amazing rush from Benja where he jumps up the hatch. But look, you got a player on AC window. You got someone jumping in sandwich window to immediately get the plant down. And that's the calculated strength that we need to see all together, because if Benja did go down, Fultz is there for the trade. We have other players in the vicinity to be able to help because they did it all together. So again, it is a double-edged sword. When things get rough for SSG, they fall back on what they know, which is that aggression. But if they get into their own heads and do it all alone, that's where SSG makes mistakes and crumbles. And we've seen it all throughout this stage so far, and they need to stop it, especially as the games get harder with SR and M80, because they need to secure their spot into playoffs, and that's when we'll see the SSG, hopefully, that got first place in stage 1.
So then let's discuss map veto specifically. And I want to look at this more from the angle of SSG being able to potentially pick a map that doesn't necessarily force them into having to play or like rely on their own individual performances as much.
No, I mean, SSG definitely loves the smaller maps. Clubhouse, wow. I didn't think Shopify would let alone leave a Clubhouse up. But that being said, Clubhouse is a good map for SSG just because it incorporates you to have to play off of each other. Everybody knows what you're doing on Clubhouse. So again, getting aggressive on it is usually the only times where you can catch a team off guard because it is so cut and dry basic. So SSG being able to be very aggressive on a map like Club gives them that element of surprise, the element of not knowing when they're going to attack, when they're going to hit as a team.
Interesting statistic here for anyone who cares for the historic side of things here. The last time either of these teams have played Clubhouse, because it's been quite some time, for Shopify Rebellion, the last time they played it and won was back 231 days ago against Keg in the SI tournament. And then you want to go even further, well, not further, you want to go closer. 136 days ago, they lost to, SSG lost to BNK Fear X back at the Reload Majors. So both these teams have not played Clubhouse in quite some time. So I'm sure they've obviously played it in scrims. Maybe not. It's Clubhouse. It's very simple. It's very cutthroat, dry. Just, it's who's making the least amount of mistakes. We say this all the time. And I feel like, if you want to get the upper hand here, why throw yourself, a curveball and try to play a more complex map? Just go back to the simple. Go back to the basics. Find your opponent and just see, if you can come out on top of making the least amount of mistakes and maybe catching someone off guard and collapsing onto that.
So then for predictions' sake, let's bring those up as well. I would like to start with you, Foxe.
I think SSG's going to win,
Okay.
just because I feel like losing to Cloud9 was a really big wake-up call to SSG. They looked very strong yesterday in their matchup, and SSG is a very big momentum team. That being said, also seeing the map, we already know SR has a very big issue when it comes to entering. Clubhouse is a very big shield map. Monty is very important to Shopify Rebellion's success when you have Troy on it. If SSG completely takes that off the board, I don't expect Canadian to be that much of a factor in this game, let alone the entry game already has issues. So without that shield on top of it, just looks like too many things on top of the other, where SR just, in my opinion, don't look like they'll have enough to be able to topple SSG's aggression.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. One, removing Troy from those shields, being able to help, facilitate around and try to get his troops and ducks in a row. And then on top of it, like you were talking about, the momentum, I think that is the biggest thing. It's not to say that Shopify Rebellion getting their win against Envy, they don't have any momentum going into it, but in terms of the dominance from the two, from one match to the other, SSG looks significantly better in the matchup, where Shopify Rebellion did look a little shaky, where Envy, I honestly said, they could have walked away had they not made little mistakes here. But again, you're on Clubhouse, it's back to basics, and I just feel like removing Troy from this picture and then already struggling on that offensive and not being able to get those opening kills does heavily favor SSG going into this matchup. So I am going to stick with SSG as my choice.
Well, you guys were wrong last game. Who knows about this one? But it looks like SSG is sitting pretty when it comes to at least the predictions from the analyst desk. And we're ready to head into the game as well with our casters, Extroika and Jesse. So guys, take it away.
One of my favorite things about the NAL is that I'm not biased at all. Jesse. Oh, okay. I would argue that you are maybe a little bit biased in this fixture. I mean, look, you're dripping in SSG merch.
Okay, Ollie, I have to tell you the story. We finished casting game 1 today, while M80 versus Envy. I go look outside my door, and there is a giant package from SSG, way too big for just a hat or a t-shirt. Ollie, they shipped me a Rainbow Six Siege cross space station skateboard. I know as casters we're not supposed to be biased and all, but if you don't hear many positive Shopify Rebellion stats today, you know why.
SSG have bought you with a hoodie, a baseball cap, and a skateboard that you're going to mount on the wall, and I love it. and I wish I had the same. But I imagine that mine is in the mail as I live across an ocean. And there is, there's no hard feelings, SSG. That's how it is. We are going to be headed into Clubhouse then for one of the more highly anticipated games of the night.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Now, Jesse, SSG may have bought your allegiance tonight, but they do still have to win this game because for them, playoffs, it is not a guarantee at this moment. The middle of the pack in NAL is very tight indeed. Obviously, Envy dropping points today helps them a little bit, given that they are still going to be on 12 each. Wildcard also dropping points means that SSG, with a game in hand, that being this game, are in a decent position, but it doesn't take anything away from the fact that they need points if they want to secure their own spot.
Absolutely. I mean, both these teams are a little bit safer than our opponents in the last matchup, both DarkZero and Wildcard, but it's still a very close race at the top of the standings. And for Space Station in particular, they do not have an easy super week. They play Shopify Rebellion today, which I would argue is going to be one of the toughest opponents they play all stage. And then tomorrow they play M80, the best team and last undefeated squad in stage 2. So they have a tall task. They need to be getting more points, and this is going to be their best opportunity. Tomorrow it's going to be quite tough. So we'll have to see what they can do. They're, of course, here on Clubhouse. These two teams actually met on Clubhouse back at EWC in the quarterfinals. It was a 7-5 for Space Station after Shopify picked this map in the quarterfinals and lost 2-0. So looking for a little bit of revenge if you're an SR fan, and already we're seeing that come to blows as Spoit down below is taking some gunfights and some players here in construction as well. Canadian already very low HP.
It really isn't a map that you originally think of both these two teams when it springs to mind. Ashen getting punished there. Canadian, he was low HP to start with, saving Ambi's life, but not for long. Pulse, next player into the breach now, going to try and pick up where his teammates left off and will be able to secure that down onto Ambi. Some mistimed utility and allows Rexon to cross. Ambi might actually be good for a revive here, but no, SSG are too good on the collapse. And with Ambi being finished off from earlier, J90 can cement that 3-2 man count advantage. And we've only seen half of the round, and everything's happened upstairs in Garage. This is a basement defense. Not all the time that you get to see all the fun and games going on those rafters. But SR had opted for quite a committed extension right now. And as such, it leaves them with a lot to do, given that there's quite a lot of time, a lot of drones, and plenty of utility looking at those Bs in the hands of J90 in particular to root out these last two players.
Yeah, this is going to be a really crazy final execute. They've still got some hatches they need to open, but they don't have the hard breach for it. So Moto will remain closed through this whole round. They, of course, do have the blue hatch, and they may have kitchen open as well. But blue does seem to be the main focus. Two players, at the very least, heading this direction. It'll be Spoit to catch them first.
Oh, if there's one person that you want on that angle, it's going to be Spoit. The pipe just getting exploded there by J90. C4 NATO dodged out of the way on Surf. He's had a brilliant stage so far, and with the Vector at these sort of ranges, you can't put it past him to pick up a couple of cheeky kills. Just goes for a swing on J90 there. He even let him know he was coming, and he's still good for one. Benja, he's going to fall next. Surf, he secured this 1 versus 1, both full HP. Newers need to find this final kill now. 8 seconds left. The nade to displace him, but it doesn't matter. Surf has been ice cold in stage 2, and he continues tonight.
Davian Surf Medina with the first play of the game and the one that matters the most. Excellent late round clutch coming out on the Goyo. I mean, we've seen Surf pull off plays like that over and over again. I'm reminded of the Cafe game a couple weeks ago where he took over. Not quite as dominant, but still the MVP around 1, no doubt about it. Massive clutch to come through. Alongside Spoit, of course, down there. Spoit not securing any of those frags inside the basement, but being a good distraction to help Surf out. I really like the positioning coming through from both of them there. SSG, I think, with the numbers, they were looking like a good team there. They had a good roam clear, but the utility was really what came back to bite them. If they had more dimensions to that push, if they were able to open up Moto, that could have made all the difference. But of course, they lost their Habana. Faults died in that roam clear, so they didn't really have all the dimensions that they were looking for. Surf was able to read into the fact that they were coming blue, and he perfectly lined them up for those shots. Probably the most consistent player on SR. Not the guy that gets all the glory, not the guy that usually has pop-off numbers, but if you ever need to rely on someone in the clutch, you're hoping you're relying on Surf.
Absolutely. A backbone of the team. And SR wouldn't be where they are this stage without him. That much is certain. SSG squandering that man count advantage in round one. I get it, they didn't have the right utility, but they should still be able to make something work with that, just given the amount of time that they had with that advantage. But unfortunately, not able to coordinate it onto those final two players. As we look toward round number two, we're going to be headed toward gym and bedroom with the typical extension into CCTV. We've got Spoit playing at the top of those cash stairs on the Azami. It's always a fun thing to try and deal with. Now, there is definitely enough hard breach, but I do always question when it's just the ace that gets brought and you're relying on tin openers. We've used those two tin openers now on Fultz to get this cash wall open, so you're expecting that those Selmas are going to get used in Jacuzzi. Great pick from Benja. Some brilliant information. He didn't need much of an invitation there to skeleton key open the wall and take Ambi out as he was just lurking around that main door.
Potential for Spoit, though. I don't think he realizes how deep Spoit is. Maybe he does now, playing passive on the doorway, not doing too much buck work. If Benja starts to rip up the floor, it could be a push from Spoit and maybe Canadian, too. Canadian just gets out. No! The timing for Spoit, it couldn't have been worse. That is incredibly unlucky, and Benja drops with the hatch and eventually does get taken out. Canadian's ready for that play. Benja thought he was being sneaky with it ollie, but he just wasn't there in time. Spoit and Canadian will get back to site safely.
I kind of like that from Benja, because I feel like he's lost a bit of that personality, of that aggression. Speaking of, look at Fultz's position right now. Surf's going to take action down there to the canister. And oh no, Fultz pulls the pistol out at the wrong time. Nuas, you were left in the clutch last time, and we thought it was doable. This time, it's almost impossible. There's a whole minute left on the clock. The diffuser is surrendered. BP camera is going to be giving the game away right now. And the three players remaining from SR, they can just tuck up. They can play off the back of this utility, play an on-contact crossfire. The wub there on the Jacuzzi means that that isn't an option either. And these little tap fires not only diminish the ammunition for when you need to be taking multiple engagements, but they give the game away. SR, that was a firing squad that he was facing as he exited that bedroom door onto the top of the main stairs landing.
And I gotta give more credit to Shopify with how well they played that round. SSG recognized that it was a two-man rush through the bottom floor, right? They killed Ambi early on the main floor. They knew Spoit and Canadian were down inside the basement, and they thought to themselves, is this not the perfect moment to rush in towards site, push in through Logi, and get a site hit when there's only two anchors left on the bomb site? But look at Canadian on your screen, tossing the nitro from down below. He doesn't need to get all the way back to site. He just needs to be below you as you enter in through Logi. It was a critical nitro cell to take down J90. SSG thought they could go fast in that round, thought they could catch Shopify off guard, but it was not to be. Some great Goyo placements got some good damage. The nitro from down below was really effective too, and Shopify, despite having to go quite far in that round, despite moving quite a bit, they were still on for their timing. So really nice round to come through from SR.
First two rounds feel like they've ripped us by there. Yeah. Second one in particular. And it was looking good for SSG for a time, and then they just hit that crank button that they often find. Sometimes it's a moment of brilliance, and other times you kind of wish that they'd not pressed it, because they just find themselves in a situation like that where you've got someone like Nuas left 1 versus 3. CCTV and Cash will be the main focus for round 3 though. And again, if we thought that hard breach was potentially lacking in previous rounds, we haven't got anything aside from the Maverick this time. Got a couple of tin openers for Ashen. When you really start to dissect just exactly how much you want to get open and how risky it can be to start opening up these walls, it does make the job a little bit harder. Shopify's Thermite ban coming into good effect now. That's going to be the reinforcement deleted, and a nice little line of sight made as well. Flores, brilliant candidate to try and open up that wall. Of course, you've got the Bailiff on Ashen as well if you require it. It looks as though the tin openers have been used to open up this jacuzzi side. That's going to allow J90 a bit of a line to try and hop in. But as we know, it's far from ideal using the Monty as a little hopping character. You want a bit more of a bigger hole so that they can walk through full shield extended.
Here he comes, makes it in the breach, no problem. But the fire pipe, it goes the wrong way. Nice use from Spoit, that destructible ingredient on the map being used to its full effect, clearing out that shield. It's like a free Goyo canister right as they walk in the breach. And so that will be the spearhead for SSG, removed immediately, and the defuse kit dropped. They should be able to recover it. This is obviously a full master side clear on SSG's sake. They do not want to deal with Raptors without the Capitao available to them, and they eventually trade out Spoit. So this round is recoverable, but losing that Monty is going to be a huge hit. You can see that Sens wall being played just outside the CC window. Could be massive if they clear the Mute Jammer too. Canadian finds Benjamaster, so the numbers continue to favor SSG, and Canadian is very far off site now, down in the basement, being a huge distraction.
Looks like the castle barricades are going to provide him a bit more safer passage to get back, though. You can see SSG trying to drop and take advantage of that and cut him off, but those castle barricades are going to ensure that he gets back fairly safely. Ashen can use a tin opener to start opening up that wall now as well. 45 seconds and the diffuser has been recovered. Can try and find an alternate line on into the side, but this is where you really want the Monty to start just walking in and bullying people around, because at the moment, SR aren't being given too much reason to move out of the way. Surf going to be moving Ashen out of the way as that angle on the window is now no longer being held. And with a single doorway and a tin opener as your options for pushing, for attackers, that looks pretty bleak. Yeah, you might be able to send the flash through and Nuas finds one, but really, I mean, Canadian is 1 HP, so there is a possibility right now. You can see Nuas pushing through. He needs to aggress. He needs to find these kills, but SR aren't going to give them away. Fultz does grab one onto Ambi. The diffuser now can get recovered and be attempted to be planted with 0.2 seconds remaining, but it leaves a lot for Fultz to do, and Rexon, he's there ready to collect a scrappy end, and every second being required for round number 3.
Gets a little scary in the end, but Shopify Rebellion do close out their 3rd round in a row. Again, with how many of those early engagements went their favor, you had to be feeling good about that hold. Feels really bad to get the defuse kit drop, not once, but twice in the same push. First by your Monty to a fire gas pipe, walking in jacuzzi, and then on the CC wall, an angle, or the CC window, an angle that you specifically brought the Sens to deny, right? I mean, the whole reason, or at least a big part of the reason why Newers was on that operator was to deny the swing out from the CC window, but instead Surf was still able to hit that shot. The Mute Jammer wasn't able to get cleared out, even though Newers did have those nades, and so it just meant that that was going to be a really solid defense from Shopify Rebellion. Even if you don't see Rexon pop off inside the site, Canadian was below with a Nitro Cell, could have had an opportunity to clutch that even if Rexon lost it out. We'll get attack timeout, as this game has not started the way SSG were hoping. They've also just lost a hard breacher, as that ace has been removed from the board. So I wouldn't say they've struggled with the hard breach so far. That's actually probably one of the things they've done the best, aside from round number 1, but it will be getting even more difficult in this one. Go back to Rexon having such a good round in round number 2. This will be his 30th time playing against SSG in his entire career. The most that he has played against any opponent through his entire long career on multiple different organizations. Win record isn't that great. He's got 8 wins against SSG, 20 losses, and a single tie. So by no means will be getting it into the win column, but could be a good game for revenge.
Going back to that kill that Spoit got with the ingredient with the fire pipe, I don't know that there's a player that I've seen that's gotten as much value out of those new ingredients as Spoit. I know it's not a stat that we track, Jesse, but he has got multiple kills with those pipes across the whole stage. He just seems to have a really keen understanding of not only where they are, but specifically how they work. You know, a couple of shots and it'll start spilling out, more shots and it'll explode. A very, very keen knowledge. There's a kill that he got on a lair game once where he was kind of baiting a little bit, ends up running around on the defense, and knew that the Blackbeard was chasing him, turns around, taps the pipe, boom, the pipe blows and the Blackbeard dies. And it's another example of just making the full use of your surroundings. Really impressive to see, because I think a lot of the time, you know, and particularly until they get more popular, a lot of the time you kind of just see people sort of running past them a little bit. But he's got a very keen understanding of not only how they work, but how to get the most out of them.
Wow, more pipes here on the main stairs that will have to be dealt with. Ashen starts to pop one of them, knows that that can be useful for clearing out the player main stairs. That is going to be Ambi, who's already taken quite a bit of damage. TCSG with the Goyo on that position could be kind of tough to make anything happen, but we'll see what he can do with it. Ambi, an exceptionally talented young player. There are no roamers on this setup from Shopify Rebellion, so unlike round one, where it was a pure frag fest on the top 2 floors, this time it's going to be a bit of a slower round. You should expect SSG to get a full 5-man push together. They've brought the right ops for this. Lots of soft destruction to come through. Lots of these can openers as well. I guess it is only 2 from J90, but then the Habana is going to be the key factor to make sure these hatches do get opened. I think Faltz's early death in round 1 was a big reason why they struggled to make that push work for them. So now that you've got your Habana, you can start to open up more angles of the attack, and a 5-man push, I think, will look pretty good for SSG.
Yeah, it should do. They've been allowed time and space to set up there, and there shouldn't really be too many excuses. One of my main worries would potentially be the fact that we've got nothing for Church Wall aside from the Hibanas. So it's not like you've got something that's, you know, big and meaty. You've not saved one of the tin openers to try and get that job done either. And that is going to provide a pocket of safety for SR to play behind. Fultz, another attempt now at getting that hatch open as Nua's just looking to cover, seeing if he can pick off anyone as they try and impact it out, but the impact's firmly in Ambi's pocket. A bit of drone work there is going to clear that commonly known Ash Rush spot at the bottom of those main stairs. But SR aren't going to be giving themselves up right now. This is very likely going to be a full 5-man execute. Benjamaster makes a bit of progress down oil. Barbed will give him away if he walks through it, and he's just looking for an opportunity, but SR are very well disciplined in these situations. Not only that, but they know how to work that utility. Nuas will find a very important kill over onto Surf, though, and that's when they start to flood in. Unfortunately for Jane, I know he just drops into the fire, but Benja is picking up kills of his own. 2 versus 2 now, as Ambi and Canadian are left to try and salvage this round. But remember what I mentioned, the church wall has been left solid. That isn't going to stop Fultz, though, as Canadian goes on a hefty rotate, and they are surely going to know where he's coming from. The plant just going down in the nick of time. And Canadian now left in the retake. He's got a bit of information right now, but it should be fairly straightforward, and it will be. Fultz, he doesn't miss those after getting the plant down.
Perfectly played by Space Station. When they get that full 5-man push, it really does look pretty, and that was a great example of it. The play around blue, a little bit concerning. You know, we see J90 dropping into a pit of fire, ends up being the death of him. There are some unfortunate moves that ended up happening on that side of the map, but Benjamaster really does step up big time. You mentioned just how deep he was able to get into oil, maybe stopped momentarily by the barbed wire, but when the push was coming through, when the bees were giving away information, Benja was able to hit some beautiful shots down in the basement and really start to turn that round on its head. Just the drop then coming in from J9, but then it was Benja to follow through. Ended up, I think, at a quite winnable 2v2 at the end for Shopify Rebellion. Gunfights just didn't really go their way. We saw Ambi missing a little bit with the TCSG. By no means were those easy shots to hit. And then Old Man Canadian in the 1v2, not able to find the shots with the pings. So, way it goes sometimes. I expect if we see that basement bomb set again, if we end up in overtime, Shopify will go for more of a roam strategy, because disrupting that SSG push felt like it was key to holding the basement.
Yeah, they just needed to waste a little bit of time, didn't they? SSG are relying on everything and having maximum value out of all the utility that they bring. As soon as they lose something, kind of just leave them in a position where they've got to improvise a little bit. So any advantage you can gain early on is going to be good. Even if you just go upstairs, reinforce Jacuzzi and play that and just force a little bit of hard breach to be used, it's going to work for you a little bit better further on down the road. As it stands, over toward gym and bedroom, round number 5. A little adaptation here, Benjamaster. Get him on the Deimos, why not? He's having a good game so far, 5 and 3. Give him the Vendetta and let him try and pick up a couple of kills. Wall should be getting opened nice and early. We've still got Spoit playing at the top of those main stairs, but a bit of electrification this time in Cash, and that is just going to slow things down. exploit. Great Vulcan pack there on the door as well. That's another trademark of that position. You need to have something to deal with those. And whereas we saw Flora's Terror drones brought up in previous rounds, we've got nothing this time. They're relying a lot on Benja to make a successful walk up those cash stairs.
It's a really tough nut to crack with the... Okay, never mind. A swing comes through. Traded out by Canadian. Goes down as well, and the Kiba barriers eventually punched out. 2 players dead on each team now, Ollie. J9 hoping for a cutoff, but Ashen steals it first. He's outside the building, but he's able to find Ambi, and that leaves just the 2 anchors, Rexon and Surf, try to lock things down on the site. It was pure chaos. I thought they were going to go for the time waste strategy. They had bandit batteries up on the CC wall. They had the Kibas to lock down that hard breach, but in the end, Shopify Rebellion made a call. They said, we got to swing for this, and it didn't really go their way. Rexon served lots of utility to try to hold this, but you're going up against a Monty who's going to get a lot of that space for free. You're going up against a couple of drones that are still on the board for Space Station as well, so you really have to be solid if you're Shopify here. You're going to have to hit some great shots because SSG have a lot of advantages.
SR do have a bit of information, though. Got a couple of bulletproofs. They've got a bulletproof left, and they've got a couple of defaults kicking around. Faults, you've got to be careful there on the Monty. J90 with the backup, though. Is he able to grab the second? Yes, he is. If there's an SSG player that you need to rely on, it's J90. Very consistent in those situations. A real bold play from Faults on the shield to enable it as well.
Yeah, nice little end of the round action coming out from J90. The last time these two met in the NAL, it was map 3, the lower bracket finals. J90 dropped 15 kills on Skyscraper to secure the victory for SSG. It's been a little bit quieter since then. I unfortunately don't have the stats for his game at EWC against SR because CGG is not a very functional website, but throughout stage 2, J90 has been a little bit quieter than what we've come to expect. 0.82 KDR throughout the first 3 weeks plus 1 game. Kind of been waiting for the match where he wakes up and has a monster performance. We could be seeing that now against Shopify. Back-to-back round wins from SSG coming off the back of that really strong cash clear. Again, I'm not 100% sold on SR's decision to go for swings there. I feel like they maybe have the time to waste, but sometimes when you're a team as talented as SR, you do just have to go for those risks, right? I mean, the mechanics on at least 4 of these players are absolutely ridiculous, and you need to be abusing that if you want to win rounds on this team.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
I think that Ambi's got those mechanics as well.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
I mean, Canadian's 5-3 right now.
Canadians play well. I do think Canadians' mechanical skill gets over-doubted. I think it's better than people give him credit for. But it's always funny to poke fun.
Get him on the Mozzie. Loves the Mozzie.
Yeah, let him run around.
I mean, to be fair, he's doing a good job of not running around. Maybe that's the problem. Fultz is going to start to get this wall open now into CCTV. Tried and tested method of J90. Oh my God, Fultz, that's awful. It's really not easy to do, and especially when you're terrified of getting C4'd. No one from the side of SR has shown any sort of want and need to get these C4s going. The round might be over before that wall gets open. We'll have to see. We'll tune back in for that later on. Ambi instead is going to get an opening pick over onto Benja as J90 just gets batted back at the bottom of Garage. Is this recoverable, Fultz? Like, are we going to get the wall open? He's got no blowtorch left, Jesse.
Oh, no. I mean, they have can openers, but it's too risky, right? At this point with the angles that have been made by Faults, and you can see just running around on the top floor. I'm not sure if SSG know exactly how they want to play this. They lose another body as Canadian on that main floor will find Newers. He is roaming down below. We said we might want to see him get a little bit more active. There he is. 6-3 now. Top fragging in the lobby, as we all come to expect. This will be a 3v5 push now. Very little hard breach for SSG, just having to walk in behind the Monty. In theory, maybe Faults can get a plant, and hey, with shots like that, J90's got a good chance of getting some kills back, but lots of work still to be done, and this is very telegraphed as for what SSG want to do.
Yeah, they can set up some flank cams and give themselves a little bit of surety from behind, but realistically, SR just need to wait the clock out right now. Canadian's still got a C4 in his back pocket as well. J9O does have the tin openers. I imagine there's something on the other side of that wall that's stopping them from being used, potentially the mute jammer. J9O forced instead to push him, but they've not got the wealth of bodies to support him in that endeavor. Fultz will find one onto Rexon. That's garage control fully gained. J9O's had 2 more with the pistol. Hello, Canadian. We've said that you've been playing well. You've got to play even better now. Ashen down, 17 seconds. C4 spent and used. Eyes on the diffuser. Canadian knows what he needs to do here. He's just got to wait out the time. Can try and put some pot shots in through the floor, but needs better information, needs more active information. That plant has now gone down. Canadian can make the rotate up these cash stairs, but J9O, a round on the Monty, by the way, 3 kills and a plant and can just stand in the doorway. There's nothing that's going to stop him right now, can beat him to the ground. Canadian thought he was out of the fight. It almost looked like he'd given up for a moment. He's now found himself on the right side of the diffuser and he can bait this, disable out all he likes. But all J9O's got to do is give some presence, keep that shield up and not get battered back. 11 seconds now. 7.5 required for the diffuse. There's now no time to come off. Regardless of the outcome, it isn't going to be enough. Canadian might have got a quad kill, but J9O won the round.
It's a brilliant little 4-piece from Canadian all by himself, basically the whole round long, but it's his teammates that are struggling inside the site. Full man advantage. I think it was honestly a good call by Space Station to realize, hey, our only advantage here is the Monty. We need to get some good value out of J9O. I believe a triple kill on the round coming through from the Monty. Ridiculous stuff pushing in from construction. Couple of those bodies that ended up dying in sight were really ones you'd like to have back. I know Rexon top rafters caught trying to throw out a smoke. That's unfortunate. His faults was a lot deeper than I think he expected. Genuinely no clue how J9's getting a 2-piece inside just with the pistol as he walks in from construction. But I guess he's just like that with the Monty. Beautifully done. And I just said we might be seeing a bit of a bounce back game from J9O. It does seem like that's the case. They tied up 3-3 with 2 very streaky quarters.
Game of the stage from J9O there, really, isn't it?
So far, I'd say so. Yeah.
Playing the Monty, 3 kills with it. Like, the thing is, it wasn't even like these were 1v1s that he's like beat down to the floor and finished off.
Attackers are activating.
I've no idea what Canadian was doing either. Like, there was a red ping. I'm sure there was info. It's such a default plan spot as well. It's like right side radio door. I was convinced he was going to stop it from below. Unreal to leave the door open there, slightly ajar, and let J9O particularly barge in on the Monty. SSG got themselves a 3-3 half. And I think Fultz is probably breathing a sigh of relief with how round 6 went, because that is some mavericking to forget. Back to the custom game for you, I'm afraid, Fultz.
I can't. It's shocking that was the same round. Like, so much happened in that round. I'd completely forgotten about the CC wall. Oh, God.
That's what Fultz is hoping. He's like, no, everyone's going to remember it as the J9O 3K on Monty. No one's going to remember that I used an entire Maverick utility trying to get the wall open.
Oh, God. Well, I'm looking back to the last time these two played Clubhouse against each other. Once again, that was in Riyadh quarterfinals. It was a 7-5 win for SSG, and it came off the back of a 4-2 defensive split. So we are right on pace to repeat that result. SR will need to have better attacks this time around if they want any chance of winning this game or pushing it into overtime. I think they've got it in them. There's a reason why they wanted to come back to this map, but we'll really have to see what this looks like, and it looks like it's a rush.
Looks like it's going to be pretty fast and furious, doesn't it? Ashen's taking a ton of damage, and SR aren't wasting any time. Spoit confirms that kill onto Ashen, and Canadian is desperately trying to bear down on the blitz, but he's going to get taken out by J9O. Benja picked up 2 kills elsewhere. Oh, it might have been Canadian getting the better of J9O in the previous round, to no avail, but J9O gets the kills when it matters. A quick round. Even quicker, it was dealt with by SSG.
That's really fast reactions from Space Station, honestly. When that hatch pops in Moto, right? When the blitz is dropping in through Moto to go for that push, Benja is on red stairs. He's like on the middle of red stairs. He has to make the rotate all the way down through Secret, all the way through the blue stairs, all the way back to site into Armory, but he does it in the nick of time. He wastes no moments sprinting to get there so that he can start to blunt this push a little bit. And we see the frags now is in position to fire down the hallway, get a couple of absolutely critical kills. I also want to give credit to Newers in that round. Got the final kill on the Surf, but more importantly, had a castle barricade on the Moto door. I think Space Station predicted that Shopify might go for something fast like that. You're playing a roam strategy. It's the first round of the half. Those are all the ingredients that are commonly needed for an attacking team to call for a push. So Newers puts one of those castle barricades on the Moto door, says, just in case they go for it, let's make sure they've got to go a little bit longer. And if he doesn't do that, they're in sight way faster. Benja's not able to get to blue in time, and it's a completely different round. But because they dropped Moto and had to run all the way through the hallway, it just bought them that little extra time that made the difference.
Looks like Newers might be attempting a bit of an active bandit trick here, and he's going to be successful, I think. Great use there, just removes one of the tin openers. In a meta of Siege where hard breach is so pressured, I mean, Clubhouse especially, you're expecting hard breach bans. We've had both an Ace and a Hibana removed, excuse me. So you've got tin openers and a Thermite. A bandit trick, that can be devastating. Because now what do? Do you recommit the other one to garage wall? Do you try and clear a little bit of ground to ensure it doesn't happen again? Looks at least as though, oh no, Benja gets the kill onto Canadian. How does he manage that? I thought that was a dead cert. Not only that, he gets the down onto Spoit. Oh, he was trapped. He should have been dead to rights.
Oh, and still alive. The typing does come over from Ashen. That's a massive play from Benja, and he's not even going to be punished for it. Absolutely critical. That's the last can opener, by the way. You were wondering if it would get placed back down. It can't this time. Rexon finds one back, right? Eventually trades Benja, but he's done the damage already, Ollie. He is totally fine with that. You've still got to deal with the bandit trick here on the CC wall. You're going to have to go down below. That's what Rexon's doing right at this moment. The goal is eventually going to be to take Rafters, but because you didn't get that can opener breach to see an angle up onto the window, now all of a sudden this becomes a lot more difficult too. Bandit trick should get stopped. I don't imagine Newers dies to this. Oh, with the two-brow, actually, they might still get the trick off.
Oh, this is brilliant. Newers can replace the bandit battery. The two-brow Zoto canister will remain. It can get shot off. He just picked the wrong side of the wall, unfortunate, but it's kind of inevitable that that wall is going to get open. You're just trying to buy yourselves time. I think it still leaves SSG in a very comfortable position. Still with a C4. Two Zoto canisters, great for trying to deny a little bit of a push. Rexon, though, he's got other things to say about this round. He's already had a really nice kill onto Benja, punishing him at a window. And now with garage control ready to be taken, they might be able to work with this. Big problem. Ashen is laid prone in a bit of a rat angle, and he's got a Kiba barricade supporting him, and two players are super low. That's demonstrated right there as Newers doesn't need to land many shots onto the back of Rexon to secure it. There's information now as to what's happening here inside a garage, and Ashen can rotate, still with active ADSs as well. So, I mean, Kiba barricades, ADSs, he's safe as houses right now. Zoto canister, that's the last thing you want to see when there's 15 seconds left on the clock. Ashen's just got to hit his shots. Newers has already hit his. SSG storming ahead on these defenses.
Bandit has a 75% ban rate through stage 2 on Clubhouse, at least through the first phase. And I mean, I think we're starting to find out why. Some of the cleanest Bandit play that I've seen all stage long from Newers in that round. He gets the trick off inside a garage. He then delays even more time in combination with the two-brow on the CC wall. Then once the CC wall's finally open, that's not even advantageous for Shopify because Newers is peeking it and getting kills anyways. Some nice shots from Rexon in that round, no doubt about it, but it just wasn't enough when every bit of utility went the way of SSG. And also, Benja gets a two-piece from down below, killing critical operators, Capitao and Blitz. Everything that could have gone their way went their way for Space Station in that round. Maybe you don't want J9O to die so quickly in Rafters, but I mean, with everything else that happened, it just felt like SSG were in total control of that. Really cool ideas from the Blitz, really cool gunplay from Benja. Another player that I think has been a little bit quiet this stage. Benja and J90, the two players on Space Station that we honestly haven't seen a ton from. The only two players, currently the bottom two fraggers on this team, ignoring the hard support IGL of Fultz. So seeing both of them getting active has meant a disaster for the Rebellion.
SSG do have a habit of really turning it on when it matters most as well. I think they're a team that a lot of teams fear going up against in these sort of end of stage situations because you know what they are capable of. That's going to be a much better trick. Guaranteed to get rid of the exothermic charge there, as Benja will commit a mirror window to it. The Zoto canister doing its job. And yeah, you swap a really big hole for just a mirror window that's been popped out. And now Surf has to commit his last exothermic to that as well. Spoit, you need to be careful. Down to nearly 1 HP, and he's got the other two tin openers for this round. So again, another occasion where we might see hard breach utility severely lacking in the hands of Shopify. Benja there, open and pick on to Ambi. And if ever there was a day for him to step up and continue to do so, today is the day. 10 and 6, and guess what? He can just rotate himself back to construction.
The entry is continuing to get away from SR. It's been better than their last couple of games, but still in the critical rounds, it feels like SSG are getting away with it. And oftentimes they're not getting traded or they're getting multiple for their money. Hard breaching has been a huge issue for SR. This one won't have any problems, but they do pay for it. A second 2K entry from Benja, traded off as Ashen does die in construction, but this seems like a mirror image of the last round. Cut a far off Benjamaster, getting kills left, right, and center. Rexon the only one who can seemingly answer on the side of the Rebellion, but will it be enough when everything seems to be going the way of Shopify? It doesn't seem like it.
They've just not really got anything to base themselves off right now, have they? SSG have got the man count advantage. They've got the utility advantage. They've still got a C4. Yeah, we can get in and do a little bit of droning, but I don't think anyone knows of J90's position right now. Fultz is in a great spot as well. He can just dip in between bedroom and logistics. Canadian knows that there's going to be someone just on side of that jacuzzi wall. That drone will be dealt with. 45 seconds. They've got to cook something up pretty spectacular right now. They do still have a full wealth of capital utility, so that could come in handy. But when you're trying to make this push just off the doors and windows, it's not going to work. Nuas punishes Canadian and almost any hope that SR had in this round. We're now asking people to go absolutely crazy to secure this. Surf, still outside of Jim, will hop in, but Fultz has already rotated below. Little pre-play C4 at this point, why not? Surf will find J90, but that gives the game away. And the job now for SSG is just don't peek him, or peek him together and let Benja collect the final kill of the round. Map point right now for SSG.
And it's back-to-back rounds where Benja's farming in the early game. It's back-to-back rounds where the Capitao is dying before it can really use that utility. I honestly feel like SSG are having such creative and strong and aggressive defensive rounds. Shopify have really struggled to get a hold on what SSG are trying to run. They've tried to set up for these pushes, but they just never have the numbers. The Capitao in particular, always getting cleared out has been a massive issue. They banned the Mira, which was doing the tricking in that last round, so that hopefully makes opening the walls easier, but then the Thermite gets banned in response. So the hard breach game just constantly being played. I really like how SSG played the operator bans in this half. Removing the Ace and the Hibana meant it so that there's really no good answer to a mirror trick, because both Maverick and Thermite really struggle with mirror windows on those walls. Maverick can be a good counter to the bandit tricking, but when it wasn't brought, we saw Newers take advantage of that. Shopify Rebellion chose to ban out Kaid plus Clash for their first two operator bans, and that's got to be one where you go back and you revisit that. Maybe it would have been smarter to ban the Mira first phase. Maybe it would have been smarter to ban Kaid Bandit like most teams do in their first phase, but same time, you could always say, well, what if? And then SSG end up having some ridiculous Clash plays. So there's no easy answer for Shopify Rebellion. This will be their last chance to find it. It is match point for SSG. The attack timeout's been used by Super. So what can they come up with? 6 rounds in a row from Space Station.
It's impressive, isn't it? I think Benja's got a lot to say, really, for those rounds and how they've played out, because he's had such a great impact. Not only at the start of the round, but he's still been hanging around right to the end like we saw there in the previous one. I think the Thermite ban is just going to put even more pressure onto Shopify. in a game where hard breach has really mattered for both sides. It's not just Shopify where hard breaches, or the lack of hard breach, is shown to be a bit of an issue. We've seen it multiple times with SSG, whether it was losing faults early on basement attacks or struggling to get walls open with Maverick because you're scared of getting C4'd and it's going to take a little bit longer. And then, you know, it doesn't take very many secondary pieces of hard breach to get whittled away or bandit tricked or taken out early, and all of a sudden, if you've not got the required walls open, it becomes almost impossible, and you're really waiting for your opponent to make a game-losing mistake. Big opportunity for SSG now as they go down to the basement. Having been flawless on this attack so far, and kind of as predicted, a bit more of an extension this time from SSG. It's not going to be the quick rush round that we expected in round number 7. Instead, it's going to be a little bit slower, a little bit steadier. 2 tin openers already. Yep, you've got 4 remaining. But there's at least 3 hatches that you're going to want to get open, and then there's church wall, so you do start to limit your options quite quickly. SSG doing a good job of whittling that away in the early portion of the round.
It's great coordination. Because of the mute jammers, they opened simultaneously, like a pair of eyes opening into the site, or at least opening into CC. Not sure if the information's great for Space Station. They seem to know one is inside of storage, and they are going to be able to smoke that off, but Newer strikes first, taking down Rexon instead. This top floor presence has been really a big distraction for them. It's top red where Newer's able to get that kill, and now these last couple players on SR will need to find some other way to clear these guys out. Canadian is inside Con at the moment on that blitz, moving over to the CC window where we do find Ashen. Instead, it's Ambi to get the trade onto Newers, but all eyes are on Canadian here. Can he distract for his teammates or somehow make an entry?
I mean, Ashen and Benja have got a bit of a decision to make now, because if they don't get back to site without any value, it isn't going to be a good time. And I think Fultz recognizing that just comes upstairs to bolster their position a little bit. If this is where the fight's going to go down, then so be it. SSG are going to have it here regardless of the site being downstairs. Ashen finds one, but SR strike back with 3 of their own. And now Ashen is left in the clutches. He's got a low HP Ambi to deal with. Shotgun at close range. Potential for this one. Certainly Chunks spoilt down and puts him down, but not out. Ambi, only a couple of shots here and he will be out of the action. Ashen, he can rotate. He could even drop the hatch if he wants to and just entirely take this fight on his own terms, but instead he hits the swing. A huge clutch from Ashen to secure the game for SSG. What a performance we have seen tonight from these players.
A massive 1v3 from Ashen, the young gunner on SSG, and over Ambi as well. 2 players just 5 months apart in age, and they were both joining these teams at very similar times, often compared for their ridiculous mechanical ability, but Ashen was better today, as were SSG as a whole. Really creative clubhouse coming out from them. They beat Shopify Rebellion on this map for the 2nd time this season. What a great game. The day is half over, but we still have plenty of action to come. Standby versus Cruelty awaits after this break, as well as an interview with Space Station Gaming.
Splits head bomb.
Oh, hell no!
Oh, Penned him hard. Penned him hard.
God,
Oh, shit!
What a way for SSG to close this one out against Shopify. This is a very much needed win that they had to get under their belts in order to move up on the standings, in order to be that much closer to actually qualifying for playoffs. So let's bring in Ashen to have a bit of a discussion. First off, congratulations on that final round, but also on the win. 3 more points for you guys. That must be such a relief, because this was the super week for you guys that had the most difficult opponents to go up against.
Yeah, obviously starting the stage, I think Foltz kind of touched on it yesterday about how whenever you come back from something like an event, you want to add so much more. And then we lost sight of a lot of our original identity. And then, we had a lot of talks about like confidence and just we're just so much better like individually than all these players that like if we just truly believe it and we just know, like we're just gonna beat anybody.
Okay, humble.
Right before you guys went on that huge 6-round win streak, what was the conversation like when Shopify had 1-2 rounds over you guys? Was there any doubt or anything that you guys changed up in that moment to then just lock in and smoke them?
Yeah, I think the first 3 rounds it was something different that changed each round like drastically. We couldn't really like point our finger on it. We just had to keep going through like our basics and our fundamentals, and then we knew that we would just outclass them honestly with like fundamentals and stuff, and so we just stuck to our basics and just kept it simple.
Right. I was about to say they definitely outclassed them for sure.
I was just gonna ask. Obviously, with that game, you guys are very close to qualifying for the playoffs. It all depends on the Cloud9 OXG game. That being said, are you worried at all about the Cloud9 OXG game, or are you guys just going into tomorrow to play M80 with the same mentality of beating those guys?
Yeah, I think there's no stress like watching games like that. I think we're playing for ourselves. We said it during this game, like whenever we were trying to think about like what was going wrong for us, like we're just gonna play us, and it's just we're just gonna go tomorrow, same game plan as or the same way we always prepare, and then hopefully hammer hard. It's all we can do. It's all that's in our control. So.
Well, Ashton, it's always a pleasure talking to you, and congratulations on your match. That was an insane 4K at the end right there to end this series. I kind of want to get a hand check right now. Can you just hold up your hand for me? I want to see if you're shaking after that round. Oh my, he's as cold as ice.
Yeah.
He ain't shaking. Look,
that's
that ain't nothing new. I just want to kind of talk about, so obviously Fox touched up on, depending on that Cloud9 game, if that goes in your guys' favor, you guys automatically go into playoffs. I'm curious, going into playoffs, this is theoretically speaking, what's going to be the big change, just even for yourself, obviously, from the start of this stage, and then what you're going to be doing into playoffs?
It's all confidence, because obviously we really work on the mental side of our game, and it showed a lot last stage with our resilience and stuff. That's something that has only improved, honestly, as we've played this stage. And the biggest thing for us is just confidence. Like, our fundamentals are so much better than a lot of these teams that if we just... We're so much better than these guys. We just take this fight, and then we win it. If we just believe it, then we make anything happen for us, so...
For sure, excited. We see what you guys can bring.
I love that.
Yeah, thank you.
Humble King, but also, congrats once again. You guys can do the funniest thing tomorrow against M80, because they haven't lost a game yet. Yet being the keyword here, but we'll see about that. Thank you so much for the interview, and congrats again on today, getting an extra 3 points. We'll see you around.
Thank you. See you.
But imagine they win tomorrow against M80 and they knock that undefeated streak. It would be funny. It'd be great.
It'd be pretty good. Honestly, it's not out of the question, essentially, since SSG, the same thing with stage 1, they had some ups and downs, and then towards playoffs, even in the playoffs, they had ups and downs, and then they locked in towards the losers bracket to be able to go out, beat everybody, get first. So it's definitely a possibility for them to have taken a step back to be able to realize the position that they're in, get better, improve, and then beat M80 as well. We said this was going to be their hardest week, but so far, they're 2 for 2 on the hardest games up and coming, so they can continue it.
I think we definitely had the right pick here of choosing SSG coming into this matchup, because Shopify, I wasn't when they started out good on their defenses, going up 3-0, it wasn't shocking by any means. It's Clubhouse, but then they would immediately falter and lose out those 3 rounds. That round in particular, how Benja stayed alive here. Let me just ignore what I'm saying. That was insane from Benja. Like a blitz pushing you, you managed to kill him while blind, and then swinging the player front door into motorcycles, taking him out as well. Insane play from Benja, massive, and then the big 4K from Ashton himself. But Yeah, it still is questionable for SR. I mean, on their offensive, they just can't seem to find their footing, whether that's on the opening kills. They were doing good on their defense, but only one opening kill when switching sides. It's not painting a good picture for them. They aren't out yet, but they still need to step it up on their attacking side.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's for the side of Shopify. But let's roll back the clip for Ashen, the one that actually, closed out this entire game.
Yeah, it was so gross. I mean, obviously, he's holding up inside cash room. They, over the drone, they didn't really know that he was going to be there. The blitz walks in, he gets the first pump, and then he's just holding his position with his teammate. He knows he doesn't really need to go anywhere. He's in a hell in a cell. That shot was gross. This 2v1, to isolate one individual player, obviously, one pump. Thank God for that he was able to get that pump. Runs away, and now everything's in his position. They don't know if he drops the hatch. They don't know where he's going to be. They misdroned him on the first entry, and then the blitz walked past him, and then they had no information on the later half, and he played it very well with that over-aggressive peek.
I think it was also just very good intuition from him, playing in that mind, being like, okay, if this player's coming up red, bomb site's below him, he probably drops and turtles up, and then to go for that swing onto Spoit and grabbing that, I mean, that was just masterclass from Ashen. It just goes to show, man, I mean, this kid has it all.
Yeah,
the one thing
that I didn't like about it is nothing to do with SSG. It was the fact that Canadian on the blitz runs by him, and I think that was the biggest downfall for SR that we talked about. Without the Monty, Canadian was on the blitz, and I feel like it just didn't work out in SR's favor with trying to find kills, trying to find openings, and they were a really big struggle. But Canadian was top fragging, so shout out to the old dog. That being said,
but that's also a scary thing for the Shopify.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
If Troy is top fragging, which we've known him not to be the top fragger on the roster, where the top fraggers are at the bottom, I mean, someone has to step it up, which again, it was Surf and Troy this time, but again, that does not paint a good picture.
If they're doing good, the entry.
At least he's still got the dog in him, I guess, in that regards.
Old dog
but
learned
either
new
way,
tricks.
Let's look at the schedule for today, because we're already halfway through. At this point, this was actually the game that we thought was going to be the closest, a game where we were
not thinking.
Yeah, clearly. We still have Cruelty against LFO, which I know Foxe is absolutely hyped to watch. And the final game, C9 OXG. Now, if I'm an SSG fan, that's the one that I'm keeping my eyes out on, because I want to know whether or not my team's going to playoffs.
Yeah, because if Cloud9 loses, then that solidifies SSG being in the top 6 no matter what. If Cloud9 wins, then obviously there's a whole bunch of, numbers and stuff that
still can be climbed.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's all, the pressure's on Cloud9's shoulders.
Yo, listen, someone's got to win at some point, whether that's Cruelty, whether that's LFO. I don't know. We're going to figure that out after the break, because that will be our 4th game of today. So I guess you want to stick around to see this one.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Who is Canadian?
Canadian pulls off successful plant.
Eliminated early on from Canadian. And another double kill there from Canadian.
Canadian aggressively all over the place. Take now K9 in the back has been taken out by Canadian.
And it's going to be a 3rd kill for Canadian.
On the other side here, he's going to have Canadian meets him, and Canadian will win. To go, it's Avian alone, and he drops down. Continue are your world champions.
The most accomplished and longest tenured NA player. And this is Fractures. So I was born and raised in Canada, grew up in Toronto, proud to be Canadian. Always someone that was very big into sports, a lot of hockey, baseball as well. Basically fell out of playing sports and stumbled my way into esports.
What does it mean to be considered like the best North American player?
I think it just comes with kind of pressure. It's almost, if I'm not, in a grand finals or winning titles, then what am I doing kind of thing. It was an advantage I had early on that, teams are a bit more underdeveloped. But I think now it's all the top teams, there was less and less room for players that couldn't keep up. You can't just be someone that can shoot really good. You have to also understand, the big picture.
Talk about the big picture.
I think strategy has become more and more important in the game. The biggest way I learn is by watching the game. I watch other teams play a ton. I've had to constantly evolve and adapt. The moment that I transitioned from kind of just playing off pure passion to being, I'd say, routine-oriented and process-oriented was during the break I took after I was on SSG. So I'd say the reason I had to take a break was kind of a combination of COVID, which caused a lack of international competition. I didn't really have something to look forward to almost. I think on top of that, I didn't take the best care of myself, and a balance I kind of had to maintain. I don't think I've really stumbled since, I'd say. You know, when pressure is higher, when the stakes are higher, stuff like that, you know, it's not going to go perfectly how you practiced it. When you're in game and in the moment, that's like instinct. Honestly, it's down to remaining calm, and if I'm freaking out, that's not going to be good for the rest of the team. They're also going to be freaking out. What makes me a good IGL? Probably my mentality and my work ethic. You know, I've never been, you know, maybe the most talented person in the room, but I was usually always one of, if not the most hardworking guys. Even on teams when I was growing up playing hockey, you know, they'd have me skate the drills all the time because I skated the hardest. I show up every day at practice trying to play for the end goal of, you know, winning SI that year, whatever it may be. It's just how I am. That's kind of translated into how I lead. I'd say my first experience with fans was the Pro League finals in Sao Paulo. And they just swarmed like to meet me and say hi and stuff like that, ask for an autograph or a picture. Not to say that, you know, I don't appreciate it. It always kind of throws me off a little. Social media pressure and people saying that you're the best ever and people saying that you're the worst ever. It's honestly a big part of the job. I think it's always kind of been just down to not taking too much value from the praise or the criticism or any of it. The biggest accomplishment, winning SI with SSG. And especially in the fashion we did, you know, we came in, we lost the first two maps and then ended up winning the series. Just proving a lot of people wrong, proving to myself, like, yeah, I can do this. My big motivation now is to build a team that has, you know, prolonged success. Being part of a team, it's always been a really big part of my life and something that I really cherish. For me, competing, that's what it's really about, is being on that team and trying to become the best team together, sharing the highs and lows.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NAL with our fourth game of today, Cruelty against Standby LFO. Both of these teams are currently standing at the bottom of the standings with a total of 0 points to their names, and that should be changing right now.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think so. Obviously, one of these teams has to win at the end of the day. Both teams have had a difficult stage so far, but when it comes to it, I feel like two teams, they've had different stories. Cruelty, I feel like, is always putting their best foot forward, trying to represent Mexico as best as they can, whereas Standby LFO just looks like they've given up. They're just showing up because they're obligated to. It doesn't really look like there's progression coming from Standby's side at all.
Yeah, also something that we really should be touching up on here is the fact that due to the amount of points being absolutely 0 that these teams have been able to collect over the last 2 stages. Why are we laughing? It is true. Over the last 2 stages, they have unfortunately going to be fighting in relegation because they haven't collected enough points this year to stay in contention for the NAL, which isn't the case for Envy, so that's a good thing for them. But let's jump into Cruelty here because this roster made 2 roster changes and it's just lacks. It's just not it.
Yeah, it hasn't been it for quite some time now, going back to stage 1 and even into stage 2. And regardless of the roster change or not happening, I mean, nothing has really changed on their end in terms of placings. They are out of the league. They're going to have to, well, they're not out of the league, but they're in relegation. And just things haven't been looking great so far.
Yeah, and then also when we kind of like go on social media, I mean, we've been talking a little bit about Cruelty when it comes to like, okay, it just doesn't feel like anything is there. But on socials, the coach specifically did put out a tweet that there are strats, there is work being put behind the scenes, but unfortunately, it's just not coming to fruition on the server.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, definitely tugged on some heartstrings because even for myself, and I'll call myself out, I didn't really know how much prep work was really going into the Cruelty lineup in terms of what they were doing outside of the game than what we were seeing in-game, because what we were seeing in-game really hasn't been anything. But seeing their coach post a blueprint of setups and how they want to approach a site, what the utility is going to be used, the operators that are in the map, I mean, it clearly paints the picture that they are trying. But what they did so good yesterday was they were getting the first pick, but then a lot of these rounds just got so sloppy. I mean, if Pyrox accidentally loses this gunfight, they lose that round that was in their favor, and then we fast forward to round 4. They have a good setup, they had a good idea, but then they lose the plot right here. No one needs to be peeking this. This isn't on Mutombo. I saw people roasting Mutombo for not being able to get this pick, but when you look at the engagement, they don't have to be fighting that. Pyrox should be rotating to AC window or should be rotating back into dome to be able to just play this cutoff with Mutombo feeding that information. So I definitely want to take the flack off of Mutombo here for people roasting and be like, Mutombo, what are you doing? That isn't Mutombo's fault in any scenario. That is 100% on Pyrox not understanding the win condition there and just playing for his life with Mutombo relaying that information. And then even in round 7 here, I mean, they had everything lined up. It was going good, and this is where they fumble once again. Rovi does a very good job at getting the down, but what didn't make sense right here is why play for the kill right here? You don't need to confirm the down kill. This is what takes your sight off of the player inside of inside vents, and then you lose the round. So I do want to give praise where praise should be given, and that's the fact that Kaden had a really good game yesterday. Same with Mutombo, because as we saw throughout the stage, they've been performing really bad, and we've honestly kind of crap talk them quite a bit. And the fact of the matter is, I want to give them their flowers because they do deserve it, and it speaks into what we're talking about. Sure, outside work, we're seeing obviously work being put in from their coaches, but even in every game, regardless of the situation, regardless of not being able to make playoffs, they are still performing, to say the least, or trying to. So as long as we can keep that same energy going into today's matchup, hopefully they can get a win under the belt, feel good about themselves, and then carry that into not next week, tomorrow.
I know, that just made your day.
Oh yeah, I hope he 3-crowned. It looked like he was playing 2.6 Hog Cycle, but anyway.
You got that from the blurry 1 second.
Yeah. It's okay.
Brain rot goes crazy, but you know what? Who doesn't go crazy is LFO. Because unfortunately for them, as you've already touched upon, it just feels like they're there, but they're not really here.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the position that people were talking about it on socials saying, oh, well, they don't have an org, they don't have representation, so why would they put in who cares? I mean, if you look at teams like Envy that only just recently got an org, even when Standby LFO did have an org and they were on Luminosity, things were not great, and it's only progressed lower and lower since then.
Yeah, let's have a look at the placements in general when it comes to LFO in the NAL history, because you already touched upon them being in Luminosity specifically. That was last year, which also wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for record lows at this point. Obviously, in Stage 1, 2024, they got 5th. They actually went to EWC, but then Surf ended up leaving the team. The better players on the team arguably went to greener pastures. And what did LFO do? They just replaced them with players from the T2 scene that they were friends with. It wasn't necessarily who fit best, who has experience. It was just people that they enjoyed playing with. And obviously, it didn't really work out. And now you're in a situation where they have not improved. The players don't even look like they want to be improving. And it just finds himself in a situation where, of course, they're going to be in last place because the effort is not there.
Yeah, you're talking about players, but there are also individuals in this roster that when we're looking at them and when we're like keeping our eyes on them, it does feel like they're bringing something to the table.
Yeah, I mean, there's glimpses of hopes from 3 players specifically. I mean, Bino, Epic, and Fens. Obviously, for their future, who knows if this team's going to be in the league next year or not, but I would love to see these players get an opportunity somewhere. Bino, up-and-coming rookie IGL. This is his first stage in Pro League being able to IGL, and obviously, he's having his best stage of his career. The team isn't, but he's been doing a good job, and IGLing a team like this is very difficult, so I'd love to see him get an opportunity like Packer maybe got. Epic and Fens, both of those players have had glimpses of games where they pop off, where they can compete with some of these top teams. So I would love to see them get another opportunity, potentially on a better team or whatever the case may be, to have time to grow, to have time on a team that has effort. As for the other 2 players, I mean, Eddie and Kickstro, in my opinion, we have not seen them progress. I feel like they just don't have the heart in it anymore. Since Luminosity to now, we have not seen them improve. The way that they've run this team has been into the ground, essentially just trying to, change players with friends. And I just don't think they necessarily have a future in the T1 league, and not on this roster at least. So obviously for that, I would love to see those 3 players go find new homes. That being said, maybe show us something impressive today against Cruelty.
Wow, I thought this was the NAL not to crush hopes and dreams, but broadcast. But either way, let's talk about the map veto instead and try to make it a little bit lighthearted here because let's see first off where we're going to be heading to, Lax. It's going to be Lair.
Huh.
No.
I mean, I think this favors Standby better. Both teams did lose to Shopify Rebellion last stage. Now, the one caveat is Standby did beat Cloud9 on it, so they do have some sort of comfort. The only redeeming quality that came from Cruelty in that match versus Shopify Rebellion, that was about to be a 7-1, but due to big clutches from Fatal coming out in those last few moments, they did come back, I think, make it a 7-4 loss still. So, I mean, both teams are obviously familiar with the map, but in terms of comfort, I'm going to say, for the sake of Standby, they should be more comfortable, but then you have to look at they're starting on attack. And when Fox makes a key point that they all don't look like they're in it, that they aren't mentally there, then that makes you question, okay, starting on attack, that could now not look that great for the side of Standby.
Yeah, so then for prediction side of things, are we leaning more towards Cruelty?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm going to swap I want Cruelty to win, to be honest. I don't want LFO to win, but I'm going to swap my prediction to Standby just because it's
You're
there.
not supposed to be biased.
I'm not biased. I'm not being biased. I'm literally picking Standby because I think they will win. I would like Cruelty to win because obviously I feel like they put more effort into being better than Standby does. But when it comes to it, Standby's just going to play ranked. I feel like when you go up to head-to-head, they have the better individual players. So that being said, I think Standby takes Lair.
So that being said, let's head into Lair.
I'm going to be biased. I'm picking Cruelty.
That's okay. You do you. Anyways, we're ready to head into our 4th game of today with our casters. So guys, take it away.
Can I just say, I don't think there's anything wrong with talent being biased. I feel like that should be okay every now and again. I think Laxix is totally in the right.
You're like Clark Kent secretly, aren't you, Jesse? You really are. You've gone from like full SSG merch, and you've gone into the phone box, and you've now come out like you're ready for Christmas Day.
Listen, it's getting chilly up here in Edmonton, okay? The leaves are falling, it's getting a little cold. Excuse me if I want to bring out my best sweater for what should be one of the games of all time, Team Cruelty versus Standby LFO. There are no playoff implications for this game. Both of these teams are already relegated, but that doesn't matter, right? There's pride on the line here. In the words of Bino, this is about getting some dignity back. Both Cruelty and Standby have had a really rough season. The stage in particular, nobody has been able to find a win so far just yet. You already see the players having a good time with it. So I hope that we're going to get a good game between these teams. It seems like all the spirits are in the right spot. Some people have said that the loser of this game will be the worst professional team in North American history. I'm not going to make that claim, but I know there was a CGG article that went out that said something along those lines. So listen, the bans coming through the way they are with these teams, you know, we should get an exciting game, if nothing else.
I think that all you need for a good game of Siege is two well-matched teams. And going into this, both of these teams are on 0 points, and I would say that both of them are fairly well-matched. So let's see what we get. Certainly having a lot of fun with it in the chat, which, I mean, can we ask for much more than that? I love it when the all chat's lighting up. It's going to be Cruelty starting off on the attack tonight. It's going to be Standby starting off on that defensive side. Some good meta bans for Lair as well. The Tachanka in particular, one of my personal favorites. You see it a heck of a lot on this top floor bomb site, and it can be a real pain for those attackers. So that will be removed. Cade as well should make getting some of the walls open a little bit easier. No bandit being played from Standby. A Monty and a Ying, pretty much as standard as it gets. Now, Jesse, one of these two teams are going to walk away with points tonight. Whether that's 3-2 or 3-2 or 1, who knows? Now, what are we going to be looking at? Because for me in particular, obviously we've seen the posts on social media, we've seen the memes coming out of like, yes, we do actually have strats. Like, it's clearly a developing situation. Something that I would like to look at for tonight for Cruelty is a little bit of coordination on this attack, because it hasn't really been what they've been known for, let's be honest. But there's got to be some good points that we can take away from this game.
Yeah, I think that you're looking at a lot of the entry frags. This is something that the desk have highlighted throughout the stage, but particularly when it comes to the entries, Cruelty have actually been pretty good at getting some of these opening picks. The early round seems to be where they thrive and getting that man advantage. It's the late round and converting those advantages that I think has been the real problem point for Cruelty. So I'm expecting to see maybe a little bit of that early game go the way of TC, but then how it ends is really the big question. Immediately, expectations get disrupted, though, as Fens will find Pyrox the Capitao to go down, and XDs will hit the chat as that frag goes in. So an important operator to remove, and probably the best entry player on Cruelty removed at that.
I really enjoy how much BM's being spoken between these two. I feel like it's like most we've seen all stage long. Like, even Ashen's been relatively quiet by their standards so far this stage. So nice to see him really sort of getting involved with it. Interesting Hibana holes as well. We don't often see the wall open that high. Typically it's open for a peek, but a great shot from Fatal. He will punish the overswing there. Standby, maybe just trying a little bit too hard to work this advantage. And another example of that there is Eddie just goes looking and gets caught out by Mutombo. That's 2 kills really that Standby could have gone without giving away.
You know, I don't know what to expect in this game, Ollie, but if there's one thing I'm not expecting, it's passive play. So the fact that we're seeing some swings coming through does not shock me in the least. Cruelty seem very much ready for that, grabbing the advantage back after those 2 huge picks. 3 toxic babes from Bino will be huge as the last 60 seconds come through. This looks like a very well telegraphed mask plant that's going to come in from Fatal. They need to find some way to either disrupt Bino when they go for this push, or to plant in a spot that he's not expecting.
Still with 2 toxic babe canisters, it could be a determining factor. Caden in a very good position, just lurking on those rocket stairs. This is where we're looking at for the coordination right now. Great kill from Caden. Eventually does get rewarded for the angle that he's been holding. Kicks row down as well. Caden picks himself up a second. A lot for Bino to do now. He will render the diffuser cold and can pump away with the shotgun all he likes. 13 seconds left. He's gone for 3! He's only got Mutombo left to find, and he's got control of the kit. He's got visuals. Shotgun's great at these sort of ranges. A lot of pressure on Mutombo, and he can't pull it off. How the hell has Bino won that one?
And that's what we were all hoping to see, is it not? Bino the 1v4 with 20 seconds to go. Maybe the worst sense wall I've seen in a minute. I mean, that was absolutely brutal. It totally allowed Bino to escape past that crossfire that was being held on the door. Main breach wasn't open from outside the building either, so Bino's got such a safe position as soon as he crosses over. Fatal is the first one in, and he's trying to plant, but can't do that as he gets shot down. What a clutch coming through from Bino, his first clutch of the stage. And I mean, you couldn't really start it in any better of a fashion. Was I not just saying that Cruelty were succeeding in getting the entries and getting the early advantage, but it was about closing out the rounds that was the real issue for them. Perfectly played as well by Bino with that SMG-11 shotgun combo. Cruelty unable to get a handle on him, and Epic had a lot of laughing emojis in the chat after that.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen a piece of attacker utility benefit a defender more.
Yeah.
I don't think that if you'd have been able to hack into the mainframe and give Bino the ability to throw an ROU projector, I don't think he would have done as good a job as Rovi did at giving him the perfect playground in that exact moment. Oh, nearly a bit of a chance at a spawn peek as well. Fenn's going for it. I really don't think I've ever seen it before, Jesse.
Yeah, it was pretty critical to enable that clutch. And listen, it happens. It's only the first round. Plenty of time to make a recovery. And in the end, you got yourself into a 4v1. That is supposed to be the hard part. So we'll see how it goes. They are very nearly successful again in getting the man advantage as Benz goes down to 1 HP roaming towards lobby. Does seem like he was able to make it away from that aggression. He's actually gone up to the top floor where he's currently playing completely by himself. Lots of roamers for standby on that mid floor means that for Cruelty, if they want to go for just a direct push in through garage, it might not be the worst thing. They will have to worry about that verticality, but they've got a couple of smokes to come through here, and they could have a late push from either the Dokkaebi or somebody else up top to apply pressure to those roamers up above. So I like this situation as far as Cruelty are concerned.
I think, you know, like you said, Cruelty's early to mid has been reasonably good. It's really executing and making sure that they play with that same level of care and conviction right up into the end, and not just disrespecting the one man in the 1 versus 4. Caden, not been a player that's had the best stage so far, but not doing too bad today. Will be taken out there by Epic. Nice direct trade. Kick throw down. Seems like it's going to be quite a lateral approach right now. There's nothing that really indicates a lot of soft breach on the side of the attack, and it looks as though Pyrox has got somebody pinned right now. It's very much a patience game. Maybe waiting for Matumbu to come and join him a little bit, but Bino there just with the gentlest of swings. Didn't even take a point of damage there on that one. Eddie tempted for a swing on the shotgun close range, going to be full white flash, but we don't see it capitalized on immediately. Instead, Fatal just waits a few seconds, but will pick up that kill. Still advantage to Cruelty, though, with 45 left, and it looks like they've got a little bit of information working against them, at the moment, as we can see Epic. Got a good idea as to where someone's going. All of those Bs have missed, by the way. Nobody tracks right now. So Cruelty kind of clutching at straws. Matumbo is going to go for that plant. And I don't know that there's going to be too much there to stop it. Rovi downed in process. Epic looking to aggress up, finds and confirms the first, and he's pre-firing for all he's worth, but he hasn't got the required info. Now going to turn his attention upward. Worried potentially at the chance of a bit of verticality here. A triple for Epic, a double for Fatal. Bino and Fens left to try and clutch Fatal. Hasn't got full HP, no Dokkaebi calls, no stuns. Needs to hit his shots right now. Gives the game away, goes for the swing. The pre-fire. It's his worst enemy, as Bino is there to finish. Not enough ammunition in that SMG-12. 2 back-to-back clutch rounds for Bino.
Yeah, this one a little bit easier, I would say, but still on the scoreboard, that's 2 clutches in 2 rounds. Got to be feeling good after that. I believe we'll be at a 6-0 stat line now, so feeling very strong if you're the captain of standby. It was good to get that plant down. I was a little surprised there wasn't more action happening on the top floor. We saw a standoff happening between Fatal and Fens just outside of lobby as both players looked like they were going to go in for some aggression, but Fens got a little cold feet, ended up backing off. Fatal chose to do the same thing, so they both were able to get back to their teams to try to play that post-plant 3v3. Love the plant focus from Matumbo in that round, but in the end, it's just not quite enough as all of his teammates ended up going down around him. Bino stepping up really strong, covering his teammate when he had to, and then getting that trade. Honestly played it perfectly in the late round. That trend that we have talked about, it feels like to death, even though it's only round 2. Of Cruelty finding success early and then throwing it away at the end does continue to reign true on Lair.
They're like 50% of an attacking team. They've got half of it, like, I think they've got half of it at least average. But then the second half is just terrible. But then again, I mean, Standby, they're playing some scrappy siege right now. Bino's 6-0. If he doesn't get those, if he didn't get that first clutch, and he's not alive in the late portion of that second round. It's a 1v1, so it is what it is. There's no way that Standby are winning 2 rounds. It really is. I mean, it's going to be a night of individuals, isn't it? I think that's what we were expecting with these two teams, because we're not looking at them for, you know, meta strategy or anything like brand new. We just want them to do the basics. The fundamentals are the most important thing, and you can go a heck of a long way with just good fundamentals without getting too flashy about things. It looks like they've gone a little bit more down that route this time. I would say that this is quite a fundamental bomb site. That isn't a fundamental way of opening a breach, though. That much is clear. They are going to be attacking down into that mid-floor site, which usually does require a top-floor clear. And they haven't really got the tools to do that top-floor clear. They've got the bees, but you've not got the Ying because it's banned. You've not got a Capital. You haven't got any shields. It isn't going to be the easiest thing to try and displace these players.
Yeah, certainly this top floor clear is going to be the most critical moment. The first bit of bees do come out, but Epic is in such a power position. I don't think he cares if they know where he's at. Gets him the space inside display, and he'll use those glasses now, expecting some flashes or smokes to come his way. Nothing happening just yet, though. Instead, they're breaching in through security, taking this slow and steady, just as they should. No need to rush this. Toxic Babes will stall things out, but 2 of them have already been used, and we're just past the halfway mark. Eddie with 1 more if he wants to stall this push from display, but instead, Kixro dies first to Fatal, and that is the start of the top clear.
Well, Kixro can get onto his own cameras there and see if he can provide any value for the rest of the team. Do worry about Cruelty in their information game right now, though. They do still have a couple of drones kicking about, so should be able to make something happen with that. 1 drone left in the top corner at the top right. Some of this vert now starting to be made. They're kind of relying on Standby to overswing, but that isn't a bad thing. Standby aren't the most patient team, so you can almost be ensured that you're going to be given an opportunity at some point. But with the slow and steady nature that this soft breach is being opened, it might just be enough for Standby to try and slip the net. Already, Eddie has made a really crucial rotation. He's already spent all his Toxic Babe canisters, so he's free to do whatever he likes now. And that is an engagement with Fatal. Along with Fens, they're going to be joining on that top floor. Epic is in tow as well. Caden finds 1, make it 2. 12 seconds, diffuser cold. 3 versus 2. We have been here before. Caden going to start to get that plan down, but Bino, the man of the moment, and pretty much the man of the match right now. Caden, no choice but to confirm that plant as Fens can start to try and move in. But a sneaky angle on that top floor eventually is found. Is he like 8-0 right now?
Yes, he is. Bino is currently 8-0 in this game. His Standby have yet to lose even a single round, and he's been the MVP every single round. Late round, he's showing up and getting the kills that matter. I guess not technically a third clutch, but he stops the diffuser as it's going down. There was less than a second until that diffuse kit gets put on the ground. So it was nail-bitingly close. He had the chance to stop the plant earlier and kill the guy as he was putting it on the floor, but there was a bit of a movement after they realized they didn't have control of the hatch. It was a good, I think, new plant spot from Cadence, but it just wasn't quite enough on 000. Bino was able to find that frag. What a ridiculous game coming out from the young captain on Standby. And again, hasn't maybe been the best stage for this LFO team, but up against Cruelty in the late rounds, they are consistently showing up. And they're making smart rotates with it too. I mean, you mentioned it. That push from Epic and Eddie to push up the green stairs, I think Eddie kind of played around Skybridge the majority of that round, but Epic joining him was a real decision being made in the moment. I think it's been a good read on Cruelty that if you can make these plays in the mid-round, if you can catch them off guard, then in the chaos, you're likely to find some good way to stop those plants, and that's exactly what they've been doing 3 rounds in a row now.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at the better teams or the more accomplished teams on attack with that site, they'll have a bit more presence over towards Skybridge, or they'll have one of the windows open downstairs that look onto the bottom of those green stairs so that players aren't just allowed to rotate up like that, because it is a big vulnerability. I think that Standby read into it beautifully, thinking, well, there's a very good chance there's a gap here, so let's just see if we can try and exploit it. Retaking that vert, it's critical to winning that bomb site, especially if you've lost control of the site and sort of lost control of the vert throughout the round, and it's kind of hung in the balance a little bit. Cruelty's taking a timeout to see if they can try and figure anything out ahead of hitting the same rotation again of 3 sites, because let's be honest, they should have won round 1 very handily. 4 versus 1. They're not the ones you want to be losing. I do not want to see the sense, though. I think we can do the same thing without the sense, without giving Bino just a wall of... It felt like invincibility. Never mind lack of vision. It felt like you couldn't shoot through the damn thing.
Yeah, that's not going to be brought again, thankfully. Instead, Rovi on for the Flores. And another spawn peek attempt from Epic. They've been going for a couple of these spawn peeks. Epic in particular has been trying to get aggressive with them, but we haven't seen anything pay off too huge just yet. Here on round 4, there are 4 players still in the lobby who have yet to find a kill. Rovi, Pyrox, Eddie, and Kixro. And some of the least common suspects. Kixro will make me eat my words immediately as he finds the opening pick onto Fatal. The Blackbeard dying with the fuse kit outside the building. One of those spawn peaks having massive impact now for Standby as they kill maybe the most important operator in the round.
I would make that argument as well. It's a shame because Standby have been going for it every single round so far as well. It's not even like it's just been a one-off thing. Like, they are going for spawn peaks. They are trying to be aggressive. So, bit of an oversight from Cruelty that they've not sort of cottoned onto that a little bit before now. Caden got a nice angle on this backside and can get some track singers out with pretty much guaranteed safety. It's a nice way of securing that sky bridge.
Ooh.
Oh dear, Rovi.
Oh dear, everyone.
Oh dear, everybody. Nope, we're back.
Huge.
It's just the Observer. We are back in action. Pyrox can start to try and get this wall open. There's not really going to be anything stopping him here.
Yeah, there might be some tuber out plays coming through. Epic is just inside the office, so I would imagine that's there, but it's only going to delay. It won't fully stop the wall. Somebody's have to make a play, and it's going to be Rovi who walks up the main stairs, but dies to Kixro instead. Pyrox not choosing to open, instead goes and takes the fights. Kixro for his 3rd frag now. I said he hadn't gotten a single kill. Well, how about 3? Hungry for more with the pistol, baiting out a swing, but he's not able to find it. Yes, he is! Matumbo goes down, baits his teammate, and trades it out. Kate in the 1v2.
Potential for the second ace of the night. Kixro, is this your moment? You've only got to land a couple of shots. Gets a few, but Caden just slips by. 45 seconds. It should be guaranteed. Eddie to close it. No ace chasing tonight from Kixro. Instead, just happy to be 4 rounds up on Lair.
Slightly disrespectful, I would argue. You know, he's on for the ace. Maybe give him a shot, but also, we saw Eddie, who was at 0 kills into this game, so it makes sense to get him on the board as well. And in the end,
I was going to say, everybody needs a pat stat tonight. Like, the gloves are off. It isn't, you know, it's like, oh, you had a good week last week. Let me get a few. No. Everybody needs everything they can get.
Yeah, wow, beautifully played around by Kixro. I'm not sure if it was a spawn peek. I believe he was playing kind of at the top of those rocket stairs, and he might have just gotten the Blackbeard as he tried to bash in through into lobby. Regardless, it was excellent mechanical play from Kixro all round long. He was racking them up. I think his movements around that staircase was absolutely critical. And then, yeah, Eddie steals the ace a little bit. Should mention as well that in previous tournaments, sometimes there's been maybe at least like a prize pool difference or SI point difference. In this case, there is genuinely no difference between 8th or 9th. The only thing on the line is pride. It's same prize pool, same SI points, and as far as the global or the year-long circuit is concerned, both teams are locked in for relegation, so you might see some more of these aggressive plays, and I don't think they'll stop even if things do start to go wrong, but for Standby, nothing has gone wrong at all so far. 4-0 is the perfect start up against Cruelty.
Maybe Standby just need to play with, like, 0 pressure. Maybe that's the secret sauce.
You think they beat SSG? Beat M80?
I mean, not every time, but you run that you know numbers. You run that simulation enough. Eventually, it's going to happen.
Fair.
But it is nice to see, you know, a game that doesn't have any waiting. It's still being taken seriously. Like, these aren't just these players aren't just immediately running at one another. Yes, there's aggression, but Cruelty are trying to get the plan down. Standby are being forced to play, you know, to the pace of the match. Can't ask for much more. Kixro, a bit of a dicey spot right now. Really forcing him out of the way for the time being. It's going to be Fens onto Caden.
What?
Oh dear, this is a horrible engagement. How have you turned your back, Fatal? That is like rule 1 for a Blackbeard.
They're both standing in the Melusi, and so he knew exactly where they were at, swings out, kills Caden on the cover, and then you're in a 1v1 with the shield. Fatal never chooses to pull out the ADS, which probably also would have gotten him killed, but it's tough.
I think everyone's just going to die to Fens. Be a Fens round.
The third 4K.
He's got a great ang. Oh, he gets beamed by Rovi. Matumbo takes some damage, but Pyrox will find Kixro. Cruelty could be on the fight back right now. They've leveled it up to 3-3. They're a little bit chipped down, but that's not too much of a problem. Now, nothing has happened this round in terms of map control. We're in Submarine and Warehouse. That's about it. There's no vert. There's a very horizontal push. Rovi, knowing that, needs to try and find something. The diffuser can be recovered. We don't have a Dokkaebi call online, and we ain't got any nades. We have a smoke. What is the play, Cruelty? They've got a little bit of time to drone this out and figure something. But with those Vulcan packs, it isn't going to make it easy if they start just trying to ball through single doorways. That fire can dissipate. Bino, he's the next target in the sights. But with the way he's been playing tonight, I don't think anyone wants to go up against him. DMR, is that really the best choice for that engagement? Bino gets chunked. Rovi as well. Should be dead right now, but you're aiming at his feet. You're expecting him to be prone, and he wasn't. Another round cleaned up here by LFO. All they got to do is dig deep. They did the hard work in the early part of the round, and Cruelty, they posed very little threat.
No need to stand by on this game. They are getting active and making the plays in the early game, so that late game, they just watch as Cruelty struggle to get in onto some of these bomb sites. Nicely played again back in the early game, coming through from Fens. Not only just hitting some brilliant shots with those first 2 kills, but also just using the gadget. Look at that Banshee as it screams, giving the information to Fens, slowing his opponents to make the gunfights easier, and then, yeah, maybe not ideal Blackbeard play to come through. Nice trades to bring it back to a 3v3, but then the crosshair placement, not ideal. There were some problems with that earlier on, too, that I wasn't able to mention, but sometimes it does feel like Cruelty are not really aiming towards the head level, and they lose out on some of these swings because of it. Regardless of what the problems might be, they have been major through this game. It is 5-0 Team Cruelty. Looking to get 7-0'd again this stage. It was against Cloud9, wasn't it? The first time they got, well, the second time they got 7-0'd. I guess they were 7-0'd by Envy as well earlier in this stage. Standby also with back-to-back 7-0s against Cloud9 and Wildcard last week. So both teams sitting at 2 at the moment.
Oh, it is not unfamiliar territory for Cruelty that they find themselves in right now.
Yeah.
And what I will say is that I had my doubts as to this game being a 7-0. I thought it was going to be close. Now, that still may be correct because we're attacking Lair. And both of these teams aren't the best at attacking. Like, newsflash, shotgun horror, I know. But there is plenty of time for this to all come back the other way. Standby, yep, if they're able to get 6 rounds, it does put them in a fantastic position. But if Cruelty are able to, you know, prepare their mental for what is about to come, there is all the chance in the world that they're able to get 6 rounds of their own. So I wouldn't bank on it being over just so quickly. And certainly there is another round here, round 6, that needs playing out. ROU projects being sent out again. We really do like those on Rovi. Again, unsure if it's the right play. Epic bringing the clash out here for round 6 as well. I mean, we thought that Cruelty was struggling with other pieces of utility. You throw a clash into the mix, it's going to be borderline impossible.
Yeah, really not a lot of movement as soon as they've seen this new operator come through. They actually had a really good take of the top floor last time they were on this bomb site. They had top control pretty nicely until a bit of a retake came through to capture it once again. Aware of the information, or aware of the utility, I should say, on the site. The breach is more cleanly opened this time as well. Not able to pop the Goyo this time through the breach. Pyrox will be able to shoot it open. These Sens walls should provide an opportunity for Mutombo to get through despite the pressure they have up above. But watch out for Eddie on that Solus. In theory, he should be able to stop this plant, but sometimes it's a lot more difficult than you'd think to stop it when there's a shield on the back of the planter.
Sense walls are great. The Capitao and the smoke from the from the Blitz are going to be the crucial ones. Because the Sense wall isn't going to do too much vertically. Plant now will start to go down. Eddie still with the SMG out, but immediately flicks over into the goggles. But I think he's too late. This is going to be confirmed, and Mutombo does get it down, but he'll pay the ultimate price. Pyrox finds a kill onto Fens. There's a bit of a pressure coming in on that top floor just while the plant is going down to provide enough chaos, allowing Mutombo enough time to get the job done. Now this can be held from outside of the breach. We've got players mounting themselves all over the place for this post plant. Caden in a very tough position at the bottom of these green stairs. Plenty of different angles to watch. Bino, he's going to find his first onto Mutombo. That's just confirming the down from earlier. Eddie, he's already got himself on the counter defuse. 2 kills come in, but I'm not sure if anyone knows that it's going on. Pyrox with 3. It's just in the nick of time. He stopped that diffuser from being disabled, and whatever happens now, well, there's going to be no time. Kixro finds one, but it is impactless. And Cruelty finally pick themselves around.
All right, Ollie, we've spent 4 weeks and 5 rounds saying some negative things about Team Cruelty, but credit where credit is due. That was a cool plant idea. They bring the Sens, and we've seen this strategy over and over and over again. You get control of green, you use the Sens wall to get into the little cubby just on the east side of that bomb site, where it's very difficult to deny you from up above, and you make that plant happen. 9 times out of 10, it's going to go pretty well for the attackers. But instead of going for that, understanding that that's quite a predictable decision, a predictable place to plant. Instead of going for that, Mutombo chooses to use that Sense wall and then smoke a different plant spot. He gets up behind the pillar for the plant instead. It does get read out. Eddie up above is able to find that with the Solus, and then the Toxic Babes do come there to eventually get the down. But it's too late, and the plant has already gone down by the time Standby figure out where the plant is actually at. Nice little strat to come out from Team Cruelty. Gets them their first round win. Also got to give huge praise to Pyrox in that round. Probably been the best player on Cruelty this stage. I think it was Fatal in stage 1 that was really dominant for this team. Well, relative to the rest of the players on the squad, but I think Pyrox has been fantastic this stage. Having some big late round moments. It looked like we might have seen another crazy Bino finish, but was shut down by Pyrox, and at that point the time was just too low. No 7-0, just as we were starting to talk about it. Thankfully for us.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yes.
I'm not sure that either of these two teams could stomach another 7-0. Although that may not really matter in the grand scheme of things, given that they are both in the fight for relegation. Now the pressure does really turn on to Standby. It's like, great, you've done it on the defense. Now do it on the attack. And especially with Cruelty getting around just before the half, that's going to give them a really good surge of momentum. Like, finally something they've done on that attacking phase has paid off. And they did it very well, as you mentioned. I like that strategy. It's bold, it's a bit risky. You know, there's a Solus there that, yes, there are a few things that could go wrong, but you're never going to get a guarantee in Siege. So you've just got to play with what you've got. And I think that they did that brilliantly in round 6. Now, if they can try and work some of that momentum into the game moving forward, especially with Pyrox having a big round, that's a player that you're going to need to get online. I think the fact that Caden already has seen some really good play so far in this game is a good sign. We've got to see how Standby try and match up to this. Ooh, an attempt there at a bandit trick, but unfortunately a little bit slow. Kixro will be quicker on the Selma, and that'll be Ops Wall open now into the top of Rocket.
Not the end of the world for Fatal. Would have liked to get a trick off, but end of the day, it's fine. The important wall is the mask wall, and that's where he's been able to retreat to. Can play his life over there. It's just critical that he has stayed alive. Standby only a 25% attacking win rate through this stage so far. Not ideal coming into the second half, but it is a bit better than the 15% Cruelty have had over the last 7 playdays. We'll see what it can amount to. Inside of green looks to be the push, and they're just walking right through the smoke. Hello. Now it's going to be an engagement with Caden, but it's the first death for Bino.
Yeah, I think Bino's just overheated a little bit there. Kixro will be there to back him up, though, and can find a couple of kills back in return. The smoke being gone is brilliant at the moment for Standby, and if that's what you've got to trade, plus an Ella, for Bino, then you know what? It might be worth it at this stage. They are going to be struggling on information. And Rovi is in a good position right now, just in display room. He's got display window hopping to look at. He's got toward those rocket stairs. Isn't going to be a given that anyone's going to be able to pass him right now. And without the Monty, have Standby just lost that crucial leading light of their attack right now, especially with that swing onto Rovi. Although Fens will come back with one of his own, so there is still life in this attack. And they do still have an advantage, but it is only a brief one. Fatal takes matters into his own hands. A really good aggressive swing there. It's Kixro, gonna be the next player to fall. Rovi there collecting those final 2 kills. Cruelty holding on there.
It's a big round from Ravi. I mean, coming in alive when he's needed the most. And honestly, he only had 1 kill coming into this round, right? Probably the player who has struggled the most on Cruelty throughout this game. He comes alive in that one, and it comes off some confident swings. I think it really shows that the mental on Cruelty is not yet broken. They are very much aware that if their attacks struggled, Standby's attacks will struggle as well. Sure, maybe you lose the man count, but you start to sense that Standby are stalling a bit. Go for some swings. Rovi gets this swing on the first window. Then there's a second swing from his teammate right there from Fatal. And then the swings just do not stop. Really good stuff from Rovi coming through there. Again, the confidence is really shining through in a round like that. You can tell that Cruelty they've not been beaten in the mental game just yet. They got the momentum in round 6. They didn't get 6-0'd in that first half. Their third 7-0 of the stage has been avoided, and now it feels like they've started to get some momentum.
It feels like the tide shifted in this game just a little bit. I think if Cruelty finds success here, we'll almost certainly see the tactical timeout from Standby. You go into this mid-floor site, as we've already mentioned, it can be a very difficult site to attack into, and you can already see slight differences in the ideology and the way that Standby want to approach it versus the way that Cruelty approached it. Monty or the shield player is still going to be a big part of that. Now, with the way that Bino's defended this game, I would much rather have him on a gun right now than on the shield, but that's just my personal thought. Trying to get this all done with Epic alone and those ROUs is going to be more difficult. Monty hasn't got stuns as a secondary. Instead, we've got the EMPs. So you haven't got that sort of backup of a smoke canister. And with Eddie falling early, that's going to be all of your soft destruction gone, along with a couple of nades. So not an ideal start, really, for Standby and Cruelty. I mean, with the operator lineup, with that opening pick, it feels early at less than a minute into the round to say that they've secured the round. But I do struggle to see how Standby are going to make this work.
Very curious how that gunfight came through from Pyrox with the Deagle. He had all the bullets in his clip, so he chose to bring out the Deagle for the start of that gunfight. Regardless of how it happens, he gets the job done, and that's a good early advantage for Team Cruelty that, frankly, Standby can't quite afford at this moment. Walls start to get breached now. They've got at least the castle barricades dealt with. They're looking to go in through green. This is not being so heavily contested by Cruelty. We'll have the players up above. They can rotate down those stairs later on, and have got a lot of players just kind of roaming around this mid-floor over towards medical and even towards lobby. That could be an opportunity for Bino, perhaps, as he's able to push out these players, but I think he's going to be too focused on the plant. Knows how critical it is to get these smokes down, get the Sens walls covering, and get the defuse kit on the floor. Players up above, it won't be easy, but again, with a Monty shield on your back, it becomes a lot more doable.
Standby are desperate for a pick now, though. There's a lot of side players at the moment. Cruelty haven't invested so heavily up on that top floor, and instead have got a couple of bodies in on the site. That's going to be the player that you're going to need to try and deal with right now. Fatal on that mirror. It's going to be a tough ask. Epic, primed and ready at the breach. Gentle attempt to push him, but Bino just de-shields and takes him. That was a 1v1. They're gonna try and plant just behind the shield. This is genius. Bino can cover. Kixro's there. That smoke is far too late, and that plant will go down. Both players will suffer for it, but it will confirm the plant. And with a man count advantage, you can afford that sort of HP loss at this point. Rovi and Matumbo, they've got a really tough job on the hands right now. Matumbo just going to try and get on the kit. Punish him. He should be taken out almost straight away. Epic and Kixro, a killer piece. Oh, another brilliant round coming out of Cruelty.
in the end, I mean, that's going to be a one that goes the distance, trying to stick on that disable, but 6-2 is the scoreline. Standby, get away with it. Really nice plant to come through. I've been going back, Ollie, and I've been watching this Bino 1v1 where he kills Fatal. We don't get to see it from the POV, but Fatal is, I mean, he's not shooting. He doesn't fire a shot as that goes on. I'm not sure if he's fat fingering at some point or if he's looking the wrong direction, but no damage onto Bino as he walks in for the 1v1 on the Monty. At the same time, everybody's able to kind of collapse on those mid-floor players. You talked about how there just wasn't that much control up above, and the control they did have horizontally was really torn to pieces by Standby. It was a great little ability to come in and have that, I guess, the fragging power to stop those players that were very solo around the map. He's going to be the 6-2. That plant was successful, so here we go. Cruelty now needing to win 4 defenses in a row just to get to overtime and have a chance of winning this game. Otherwise, well, it's going to be looking like a 0-point stage for Team Cruelty.
That would be a big old shame. I realized I got excited then and misspoke at the end of the round. It was, of course, Standby. Get in the round. You've got to credit them for these aggressive plays that they're going for, and I think that's a great way to try and break the mold.
Yeah.
We love the plant behind the Monty shield, and it was well covered. So really, no complaints. You know, that's a round that's gonna win.
Yeah.
Not just against Cruelty, but you'll get that round against other teams. You're just going to have a slightly different setup in the early game for it to deal with it. Want to focus on this roaming mute right now, as he will just feel the eyes of the drone burning into the back of his skull. Fens, chance of just throwing the boogie drone in, immediately deleting the barricade, but this is just when you're going to get swung. Surely you just get swung by the shotgun. Surely you don't get away with it. Oh, Fens! He's able to punish Fatal. Kicksrow downed as well, and finished off there by Pyrox. So an equal trade, but, well, it doesn't look like Standby is showing any signs of slowing down. For some rounds that we've seen that have worked fairly slowly, this one's moving at a slightly speedier pace. And with Cruelty down to only 2 bodies on this basement defense, it doesn't look great for him.
Yeah, a little bit disconnected, you could say, on that roam game. Caden's got to get back to the site ASAP. There's really no vertical pressure. He could play to deny the plant, I suppose, but Fens is getting it down already. It's been very fast inside of office. Tumble for his first, looking for 2 more, but shut down by Fens, who had gotten off the plant.
Interesting that he gets off the plant there to secure that kill. I guess he can get back on now, but it does leave Caden and Eddie in a 1v1. Fens still continuing to take damage right now. There's a minute left on the clock. You can just chill out and get some drone work moving. I think Eddie has still got one in his pocket if the HUD is to be believed. No information either for Cruelty. Everybody watching Caden's POV goes for the swing, but punished by Eddie. You can see the celebration there from Bino. Without him, this win would not have been as clean for Standby, as they finally take a full 3 points out of this fixture against Cruelty.
The battle of the bottom has been decided. Cruelty, unfortunately, 0-8 this stage. They will have one more chance tomorrow to break the flawless defeat. They will be playing up against Shopify Rebellion, so anything is possible, but it's not looking good. Standby will survive another day, and, well, we've got a desk who's willing to break down this game for all of our benefit. We'll go straight to them after a short break.
Two flashes as well.
I'm flashing.
Don't flash.
I'm not flashing. He's close. He's close right. Ready?
Nice.
Good shit. Good shit, Eddie.
Let's go, team.
Holy
guys.
shit!
We did it! We did it!
We won the Super Bowl. We won the Super Bowl.
Bang.
They did get the win in the Super Week. And it was a pretty convincing win as well. I mean, you know, you're sitting here shaking your head because your prediction was wrong. But LFO won. So let's bring it on. Let's have a little bit of a conversation with their coach. First off, congratulations on winning here on the stage 2 in the NAL. I mean, there's a lot of questions that we have for you guys in regards to how this stage has been going, in regards to, you know, how everything's been playing out. So I guess maybe from your opinion first, just like an open-ended question on like, how has this stage been for you, Feroshi?
I mean, like a learning experience, I guess, would be the most accurate way to describe it. Obviously not what we hoped. I think we could have done a better job in a lot of aspects, but I think mostly in the build up to the stage, building on what we worked on in the first stage. So I would kind of describe it as like a learning experience for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, we thought your week 1, obviously you played some good opponents and it kept it close, you know, 7-5s. Then it started to just trail off and just progressively go on a downward trend. What do you think was the biggest issue causing that? Was it a matter of effort? Was it a matter of just people wanting to do their own thing?
I don't think it was effort. I think it's just kind of like we didn't improve in the way that we needed to, and there's no such thing as like staying still. So if we weren't improving, we just got worse. I thought we actually played really well, especially against SSG and Envy, but then we just had too much inconsistency in the other games. Like I said, coming from, we didn't build on the off season.
Well, Feroshi, congratulations on the win, getting on the board. I kind of want to talk about the mental side of things. I don't think we talk about that too much. I mean, whether it's your mental, whether it's your players' mentals, I'm kind of curious just kind of how the mental has been throughout the entire stage of obviously what gets said on here on the desk, what gets said through the casters, what gets said through the community. Definitely just want to touch up on the mental side of things.
Yeah, I mean, we try not to let any type of narrative in. For the most part, that's a big like kind of rule on our team. But I think the more games we lost, kind of things kind of went down a little bit for sure. I thought the outlook on the first week was actually pretty positive, and then the MV game was a really big kicker for us because we thought we should have won that game. We lost 2 post plants on Locker's basement, which is like obviously really crazy, and I think that didn't help. I think for the most part, like the effort's been there. I think. Yeah, I can't speak for the players in terms of how they feel, but I feel like obviously I think the MV game was a big turn for us.
For sure.
Yeah, then also looking forward to the stage. I mean, playoffs, unfortunately, is not necessarily something that you guys are able to get to. You're out of the contention for that, and you're going to be fighting in relegation as well. Could you maybe let us know when you joined the NAL this year, when you got into the league, what was your most realistic expectation for the roster?
I mean, especially after our first stage, like we just wanted, especially with the team mostly of rookies, 3 rookies, and then we had Eddie and Julian who had some experience. But I mean, it was just to make playoffs and try and make events. I think that's a move for every single stage what we wanted to do. We got really close to making playoffs in the first sage. I think we've kind of capitulated a bit in the second stage again, mostly due to I don't think we focus on the right things. I've said that a couple times now, which a lot of that falls out on me as well in terms of like inexperience in my role. But we need to make sure that for the future we focus on the right things. Like I promise you, these mistakes that all of us have made, me and the rest of the team, is never going to happen again.
I mean, I really like, you know, the fact that you've looking at this as like a learning experience, and that you've been very honest and open when it comes to some of the mistakes that have been made, and also like taking responsibility for that. I mean, so I guess then for me, my question will be then looking at the future for maybe not just yourself, but the roster in general, and also you in the role. What would that ideally look like?
I mean, we have a great set of players. I think I'm a pretty good coach as well, and we have a great staff with me as well. Phenomena joined us this stage. He's been incredible. So, yeah, obviously can't say what the future holds, but again, I think all these players that we have like crazy potential. They're all really, really good players. They all drive to learn. So, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. And once again, congratulations on getting a couple points under your belt for this stage on the NAL. Best of luck in the future to yourself and to your roster. And who knows, we might see you guys around again next year.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Might count them out just yet. We could maybe see them tomorrow.
We could.
They played easy. I don't think so.
All right, well.
Really, after what we saw today from DZ?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. But let's dissect this game because, I mean, coming into it, you did go for your prediction for Cruelty. You said, you know, like, oh, Cruelty, I'm going to be a little biased, but that obviously was very much incorrect. A 7-2 win as well from LFO. Like, that is pretty dominant.
Yeah, it's the same issues that we see from every single game from Cruelty. You know, I kind of want to throw them a bone sometimes and see a little bit of life from them because that's what we were seeing, and then it just immediately falters into the next game. And, I mean, there were countless plays here, which is, I mean, this right here, for example, there's just no reason to be losing a gunfight like that. It was heavily in your favor. There was the one Blackbeard round in subs that I mean, as a shield player, there's just one thing you don't do when you get knifed, and it's turn your whole back to your opponent. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of questions to be had always when it comes to Cruelty, but, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse at this point. And the important factor is Standby came in, they came prepared. They obviously looked very comfortable on their defensive half, and then even on their attacks, they were playing well together.
Yeah, and as well, like coming into this game, there were 3 players that you highlighted specifically, Fox, and Bino was one of them who actually delivered as well today.
Yeah, no, I was happy to see that all 3 of the players that I mentioned, all of them actually had a really great game, but Bino specifically, and this is what I'm talking about for the future of his career. I mean, obviously, to be an up-and-coming IGL, I don't believe that was the role he played in T2, so just coming in, trying to fit the hole and be that IGL for the team, but also having an amazing stage individually performance-wise. I mean, today I think was a prime example that if he's just confident, if his teammates are doing what needs to be done and he's able to IGL and play his own game, I think it's indicative of his own skill. So I'm happy to see that those 3 players performed well. And obviously the players that I said did not perform, the players that I said were bad, performed bad. So it's nice to see what I'm saying, you know, show up on the screen. So yeah.
It's almost like low-key, that's like your job. Just like, yeah. Anyways, we still have one more game left for today. C9 OXG, which is a really important one if you are an SSG fan, because if C9 loses this, that means that SSG is locked for playoffs. And for OXG, I mean, they've been on a hot streak. They have been winning game after game after game, and they're just looking to further solidify their position for playoffs. So if you're an SSG fan or a C9 fan or an OXG fan or just a Siege fan in general, make sure you stick around because we're going to bring up our final game of the day after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Rogue their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
It's game time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, I'm firming the stacks. Game time, game time, game time. They got to step on a landmine. Like a landmine. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
And just like that, we're at our final game of the second day of Super Week. OXG going against C9. OXG has been on such a hot streak lately. They literally seem to not be able to do any wrong. Whereas C9, theirs has officially ended yesterday, and they are now fighting for a chance to stay in playoffs. If you're an SSG fan, you're voting for OXG.
You're definitely voting for OXG. I mean, OXG here, they just want to get a win to solidify their spot in top 2 to feel comfortable, get that bye, only needing 1 game going into playoffs. As for Cloud9, they are at the absolute bottom now with DarkZero getting their win, pushing past them. So it's really up to Cloud9 here to bridge that gap once again and make sure that they are not falling behind with only 1 game left.
Yes, and C9 finds themselves in this position after they have made a roster change at the beginning of this stage, hoping for it to play out differently.
Yeah, and the roster change hasn't necessarily worked out, but C9 has a lot of redeeming qualities for them. I mean, with that momentum run of the 2 7-0s and the 7-2 against SSG, it's put them in a great position. I mean, they're the #1 attacking team currently within the league, and that goes without saying that obviously that doesn't just happen with a roster change, it happens with the team slowly improving. And we always commend them on their preparation and playing well as a team at the start of games, but they've been able to carry that through all the way through with the help of their IGL, and the whole team has really been on board with it, despite their roster change not necessarily being the way that they wanted it to go. Obviously, as for the team though, their last loss that really broke it down may have stumped them from being able to make playoffs.
Yeah, but when we're looking at C9 as like a team as a whole, there are obviously, just like every team, a couple of 3, I guess, pillars, fundamentals that we're looking at that really segregate what we can be expecting from them.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think it separates into the good, the bad, and the scary. Obviously, goes without saying the good. Giddy, best Pro League stage of his career. He's been unstoppable. He's pretty high up in the NAL players statistically. And then Dream, we talked about them being the #1 attacking team. Obviously, when I was very questionable when Dream said that he was going to be the IGL of the team, of the roster. That being said, he's guided his team to somewhat of success, and obviously being the IGL is very difficult. So his stats are pretty good to also be leading his team in categories. As for the bad, now that's the pickup, the guy that they got, and it's a very unfortunate situation. Hat is within the bottom 4 players of the NAL currently. It was a very bad pickup, and essentially C9 actually took Hat, who was going to join Envy. So they may have saved Envy from being also at the bottom by saving Hat. So, I mean, that worked out for Envy, did not work out for Cloud9, and now it's put them into a scary position, which is the fact that they could not make top 6. Obviously, they're currently in 7th place. DZ's lopped over them. Everybody has jumped over them. They need to get their wins. But if you look at the 2 teams that they're playing, obviously OXG today, they're playing for top 2. Not going to be an easy game whatsoever. And Wildcard has had their ups and downs, but Cloud9 needs to be able to at least get their 2 wins because of how the day went to obviously make it into top 6. So they got to put their best foot forward and hopefully get another momentum upset against OXG to put them in a better position for playoffs.
Yeah, you say momentum upset, but if there's any team that has had crazy momentum in the last couple of play days, Lax, it is OXG.
Oh, it's definitely been Oxygen, especially on their attacking half. And I mean, all these players across the board are really finding and believing into that fundamentals that Forrest is bringing by swapping off those shields, playing more of his old role that we used to play in the day. And realistically, it's Forrest world. We're just living in it. And I got to say, I'm happy to be highlighting Forrest in such a positive sense, because watching the plays that he's making now just reminds me back when he was on Astralis or back when he was on SSG, that he played this support role as a more aggressive support play. He had a very unorthodox play style back in the day, but it worked because no other support player was going to do what Forrest did, and Forrest always gets the job done. And from what we've seen with this change, it's only paying off in terms of Oxygen results. I mean, dropping into Vault with the diffuser, no trade potential, you're setting yourself up for failure. But if there's one player that's going to get it done, it's going to be Forrest, and he does it flawlessly here. And then in the last round, what I really love about this, he brings the shield out, plays it perfectly, gets all of blue control, and then he's waiting to get Gomez to set up with the Candelas for the players inside Red Hall to be able to go for this plant. And again, this is what we're seeing with Forrest develop, going back to his roots, playing this style of siege that is really paying off because they set up here beautifully. You have the Candelas going into red, blinding everyone in gold, blinding everyone in sight, not being able to let that Tachanka get the Shamika launcher off to be able to deny this defuse, and then to deny the plant, and they just play the default post plant beautifully. And this is such a well orchestrated and executing side of Oxygen that we haven't seen in the early stages of this team coming together. We've been seeing it develop over time and time, and now they have really hit their max potential, I think, in terms of what they're going to look like, and they're just going to improve from there. So when I say max potential, I'm saying in terms that this is only going to be an improvement from here on out. And again, a lot of that really does come off of Forest.
Yeah, I mean, also when we're looking at their stats specifically when it comes to their opening kills, it's something that we're comparing against the rest of the league. Like, OXG is up there.
OXG's definitely up there. And then we said this was the biggest thing that I critiqued them for so long was the beginning of the game, the opening kills, the not being able to facilitate an entire round. Because Forest has taken that step back, taken off those shields, it's only propelled in terms of their opening kills and their success on their attacks. We've talked about Gomez. We've talked about Adam being those spearheads. Adam is what? I believe #1 rated in the league currently right now. A lot of the OXG players are up there. But the funny thing is, when we look at this opening kill conversion and the opening kill percentage, the reality is it's not just Adam and Gomez. The two main lead heads for their opening kills actually come from Grixer and Forest, funny enough. So again, the big ideology change, the big IGL shift in how they're playing, this is why we're seeing Oxygen accelerate at the level that we are, is because they are all on the same page here. They all have the right plan, and they're executing it time and time again. And again, I have to give a lot of that credit to Forest, where back in the day, I was giving him a lot of flack for his plays.
They got the right plan, they got the right execution, they got the right vibes, but do they have the right map pick? That is the question that we're going to answer very shortly as well. Because Foxay, when we're looking at the map picks, when we're looking at the VODs specifically, the fact that we're going to labs from OXG's defending side starting as well, that's pretty good.
I mean, that's a great position for OXG to be in because we saw how strong they were in their last play day on it, especially with their entries, with taking Rafters control, with getting those opening picks. So obviously, I like the map pick for OXG very much. I think they're very adaptable when it comes to their attacks, especially as of recently. That being said, it's a decent map for Cloud9. I know they like to play it. I know we've seen them progress on it, specifically Giddy. You know, they have played it a lot throughout Stage 1 and Stage 2, and I know it is a comfortable map, but in my opinion, I don't feel like it suits the Cloud9 playstyle because as of late, Cloud9 doesn't really have enough bodies to go for those gunfights as opposed to OXG.
I don't know. I'd actually argue with that because when you look at their game against DarkZero, where Cloud9 would lose that 8-6, their attacks is what were poor. And that's what we've seen them grow, now being the #1 attacking rating team in the NAL. That begs me then the question, with them starting on attack here, they know where they went wrong, one in their match versus C9. They obviously just watched this game where they played against Shopify on. So they have everything and the tools at their disposal to really jump on this Oxygen starting on the attacking side. So I would honestly argue that I feel more comfortable that they are on this attacking half now than maybe what they were at the beginning of the stage.
Does that make you want to change your prediction, though?
No, absolutely not.
That's
I mean, Oxygen just has...
Yeah, there's one thing that Cloud9 doesn't have, and that's shooters. OXG just has the better players, in my opinion, and Cloud9 going into it playing 4v5 this whole stage with Hat on the team, I unfortunately just think it's going to go to OXG again.
It's low-key giving Hat hater.
Well, if you get picked up to make a team better and obviously you're the worst rated player on the team, I don't think that's hater. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
No, I don't think it's a fair point. I mean, we've like hammered that home.
I questioned it. I even messaged Dream. I was like, you guys are picking up Hat? Why would you do that? And obviously I was waiting to be proven wrong, and I was not.
Maybe this is the game where he could potentially prove you wrong, but whether or not that it actually is realistic, we're ready to find out as we're heading into our final game of today with our casters, Extroika and Jesse.
I wonder if Fox isn't a fan of Hat because he can't find hats to tame all of that hair he's got on his head. Maybe that is where the hat slander's coming from.
You know, that makes a lot of sense, Ollie. That might be the most...
Could be onto something.
That might be one of the things that we need to look into a little bit more. In any case, we'll have one last opportunity for Hat to bounce back and lock in top 2 here, or at least deny OXG from getting top 2. Hat, a former player of Oxygen, if I am correct, of course, has had some of that time back on OXG, as has Dream as well. So there's a lot of familiarity between these teams, and it's going to be a really tight battle to see who ends up coming out on top. Important game for both of these squads as well. OXG hoping to secure a top 2 spot They need just 1 point to guarantee that today. Otherwise, they're actually in a bit of a shaky situation tomorrow because they're competing with Shopify Rebellion for that second top spot. Sorry, they're competing with Space Station for that second top spot. SSG will play M80 tomorrow, but SSG on a bit of a hot streak. So Oxygen do need to get some points at some point. They want to hold on to the top 2. And then Cloud9, of course, battling for the playoffs, battling for the North American Finals as well, which has an SI spot on the line. So plenty to play for if you're Cloud9. Kind of shocking to see them down where they are in the standings, just given how good I feel like they've been this stage. But a rough start didn't get them many points, and then that last game yesterday as well, getting 7-3'd by M80 was not what they were hoping for. So today could be a big bounce back, or it could be the continuation of a slide.
I think Cloud9 they had a tough start to the stage, and if you look at the games that they played, you know, straight out of the gate into a DZ game, then they go into an Envy game, which unfortunately for them that they lost. But this was back at the start of the stage where Envy came out of the gates absolutely screaming. Then we see him go up against SR the next week. So again, a really tough game for them. They win very handsomely against Cruelty. They win very handsomely against LFO. Then they beat Space Station. So you're looking at this like string of games and you're thinking like, you look back at the points, you're like, how are they on 10 points? But they've had some very tough games in the early portion of the stage, and the games really don't get any easier for them here, but they have taken advantage of those air quotes easier games by getting very good scorelines. So they've done what's asked of them. They've just got to perform here against OXG, which for me, you know, you look at the standings and you see OXG in second and Cloud9 in seventh. I pick these two teams as relative equals inside of Siege, but obviously with new changes and the way that Cloud9 have come out inside of Stage 2, they've just felt a little bit behind the pace. And I mean, is it ever an NAL desk when Lax and Fox don't both back OXG in the prediction? I mean, come on.
Well, those predictions have been paying off this stage. I mean, you've said it. Oxygen have had a really successful stage so far. Very close to being second place in the league. We'll see if that does hold true after today. Very standard bans coming through. Bandit and Kaid usually going to be seen here on Nighthaven Labs. Would be very rare to see anything else. Then the double shield ban coming out from Oxygen, trying to target some of those Cloud9 shield takes that we know they like to run. Dream in particular has been playing a lot of shield so far this stage, so just take that off the board, leave him with the Blackbeard, which he's going to immediately select on. We'll see if that does stick true. Oxygen hoping to be able to lock this one down. Once again, they're going up against Cloud9, who have been the best attacking team since the stage began. 62% attacking win rate. We don't see teams really hit stats like that very often. You could make the argument they did kind of farm Cruelty and Standby to get that stat up as high as it is, but it's late in the stage. Everybody has had their opportunity to win those games, and so I do think you got to credit Cloud9 for getting them done as dominantly as they have. Top floor defense looking very standard, with the one exception maybe of this clash. Forrest was hiding it throughout the prep phase, so it will not be known by Cloud9.
Clash can be a nightmare as well, especially on labs on this top floor. Especially an accomplished shield player like Forrest is going to be well aware of how to take advantage of that. Now with both of the hard breach denial banned, and actually no hard breaches banned, it's going to be fairly straightforward to get things open. That isn't going to be where Cloud9 struggle. It is likely going to be with that clash. So it's almost good if you're known to be a bit of a shield team, because you kind of get an easier time of things on labs getting everything open. Whereas already tonight we've seen how devastating hard breach bans can be. In the SR SSG game, two very accomplished teams still struggle with the hard breach ban because it does make things a lot more difficult. So it's almost better to be known as a shield team, because if the shield's, you know, more of a risk, then maybe you attract that as a ban instead. And Cloud9 not going to waste any time, and certainly Dream isn't wasting any. Immediately taking control of Connector here. Silent can now use some of this utility to open up the wall into Connector, and already great map control here from Cloud9.
Yeah, without a mirror being brought, it's really hard to contest into Connector, and I guess OXG just deciding it's not going to be worth it this round. They don't have control of Electrical, but a big air jab. Adam kills Dream anyways, so it doesn't pay off, but I think a really cool idea there to clear Clash.
I think Dream just felt like he'd won the lottery then. The air jab goes off and he sees Clash on the back and he's like, this is my moment. I could be him. No, Atom was there. Gomez for the next. Hat eventually finding something back here. But that's only the Malusi. They're expected to lose a few bodies here, but it looks like this Aqua push has been somewhat successful, especially with Gomez going down so low on Catwalk right now. None of this removes Clash from the equation, though, and Forrest is going to be making his presence known, not only with the shield, but with the secondary, leveling it out at 2 versus 2 with 50.
Banshee gives away a little bit of positioning. Forrest still here. Doesn't have the shield out. He's actually got the SMG. Shield's on the back, so gonna play this a little bit more aggressive than you might expect, and it doesn't pay off. Giddy's able to get that kill, and now it's a 1v2 for Adam. And it does get closed out. Very nicely done coming through there by Cloud9. They win the round, starting things off strong, keeping that high attacking win rate alive. A little bit questioning for Forrest in that initial swing. You have to imagine with a Clash, you're in the advantage state with that shield, but playing it a little bit more aggressive does not go his way, and patience pays off for Cloud9.
I appear to have dropped internet during that last bit, so I do apologize for that. It was a moment of, I just now no longer know what's going on. But Cloud9 coming away with round number 1 there. You see, it hits the 2 a.m. mark in the UK, and all of the ISPs are just like, oh, it's okay, no one's online right now. We're just going to reboot everything. But I'm online. Hello.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
But unfortunately, I'm probably in the minority. So yeah, I do have to suffer with that. But I think we're connected onto the old hotspot now, so it should be good. So I do apologize about that. But Cloud9, they're successful with that first round. A big round to get as well, because Nighthaven Labs, you know, especially in the current meta, and especially with the Clash available, OXG kind of getting a little bit punished there. I thought as soon as they got that opening pick onto Dream that things were looking really good, but there was a really successful backstab in over towards Aqua, and it's a crucial element of attacking this map, and that site in general is you cannot be one-dimensional. You have to have multiple prongs of attack. And Cloud9 did a great job of opening up the IT breach nice and early, a really good job of taking control of Connector and dipping into electrical. And then with that success coming on the Aqua side, is it much of a surprise that they're credited with round number 1? And they've done a fantastic job, and it has stunned OXG into sticking with their rotation. Downstairs we go to the basement.
And we've got Yaga on the Rook, the first Rook being picked in the second stage of the NAL. Of course, was buffed by getting that Reaper secondary weapon, so we'll have a bit more of a chance here to get some long-range gunfights. A lot of chaos happening on the site inside of storage. We see the Candelas come through, and Dream opens things up. Hat top floor as well is finding lots of good value. This OXG hold of the top floor has been picked to pieces, and now Forrest on the Clash is all alone. Nothing he can do. Shirley being close in on by all sides. No teammates, no chance. Kobe kills Forrest, and I'm sorry, Ollie, the round is over.
A flawless round comes out of nowhere for Cloud9. We were just invested in watching Forrest getting bullied upstairs. But yet, there was so much going on in and around the site. Forrest attempting quite a flashy 360 there, but I mean, there's just no way that you live in that. It was very well dealt with by Cloud9, and it looks like they have been practicing and are fully aware and waiting for this Clash to be played. So much so, it begs the question, are they even going to ban it when they get the opportunity a little bit later on? Because with the way that they've been dealing with these rounds so far, there's nothing that's been standing in their way. A really quick execute onto site, Candelas, the smoke canisters being forced out early. Cloud9 are bringing some serious heat here tonight.
They absolutely are, and you got to start looking at the Oxygen guys and thinking, you know what, who is going to step up and start to be that hero? Adam is currently the best defensive player in the league in North America. He's 1-2 right now. He has a defensive KDR of 2.05. That means he's averaging more than double kills than deaths on defense, and so it's been a little surprising not to see him super active in the first 2 rounds. That last round, I mean, it flew by. Hard to get anything done in a round like that, but as they go back to the top floor, back to the strongest site on this map, I'm hoping we can see a little bit more out of Adam. He's playing over towards Aqua this time around, so we'll see where he actually ends up. Might draw things back over towards server once he's done his site setup. But yeah, a player that I've got my eye on because I think he's been absolutely amazing all stage long and hasn't shown up just yet today.
Early days, but there is time. Typically, you can tell if someone's going to have a good game. Kobe Lax, that's his first kill. that be the start of a Kobe likes round? We will have to see. Forest just caught wandering around really on that top floor, and Kobe likes taking so much pressure nice and early. Really way ahead of the shields, and the hard breach is just really sneaking in and grabbing himself a freebie, getting himself out of there as quickly as he came. Good pressure again on this electrical and connector side of things. It's clearly a focus right now from Cloud9. A pocket reinforcement has been used, but as we know, that isn't going to stop anything really from happening. The breach will still be opened, and I doubt that Dream will be baited in as early this time if he sees some air jabs going off, because he knows the team play could be there, but there might not be much team to play it as Kobe Lax picks his second up. He's all over the gaff.
Yeah, nice little entry there from Kobe coming in on the Nook. Now 2-man advantage. Adam not going to be showing up in this round like I had hoped so. So Gomez, Grixer, and Yaga, the last left alive to try to hold things down for Oxygen. Cloud9 have once again got quite a bit of control. No Mira being brought once again, and no Clash this time either. So that connector ends up falling relatively quickly. A lot of pressure over towards Aqua too. It seems like that's going to be where the brunt of this push comes. They will have control of Garage. They'll have control of these Aqua stairs. They won't have Giddy. He does end up going down to Gomez, who's just playing top rafters. Might make getting this second dimension of the push a little bit more difficult. If you don't have Raptors, this could be a tough execute.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Hat, and Dream just gets a bit too giddy there. Gives himself away to Grixer. Gomez is there to capitalize as well. That's the diffuser. That should be the round. It's down to the two hard breaches to make something happen now. Hat has successfully got himself into IT, but what can he really do about it from here? Silent. He's going to find one onto Yaga. I believe Yaga was just prone in behind the desk, but it's going to be 4 for Gomez, as he barely needs to move his feet there to pick up 4 kills, as everything really culminates in and around the Aqua side.
A really nice round coming through from Gomez, being able to lock down all those kills. You said briefly in that round, there was a lot of pressure on Hat, and I absolutely have to agree with that. His job was to get in control of Raptors, try to make that second dimension work for his teammates. He did end up getting a kill somewhere in that round. He ended up fragging out onto Yaga, but in the end, it wasn't going to be enough. Cloud9 didn't quite have the numbers, and it will be the first defensive victory for OXG. We were wondering about that Clash ban. It's going to end up being the Azami instead. We know how powerful that can be up top inside of Raptors. It's the op that Gomez was just playing for the 4K. I do want to correct myself on the Clash. I did say round 1 that it was being that it wasn't being used on the late round, as it was just being placed on the back, but it did get destroyed. So I don't think the Clash play has been as bad for OXG as it may have appeared in those first 2 rounds, but still hasn't been as big of an issue for Cloud9. So I respect the idea to not ban it out. You also can be quite sure that this bottom floor is going to be one of the bomb sites being brought out, and Clash is less common on this site. I know we have seen it played kind of top vending stairs before, but generally Clash belongs on the top floor on this map, and we likely won't go back there until the final round.
I think it's a good ban from Cloud9. I don't think that they've been struggling too much with dealing with that Clash. It hasn't really had the desired impact for OXG. And the Azami is just such a headache. Not on just the top floor, but pretty much every site. Just make areas that are otherwise indefensible very defensible. Forest is going to be playing the Alibi this time, so looking to stretch his legs a little bit, provide a little bit of presence up and around on that mid floor. We've got Atom. He's hiding out inside of storage as well, going to be playing the Warden for that. So not in a bad position really to deal with any stuns and smokes that come in, but still playing a little bit far forward. If you look at the lineup that C9 have got, they'd originally hovered a RAM and all sorts of things that really telegraphed, you know, we're going to go for a very extensive roam clear, get the vertical control. They've since switched it up a little bit, and we've actually got the Rora. We do have Hard Breach, but we've also got the Glass. So this looks like it could be a little bit more direct, with the addition of Kobe Likes just lurking to see if he can find something up and above. But with Grixer on that heartbeat scanner, he should be able to find a couple of things out. He will be found out there on the drone. Maybe the call goes through that it's going to be a little bit more site-focused.
A little bit of work being done on the top floor. Again, it's going to be critical that you can stop the plant from being denied vertically. If you can get control of storage, that's going to be an absolute game changer. Already damage being done to Yaga. Gets back to sight alive, though. Thankfully, partly in the help of Grixer here with this cardiac sensor. That leaves now 3 players on the defense down inside the basement. Grixer, Force, and Yaga all retreat. This Logic Bomb will be attempting to clear out the last 2, Adam and Gomez. Playing around that mid floor. Not super quick to clear through it, but Kobilax will be lurking late into this round.
I think Kobilax has got everyone exactly where he wants them right now. He's in such a good position to provide this backstab, but there's a lot of pressure on the rest of the team to be able to get the job done in what could be a 4 versus 5. Gomez, star of the show in the previous round, still going to be hanging around inside a lounge at the moment. Dokkaebi call goes through. That should be a bit of information for Kobilax to start that sneak down and to really open up this round. Looks like Cloud9 are really waiting for a trigger at the moment. And at the minute, OXG aren't giving that opportunity away. A couple of shots come in, but Kobilax strikes at the perfect moment. Atom will be there for not 1, but 2, as Gitty and Dream both fall. Silent does still have the diffuser, but he's the next on the hit list, as Grixer takes the shotgun to his face there. The cardiac scanner clearly providing a bit of information. And whilst Kobilax's lurk might have been fairly successful to open the round up, he's going to have to do a lot more to close it out entirely. Atom eventually finished off here on this top floor. 20 seconds, diffuser can be recovered, and Kobilax can confirm a down onto Grixer from earlier. Still chance to try and use these Roradors to get this plant off, as Hat has a wealth of utility at his disposal right now. And the remaining players, well, they're no good through soft walls. You're going to need a little bit more. There's a default camera, and the plant is stopped just in the nick of time, as Hat has 2 kills to find in as many seconds. We'll get 1, but not the last.
Nice little defense coming out. Nox should tie up the game. You saw that late round play from Yaga just inside a cargo, able to stop that plant as it's going down. Absolutely critical for winning that round. Had some cool ideas with the Aurora, closing off those doorways so you couldn't get a clean line of sight to deny it, but just through the soft wall, that's all that Yaga needed. Knew where to shoot to stop that plant, and eventually did just that. Finally got the round I was looking for out of Adam, too. Again, it's been quiet through the first quarter, but that was really his round to step up and shine. It looked like it was going to be a really successful clear of that top floor. I liked the pinch coming in from Kobe. There was a bit of distraction over towards bottom garage, and then just as that was happening, Kobe made his move in through lobby, in through lounge, I should say. It was a really well-coordinated kind of clear, but it took them a long time to set it up. And they didn't quite count on Adam getting that quick little 2-piece inside of storage. Eventually traded, but by that point, I think the time was too poor. The numbers were too poor. It's good to trade it back out to the 2v2. I think it was a big round from Kobe again, but just not quite enough in the end. Was a bit of an interesting 1v1 on site, too. You mentioned it with the shotgun, Grixer versus Silent. Every other player on Cloud9 was trying to help out with that roam game, was trying to do something. Maybe with the exception of Giddy, who I believe died to a vert angle from Adam. But Silent ends up in a 1v1 spot on the glass, which doesn't really favor him. So tough for him to drop the defuse kit in a spot like that. But when your own game is not able to get the job done, it can be really tough sometimes to make that push happen too.
I really like the way that Cloud9 approached that attack. I think if they're able to tidy up a couple of the timings in the early portion of the round and give them a little bit more, because even if they just had the same man count, 2 versus 2, but a bit more time in the later round, they'd have been golden getting that plant down. It was a super close round. It came down to OXG having to play smart, keep themselves alive, and really use the clock to their advantage. Tied game at 2-2. A little bit streaky with Cloud9 picking 2 and then OXG responding with 2 of their own. That was a tech test, just for clarification. It wasn't a timeout from either of these 2 teams. They both still have those at this moment in time. They're going to be going into round number 5. Cloud9, not exactly searching for answers yet, but they need to find some sort of winning formula. Something that I love at the moment, Jesse, is that Hat is 6-1. Really putting sending a message out there to our desk. Yes, he can perform.
Fox is crying and shaking at the moment.
Hey, it's round 5. I'm sure there's time.
That there is. It's not gonna matter how many kills he gets if OXG continue to streak forward with these round wins. I always say the only stat that actually matters is the one at the very top of the screen, and right now it reads 2-2. Starting to open up on the top floor, we see Giddy doing good work on this thermite. Shouldn't be any problem. Again, with the bans, we expect hard breaching to be relatively simple, and it has been, I think, through this game. On the top floor, you've got every single member of Oxygen with the lone exception of Grixer, who is anchoring down below, and will have to move his position as that boogie drone from the Ram will force him to move. Was playing just underneath it. The real question for me is going to be who gets this opening pick. We've not seen a lot of conversions so far through this game, but even still, getting that early advantage and then using it to tumble into even more on the top floor could be big for whichever team strikes first.
Ooh, Gitty on a really horrible angle there, just trying to tap fire his way through IT breach. Gomez, it's been a menace on the DMR. It's just being forced back to the top of Aqua right now. I want to see Dream have a little bit more success on this Blackbeard as well, because he's been a little bit reckless and carefree while playing this shield. It provides the smallest amount of protection out of the shields that are available in the game, not of course in this round. Ooh, an attempt there at an opener for Silent, but Forrest quick to react on Ella. Gitty taking a bit of damage as well now and trying to dish it back on the Vert. That's going to be an opening pick that does go untraded for the time being. And Cloud9, where we've seen some attacks that have looked very well put together, it kind of feels like they're stalling out just a touch here. They're still getting players rotating into relevant positions, and that roam was very successful. Dream will just hop in and try and get that plant down. The FNAT's surely going to give the game away. Atom knows what's going on right now, but he might be sent to the cameras instead. An attempt at some vertical play, and Dream down in the process. Grixer, the unknown factor, as Cloud9 tried to pull a fast one and now have a lot of recovering to do. Hat inside a storage. He's taken out by Gomez. It's another multi, and it's Forrest with 2 of his own to close it.
A ridiculous round, all things considered. OXG nearly got planted on, and that should have turned the entire round on its head. Huge credit to Grixer. When Dream is jumping in that window, Grixer is in lounge. He is in no position to deny that from down below. Just a moment before he jumps in, Grixer is in storage. So the second that Dreadmine triggers, Grixer hightails that lounge, has to run down the vending stairs, and makes it there just in time to stop that plant from happening. Once you stop that plant, again, he denies it with less than a second left to go. His teammates are able to get some critical kills elsewhere on the map as well. We saw Kobe going down, who was just inside of the rafters, was walking down the garage stairs. We saw Dream, of course, dying on the plant, and then Hat and Giddy in the 2v3. Nothing that they can do to recover a round like that. Really well played by Grixer. Not a guy who's going to necessarily rack up the kills, and certainly hasn't been today, but the kills that he does get, the impact that he has on every round is absolutely phenomenal, and I think he ends up being one of the most underrated pieces of this OXG puzzle.
Extremely strong. I think, for me, that whole round hinges on the FNAT. If that FNAT doesn't exist, if it's deleted, then Atom doesn't know that Dream's hopped in, and Dream maybe gets away with that for free, with the amount of other things that are going on at that moment in time. But just that small piece of utility, it gave OXG the surety as to what was going on, and then allowed players like Grixer to make decisions off the back of it. We go back up to this top floor for what will be the final round of regulation with OXG on the defense. It's a round where we've seen mixed success for both teams so far. Cloud9 giving us a very convincing showing in round 1, but since round 2 have struggled to really get anything going on this attack. His army obviously a key part of that, and that has been banned out now, so Rafters control is far more viable. And that looks like where Dream is at least going to make his stand for the early portion. Quickly getting in and getting that Rafters control, not allowing anyone to rotate out, and Selma's used to open the breach. Well, it's a brilliant strategy. Now you have control of Rafters, you can start to work and pinch these defenders around inside of the site.
They have Raptors, they have IT, but I always want to see something more for a push like this, whether it's somebody going towards Aqua or going towards Connector. There's not a great spot to plant if you're just kind of coming from this one side of the map. Kobe down below might be able to provide that extra dimension. We'll have to see how it goes. Impact's tossed out towards Dream, but he's still got most of his HP, so he shouldn't be too worried about it. Close range shotgun from Atom might provide a huge issue too. He's not got it in his hands just yet, but if they do want to push in through IT, he'll be really the main threat that stops them. Dream looking to rotate Aqua, so that would be that dimension that I was talking about to get a second player in and maybe a bit of a better plant position too, especially with that Blackbeard. Break into control, get yourself behind the bomb chassis. Certainly a good place to put a defuse kit down. Plenty of options still to play with for Cloud9, but no Kobe-Lax as Forrest finds him below.
Brilliant lurk there from Forrest, just dealing with Kobe-Lax. There's been almost zero value out of the book considering the map control that Cloud9 have at the moment. Gitty grabs a kill onto Grixer, and Dream can now mount his attack, pushing deep in through Electrical, but does need to be cautious, needs to wait for his team, and his team will deliver. 2 kills from Silent before being shut down by Gomez. Dream now thinking about trying to get that plant down, but we've got Forrest on the flank. He's going to work his way in through Electrical right now, and this is a 1 versus 2, especially with Dream trying to plant. Silent taken out, Dream forced off, and Gomez to clean up. Multi-kills galore for the side of OXG tonight. Gomez putting in an incredible shift.
Really big round from Gomez, as you said, steps up massively in that one for the last couple of kills, especially gets the final one to put himself on double digits. I actually thought it was a great call from Cloud9. The second Kobe-Lax dies inside of Cargo, right? Kind of the bottom of Aqua Stairs. Cloud9 recognized that the only person who could be down below, who could have gone for a play like that, is the one guy who's playing meeting side or connector side, right? So they recognize that that player, Forrest, must have gone down the lobby stairs. Well, he's not going to be watching Electrical anymore. So they jump in Electrical. They get all the space for free. Dream seemingly gets everything opened up. They combine with Silent behind Dream and then Giddy inside of IT too. It looks like a great opportunity for a push. But Gomez just somewhat forgotten about at the back of the bomb site with that DMR rocking the Aruni. You can ban out his Azami, but it doesn't matter. He still finds the frags that he needs. Really well played to come through from him, and that does give Oxygen the 4-2 lead. Cloud9, the best attacking team in the league, have only managed 2 rounds on their strongest side, and now we'll have to go to defense where they actually don't even have a positive win rate so far.
It's a shame because you can see the vision in the attack, and Cloud9 are so quick to adapt during the round. And that's somewhere that we can really credit them. You know, Dream was here, there, and everywhere, took control of Rafters, rotated over towards Aqua, burnt a few smoke canisters, then he's out and all the way around toward Connector. You know, he's absolutely all over the place and providing pressure every which way. But sometimes it is just not enough, especially when you've got some really stalwart players in on the site, and Gomez was one of those on those defensive rounds for OXG.
10 seconds left.
Round 7, Cloud9, down by 2 rounds, and we're hiding a Cav. Gitty, you better have something incredible for us right now, because there is just about every other operator in the game I would rather see you playing at the minute, aside from Caveira.
Listen, Giddy's been having a crazy couple of weeks, so if he's going to go crazy on Cav, then I am all here for it. We've had a ridiculous game. 5 rounds ago, we got our first Rook of the stage. Now we'll see our first Cav of the stage. So we're breaking records left and right. New operators coming out all over the place in this game. Keep on watching. It seems like a Thunderbird might be next. We'll have to wait and see. But he's ratting in the basement for now. And I'm not sure if this is going to be a huge play or not, because I don't see an operator in auction that is likely to go down below. Usually on this bomb site, you'll see a demo, so you'll see a buck, and they'll be kind of solo down on that main floor trying to work some vert angles. Nobody on OXG really looks like they're going to be in a position to go for something like that. Maybe Forrest, but I don't really expect to see it happen. So then you start thinking, well, maybe Giddy can flank Meeting Hall, maybe he can flank up Aqua and get a backstab when the push is happening. But at the same time, you're going against Adam on the Nomad. So if you do go for a big flank, there's a high chance that it will just get air jabbed off and you end up getting caught without even a drone being there. So yeah, not a great round for Giddy to be on this Cav. We'll see what he can do with it.
I hope he's got something genius cooked up. At the moment, control of Catwalk has disappeared. Kind of in that no man's land at the moment where we're sort of waiting for OXG to move in and take it. Cloud9 don't really have a good foothold in there at the moment. There's a super narrow angle being challenged here, and Kobe-Lax does need to be cautious. Gomez, he can start to work his way up to this breach and just have a peek in, see if there's anything that you can find for free. He takes nearly all of Hat's HP, leaves him on only 1. If there was a time to strike, Gitty, we're getting into that danger zone now. We need to see what this effect is going to be, because at the moment, your team is a little bit light on the site. I'm not sure if OXG have entirely recognized what is in front of them right now. Got some Bs just keeping Gomez safe, stopping him from getting immediately swung for the time being. But he's hungry for a kill here. You can feel it. That's such a good spree on the defense and looking for more. This is Gitty's time. Maybe waits for that silent step to recharge, can start to move his way through. Gomez should be a free kill right now. Nobody is expecting this. Can he land the shots required? Certainly for the down and for the confirm. Oh no, the unforgivable. Atom takes Forrest down, and Grix has started to join in on the action. Gitty, he's managed to get himself all the way up, but eventually will be taken down as two huge kills swing the tide of this round. But Atom and Grixer are both super low. 12 seconds, they've got the diffuser. Atom finds one onto Silent. That's a really important kill. It's now down to Dream. He's got 5 seconds. There's no diffuser in Atom's hand. He's just got to keep himself alive. Swings at the shotgun with close range inside of Electrical. A really close end to the first round of Cloud9's defenses.
And what a big clutch from the captain of Cloud9, Dream. He goes big in the 1v1 to make sure it does get locked down. It's a bit of a crazy strategy on the defensive side. I'm not so sure about the Cav, but listen, it does its job. It gets the 1-for-1. It causes chaos. Debatably causes the team kill too, because it was just inside of IT where Adam shoots the head of Forrest, and I think he's shooting towards Giddy, getting kind of panicked in that moment. So that really does start things off strong for Cloud9. Dream in the late round able to lock things down. I thought played that 1v1 perfectly, running back inside of Electrical. That's exactly what you need to do. Don't forget, Dream up against his former team. He played on OXG for 814 days. Not once in that span was he the captain, was he ever the IGL, but now he moves to a new team, takes over the captain role in this offseason, and just moving into stage 2. I think he's really been able to silence a lot of doubters over the last couple of weeks because people were not a huge fan of the roster move, not a huge fan of putting Dream on captain, but
5 seconds left.
I think we're seeing them. I mean, Cloud9 do look like a very strong team, and they've got the capability to battle against even the best in North America.
I think they've just got some really good fundamentals. And I think they're at a stage of understanding the game very well at the moment as well, which it sounds like a really strange thing to say, but you do get some teams that kind of just get caught in a cycle. And then you get other teams that look like they're understanding the game exceptionally well. SR, great example. Stage 1, they understood the game better than anybody else. And it just goes to show that that understanding and that knowledge doesn't really last forever. Yoga, do you understand that you are in the site and now down? Dream also out of action. Gomez can pick his teammate up here with an adrenal stim, and I think he might have seen something over toward that hatch. Yes, it was Kobe likes dropping. This early aggression, immediately getting into sight. I still can't really tell who it favors. Yoga's actually up now because the adrenal stim from Gomez got him back up. Pat and Gitty both fall right now. This has been a blink and you miss it round. I've never seen a round of Siege like it, Jesse.
It's a classic Russian, I suppose, just through the cargo window, down the steps, and straight into sight. They were in with about 2 minutes and 40 seconds still on the clock. Maybe some good droning in the early games. Understand that there was only one player in the basement. Dream was the last guy alive down in the bottom floor, and nobody was really playing around those cargo stairs. We had 2 players on the top floor. You had Hat inside of cafeteria, and then Giddy was over towards storage. So both of those mid-floor roamers, it's supposed to be one covers cargo stairs, one covers the vending stairs, but they were both kind of vending side, and that meant there was a gap that OXG spotted. They went for it. They got deep in towards the site. You saw some good coverage from outside the building too. Grixer in particular, playing outside of storage. I believe he was the one to get the down on the Kobe Lax as he dropped in through the Animus hatch. So that gave the numbers advantage over to OXG. And then just a scramble trying to get back into sight that was not successful. Grixer a couple of pistol kills that ended it out. Beautifully done by Oxygen. And well, we talked about Cloud9's attacking prowess, but that's probably the cleanest take that we've seen all day.
OXG have a habit of that, don't they? They've always got a little rush round in them, and it just depends on when it's going to come out. They are a team that is more than happy to move quickly, and also very good at moving quickly. Like there's teams that can be happy to move quick and can be pretty crap at it. OXG aren't one of those teams. Their rush rounds are often very well calculated. And I think that came with just a beautiful point in the game. Cloud9 feeling like, oh, we're only 1 round behind now, getting a little bit of momentum, picking up a round win. And then nope, OHG just snatch it right back in the space of what, 45 seconds?
Yeah.
And we're left again with them with a 2-round lead at the moment. Only a couple of rounds away from guaranteeing themselves the win. 1 round away from guaranteeing some points here. I like the lineup as well. You don't see enough Brava, but I think we've seen more Brava today than we have done. It feels like the whole stage long.
Yeah, being piloted by Gomez in this round, who's really been popping off 11-5. Foxay maybe drying his tears a little bit. Hat 6-1 at one point, now down to 7-5. Has not really been able to find much value in the last 4 or 5 rounds. Could be a big opportunity for him to pop off and start to make a difference again for Cloud9. Back when he was fragging, that's when they were winning, so they need a little bit more out of him. But I'm afraid it might be just another rush.
Oxygen looking like they're willing to move quickly yet again here. Grixer just fully, thoroughly checking everywhere in storage, but wasn't able to keep his teammate in Forest alive. Can he land the shot? Warden just ducking up from behind the desk. Dream with 1. Is he good for a second? It looks like he might be. This rush has been snubbed out pretty quickly, and it's just turned into a scrappy round of siege as Grixer starts to think about getting that plant down. Oh, air jab's going off upstairs. Silent, great kill over onto Atom right now, but both him and Hat are super low, and Grixer can try and get this plant down, but no! Oh, it's not a trade, it's a down trade, but it's still gonna have a same level of impact. There's a minute left on the clock. Yoga, he can rush in, confirm the kill. That gives the game away. Now Silent knows exactly where he needs to be looking. Great shot through the floor. Those aren't easy angles to hit, but he domes him in the head.
And that was a beautiful shot to hit. You said it. I mean, what a kill coming through. It was a massive HP advantage for Yaga. He was effectively full health. Silent was on just a sliver, but he had the positioning. He had the vert control. It wasn't really fought for from Oxygen. They tried to go back-to-back with those fast rounds, get into sight within the first minute. They were certainly successful in doing so, but it wasn't as quick to convert right into the plant. Grixer took a bit of time to start planting. I think got a little bit nervous up above too. He definitely could have finished that plant because Adam was covering with the air jabs up above, but because he hesitated, because he pulled off that plant, all of a sudden, Adam loses the gunfight, this one right here, and things get really scary for the team. That trade could have made all the difference, but thankfully Hat has a massive kill to be able to stop that one plant player, the one player in sight, from doing anything too devastating. Ask and he shall receive in terms of a big round from Hat. Only a single kill, but I think a very impactful one. Nothing quite as nice as what we saw out of Silent. The full team effort from Cloud9 to repel the second rush. And they will ban out the Dokkaebi. They don't want any more of these fast round shenanigans.
They don't want anything to do with it, do they? Dokkaebi gone. I'll be honest, I don't want to say disappointed in OXG, but I'd kind of credited them for those rushes being very well calculated, very well thought through. And that last one, yeah, it was fine until it wasn't, and then it went really south. They just didn't have enough information. If they'd have got the kill onto Dream straight away, it would have been a different story. But they didn't, and that was really where the round started to just unravel for me. And now they've given, they've left the door open again for Cloud9. Only 1 round in it again. And when they're really desperate to try and guarantee some points out of this one, it does just feel like a little bit of an oversight. There's still time. We move back up to this top floor. Forest. Tin openers open that IT breach. That's going to free Grixer and those Selmas up for elsewhere. That's likely going to be in toward that connector area and take a little bit of control around electrical. But I'm looking at the lineup, Jesse, and I'm kind of wondering, I'm left wondering what's going to be dealing with this clash. Are we going to be relying on the Capital Firebolts to get the job done? It doesn't look like it's going to be, that straightforward to just get someone in and start to flame them off and then Dream have just nowhere to run.
Yeah. I mean, you can go back to round 1, and it was the air jab from Giddy that triggered whilst the Clash was picking up her shield that destroyed the shield in the middle of the round. We could see something crazy like that again, or you could be the Capitao instead. A couple different answers that they have to try to work around this. The key is going to be multiple dimensions on this push. You cannot just push from one direction up against a Clash, and I actually know this. Starting to open up around connector now. I think this is going to be the secondary goal after they've opened up IT and taken that control. Players around Aqua as well, though, so still plenty of options for where they want to bring this push. No one player has really been popping off for Cloud9. 3 of their players currently sitting with a 6-7 stat line. Who's going to be the hero for round 10 to stop this push in its tracks? Yet to be seen.
6-7 the same as 6-7.
Yeah, okay.
Is that what you were going for?
Yeah, it was, but it's great when you, yeah.
Because I'll say it. Forrest, opening pick onto Hat. Highlighted him a few times, and the struggle is starting to show through. That's an opening pick that will go without response for the time being. And we do still have to get that connector wall open, so the pace definitely slower from OXG. Cloud9, their work rate, I think, in the early portion of the round was a lot higher. But it might not even matter. Gomez takes Kobilax out. Dream will be there for the refrag, but with Silent falling as well. Again, it's just a round that's going to end in the blink of an eye. We don't even have time for the full Selma to detonate before everybody's dead.
Yeah, the 5v4 execute looking really strong. The time might not be massive, but it's just a couple of picks early in that round, specifically onto Hat, who's jumping out of electrical, that I think starts to get them that little bit of confidence going. It's Gomez who finds the second frag, then onto Kobe, who's just playing top of rafters. Now you know you've killed one inside of electrical, you know you've killed one inside of rafters. That kind of opens the door for that space to be taken. Dream was playing behind his shield after setting it down just at the top of rafters as well, and despite getting one for his troubles, was traded out. There's a team kill in the midst of that too. It's hard to catch, but eventually we saw Yaga burning his teammate alive with a Capitao Firebolt. Not the greatest way for Forrest to go out, but in the end, no hard feelings, I'm sure, as match point is going to be more than worth it. We look at attack timeout in the midst of this. Desperate times for Cloud9 up against Oxygen. Getting their 6th round, it's also important to mention, OXG have locked in top 2 for the North America League, and so they will be receiving a bye through the first round of playoffs. M80 locks that in earlier on today, and now Oxygen will be the second. So for every other team, they are still playing for one of those playoff spots, but they will have to play in the first round. They'll have to have that chance to go down to the lower bracket early.
I think teams have very different ideologies about that as well. Some teams like playing more games. Other teams like to just advance straight through and buy that first round. But at least for OXG and M80, it is another couple of games less to prep. It's a little bit more time to watch your opponents and to get yourself in the right headspace to deal with the tournament. So good position that they find themselves in, and credit to them after a wonderful stage. For Cloud9, that does not matter at all. They are still hungry for points here inside of this game. And they're actually going to use their tactical timeout just ahead of OXG with their opportunity to lock the game up. Maybe would have liked to have seen it a couple of rounds ago, but with the sort of rushy nature and the way that these rounds have been a little bit back and forth, I think you can kind of excuse Cloud9 for choosing now to play that. But what's the play going to be? Because they're sort of left wondering a little bit at the moment. Are OXG going to play quick? Are they going to play slow? Last round we had, 30 seconds left and we were Selma an open connector wall. Like that should have been done ages ago, but OXG still win the round. Other rounds, we've got players in the site in the first 45 seconds, so you're really left wondering what you're going to get with this OXG side right now. I would hope, and it looks like with this lineup, that it's going to be a slightly slower affair this time from OXG, and that they're going to try... Ooh, is he going to be able to sneak past? Oh, genius. We love that from Yaga. Sloppy Mozzie placement. There's no excuse for it.
And he tells his teammates too, they get a second drone in there right past the pest as well. So plenty of information that could have been grabbed by the defenders. Not so. Yaga doesn't shoot it. Instead wants the free walk in. Not being given that information, he stays silent as he enters the top floor and finds Kobilax. Just 4 kills separate now Oxygen from the victory. Cloud9 desperate for points in 8th place at the moment. They cannot afford to go out without at least an overtime, but that does seem to be where we're looking. Somebody has to step up and make a play.
Silent, he's going to take a couple of shots of damage as he tries to rotate down cargo stairs. As I think about peeking out and playing a little bit more aggressively there, but he's kind of left with no option but to try and force his way back toward the site. Vertical control now in full control of OXG as Grixer can start to manipulate these vert angles inside of IT. Yaga, going to be the next player to find success for OXG as Gitty. He's not going to be allowed back to the site either. So Hat, Silent, and Dream, they have a lot of heavy lifting to do. Grixer, going to be still moving through that top floor. Gomez, Deathmark trackers sent out there as well. Hat is now the time to be going for a rotate up Aqua. And he kind of gives the game away there, shooting the flank drone. His chances of getting back down to site at the moment are fairly slim to none. He needs impact, and he needs it here. 2 kills at a minimum to alleviate at least some of the pressure. And you can see the net is slowly starting to tighten on him. As OXG know that somebody's there, gets the glimpse, gets the shoulder peek, but he should be pinched right now. Players can start to hop on through as well, but immediately dealt with as Atom there just takes the initiative and wins the gunfight. It furthers this downtrodden position that C9 find themselves in. Oh, a beautiful kill from Gomez through the floor onto Silent, and it's all down to the captain, but it's going to be a flawless to finish here for OXG. They tie a beautiful bow on what has been a fantastic stage so far.
They make it look so easy in some of these rounds, Ollie. It's honestly incredible. Oxygen Esports playing fantastic Siege. They'll be looking red hot heading into playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. Looking very, very comfortable, very confident. Cloud9 in a dangerous position. They will have a do-or-die game up against Wildcard early tomorrow. Even then, it may not matter if we get some good games from other teams. We're not the ones to break that down, though. I'm sure the desk will have all the implications and an interview with Oxygen, so make sure you stick around for that right after this break.
No depth, no depth, no depth.
Toilet.
Nice.
Alright,
Nice, guys.
Go.
Good fucking win, y'all. Good
Fuck
comeback,
outta here,
guys.
bro.
Great fucking comeback.
Yes, good win indeed from OXG, making sure that both our analysts' predictions are correct, but also just the fact that this team has not slowed down since they've actually just caught the win. I don't know what's going on here with OXG. Everything's going well. We've had a lot of interviews with every single one of their players, and we have Gomez this time around as well for a bit more insights. But again, first off, congratulations. You guys just keep on winning. Do you feel like with playoffs coming around, you only have one best of one left, that you can maybe like take your foot off the gas a little bit, relax more, look more forward towards preparing for those best of series?
Thank you, I appreciate it about the wins. And for the foot off the gas, I think we cannot know, because we do know that these B1s are kind of meaningless. What actually matters is the playoffs. So I think that's some mistakes that teams do. They do good in the B1s, and then eventually they struggle in the playoffs. So we are not going to aim to do that now.
True, yeah. Well, but with that win, you guys get top 2, and obviously your performance throughout the stage has been exemplary, and we've seen it progress, not just you, but the team as well. You guys have gotten better and better with each stage. How has that felt from your perspective on the entry now that everything's clicking from, week 1 to now? You and the rest of the team have improved immensely, but how has that felt for you on the entry?
I mean, it felt great. I think I've just been playing with a lot of confidence, and I think the individual performance, it just comes a lot with like the team environment, the strats, and just like there's a bunch of other factors that come with it. And I think we're just in a great momentum right now, and it helps me play better. My teammates just help me play better.
Well, congratulations, Gomez, on locking top 2. Last stage, you guys just squeaked into playoffs. Now, this one, you took it very convincing to be in top 2. I want to just talk about, in terms of the mentality and just kind of everyone vibing with one another. How has that been from stage 1 to stage 2 in terms of just like the overall dynamic with everyone, the camaraderie, just everything as a whole?
I think for the dynamic, we've always had like really good vibes. I think the performance, it just comes with the identity thing. I think like we just learned new play styles, and we also got experience as a team. So I think that's why we're clicking so good. It's just the experience and like the team chem.
Does it remind you similar to like back when you were on XSET, just in terms of the vibes? Because all you guys were very close and always looked like you were having a fun time laughing with each other when we were back in Vegas. Does it kind of remind you similar to that?
Yes. I think now it's even worse because we literally have like 5 clowns. So like we just never have a bad day. Like we'll be losing, like we'll get clutched on and we just start laughing. So the vibes are just great at all times.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, the vibe checks passed once again. We heard the same thing as well yesterday in the interview. So it's good to know that everything's going really well over there on the UXG camp. You guys have Envy tomorrow. That's going to be your final game. How much are we looking forward to that?
We're excited. I mean, we need to win that game first to get top 4 into like the overall standings. So we started the lower bracket in the Philly land. So we're really excited about that.
Right. Well, thank you so much for the insight. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you around tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye. You guys must be so happy, so proud of OXG.
Well, it's definitely nice to see them finally succeeding, especially since they made this huge revamp of the team since the start of the year with getting Adam, Forrest, Grixer. And so obviously since that, stage 1 was obviously ups and downs, but they've been progressing so much ever since they got that roster, and that we can see it now. Now that they finally have everybody working on the team, the confidence is there, and I think that impacts the way they play, because now they'll be calling for strats, they'll be going for sight hits in this matchup specifically, and it's amazing to watch because everything just starts working because they're just playing off of each other so well naturally that they're in the peak moment where you can just call anything and it'll work because the team is working so well together.
I mean, even that last round, again, it just speaks into how well they're playing. It was just so slow and methodical. They were finding the Cloud9 roamers, just singling them out, doubling up on them, and then coming down to that end goal to just collapse onto the site in the very end. Not even needing to go for a plant, just being able to end, like, just right here. Beautiful Deimos through the floor, and then just be able to collapse on this player without even having to go for that defuse. I mean, again, Oxygen, like you said, they caught something in the wind. Clearly the change in the IGL role, clearly the change in just the overall dynamic of their attacking strats. I mean, they look very clean and concise in terms of what they want. And yeah, I mean, being an Oxygen alumni, seeing so many hurdles of that organization go through with roster after roster after roster to now finally land with this group of guys, and that they're making the organization look good, they're making the players themselves look really good, and questioning, why did these players even get replaced to begin with? because they're clearly making it work here, and they're making very good stride at, you know, a very solid stage here, and then to push that into playoffs.
Yeah, everything seems to have come together for OXG, which is really great to see, but I would really like to start having a conversation about the day as a whole, because at the end of the day, it's literally tomorrow is going to be the last day of Super Week, and still every single match is just as important because it's going to impact the standings. But from today, we start off with a 7-0 because at this point, that's the NAL Classic. There has to be one 7-0 a day to keep it afloat. SSG, SR was probably the biggest upset that I've seen today, but other than that, it's been pretty all right.
Yeah, I think it was pretty straightforward throughout the whole day. Obviously, I think Cloud9 OXG was probably the best game of the day, in my opinion. SSG Shopify Rebellion, I didn't think it would be as one-sided as it was. And obviously, I mean, Standby, Cruelty, you know, I wanted more from Cruelty out of that one. And,
oh, yeah.
you know, highlight for me today. Hat had a great game. He went positive today. First positive of the stage. So
eat your words.
Yeah, big W. I mean, you know, only took 8 games. So obviously I'm proud of him for turning up, and yeah, the rest of Cloud9 did a great job today too.
Yeah, standings as well in regards to where we are currently sitting at are going to be really important because M80, of course, they're already sitting at the top pretty, but with all the changes that have happened today, all the wins, all the losses, that's also going to be impacted. And I think the fact that we're heading into tomorrow with no real idea of who the other 4 are going to be is insane, but also just what do you mean? The difference between first place and third place is like 7 points. That's huge.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, it puts everyone into a position where DarkZero, if they want to solidify themselves, Envy and DarkZero have to get a win. If not, they'll be able to get leapfrogged over by Wildcard and Cloud9 if they win. And so, obviously, it depends so much on the matchups that are coming up for tomorrow because, you know, the 5th, 6th spot, everything is subject to change.
Yeah, there's still a lot of importance to be had here, but I mean, it's that fight to just stay in top 6. I mean, I think it's definitely more of a fight than what it was last stage, whereas these are a lot of top teams that were in last stage still fighting to stay in the fight to make it into playoffs. I mean, it should be a really good day going into tomorrow.
To me, that then brings the question is, did we get more competitive because every single one of the teams has just improved a lot, or did it get more competitive because the teams that were at the top had a little bit of a stinker?
I think every team improved, and I think it makes everything closer since Cruelty and LFO were also freebies, so it makes every single team get points, and everything's a lot closer. And usually when a team's at the bottom, they'll at least get some wins on some of the top teams in the top 6, and that's what causes the rift. But they weren't able to.
Yeah, and with that, we're also going to look at the Blacklight detail for today, which is going to be going to the round-winning round from Ashen for SSG against
this
SR.
was amazing positioning from him. Obviously, the drone misstep. I mean, we see Blitz run through. He gets the first kill. Then he just plays time. He plays life off of his teammate. His teammate dies. Great intuition off that shot. The second kill that he gets. Beautiful read to be able to isolate the 1v1s. He knows that if he plays time here, he will get overcome by the amount of people there. So he goes for that easy pick. He gets connector. And now the round's already won before he gets that last kill because you have no idea where he's going to be. He could have dropped the hatch, could have went back to site, could have went back into cash. And he goes for the aggressive fight off of the sound cue. Beautifully played from Ashen.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at tomorrow as well, because of course that's the final day that we have here in Super Week. And again, the schedule for tomorrow is going to determine whether or not some of these teams are going to be able to make it into the playoffs, because top 6, well, top 4 at least, is still very much on the table. Starting things off with DZ, LFO, I mean, this is a little bit of a no-brainer. At least you'd hope so. Same thing for Shopify Cruelty. But everything else, maybe M80, SSG. SSG has a chance to dethrone the Kings.
Well, not dethrone them, but definitely take them off their streak, to say the least. But, I mean, I also looking at M80 to kind of gatekeep in some senses. But, I mean, the first game, unless Cruelty does something crazy, which it still can happen. I mean, they did it to M80 last stage. They could easily do, I mean, sorry, not Cruelty, Standby. Standby could stop DarkZero from being able to make it by getting a big win there, depending how the rest of those games follow after. Could be insane tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, because obviously we have that game that could happen. You would assume DarkZero would win, so they'd take a position into top 6. Cloud9 plays Wildcard. They're playing each other for a spot in the top 6, so one of those teams will not make it into the top 6 depending on who wins. Envy is playing against OXG for a chance to be into top 6 again. If Envy does not win, they would probably I believe they would 100% get knocked out. So obviously so many implications of matches, and at the end of the day, it's going to wrap it up with M80 versus SSG to see if M80 goes undefeated.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you want to know which one of our teams is going to be in the top 6 and goes to playoffs, not the week next week, but the week after that, then you're just going to have to tune in tomorrow because we're going to be back at the same time, same place with 5 best of ones to send our teams into playoffs. Make sure you tune in to them, and bye.
Oh.